India's oil play amidst global energy realignments. Please welcome our esteemed panelist, Mr. Shrikant Madhav, former chairman, Indian Oil Corporation. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for our esteemed guests. And Ambassador D.P. Srivastava, Distinguished Fellow, Vivekananda International Foundation. Welcome, gentlemen. Moderating this session is Anilesh Mahajan, Deputy Editor at India Today. Anilesh, the floor is yours.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I welcome you all for this wonderful India Today's Energy Summit. And we are starting with a superb session on oil. It is all in our minds that which way India's oil story is going. Especially, we have seen that Mr. Trump has done some disruption. India was levied 26% of extra penalty tariff because we were buying a lot of oil from Russia. But Russian oil has also saved us a lot of forex in last 4-5 years. And energy guzzler like India doesn't afford to buy the expensive oil. We have with us Mr. S.M. Vaidya, who was at helm of affairs at Indian Oil. Much of the oil was consumed by Indian Oil along with the private players. You were, sir, sitting on the chair. Sir, help us in understanding that how Russian oil made Indian PSU OMCs comfortable, on their balance sheet, and how effective was the Russian oil, especially from the financial part. Then we can go into the present geopolitics into the game, sir.
First and foremost, I would like to thank you for getting me here and express my opinion. Before I jump to the Russian oil part directly, I just want to say that today the world is consuming all-time high of oil, coal and gas. So never before in the history, so much of oil, gas and coal is being consumed. And just to give you a feel of what is the fossil fuel industry today, every day the world consumes 300 million barrels of oil equivalent every day. Oil equivalent means all the oil is oil, coal converted to oil, and gas converted to oil. So 300 million barrels of oil equivalent every day. And what we are trying to do is try to dislodge this huge ecosystem, which is a very, very, I will not say difficult, a very challenging task. Now coming down to your point about what role the Russian oil played. See, till a few months back, the Russian oil molecule was not banned by US. It was only an advisory issued by the US administration to refrain from buying Russian oil. They were not sanctioned. The Russian molecule was not sanctioned till 2 months back. And this was a different case. Like earlier, India has also faced sanctions of US in the sense the Iranian oil we stopped buying. We also stopped buying the Venezuelan oil because the US sanctioned that. And just about 2 months back, US has actually sanctioned Lukoil and Rosneft. So actually the game actually has dramatically changed ever since US has officially sanctioned them. Now just after the Ukraine crisis began in 2021 February, that time the oil we were buying from Russia was just 0.2%. because it didn't make commercial sense. Because whatever the oil we buy, it has to be commercially making sense to the oil industry, to the PMC, OMCs. After that, there was a huge discount given in the early days of the war. You must be realizing that just after the war started, the Russian oil didn't have any home. Otherwise, their home was basically Europe, China. So China remained, but Europe simply shut off. So they had to find a new home, and that is why a huge amount of discounts were offered in the early days of the war. And that was the time when India stepped in. So right from 0.2% of Russian crude in the overall kitty of the Indian PSUs, it suddenly went up to 24, 36, and it nearly touched 40%. But over a period of time, as the war progressed, the situation stabilized, and the discounts eventually fell very much nominally. In fact, the discounts till this, today I was told that the oil has dropped to $39 a barrel. Today, news is the Ural crude has gone to $39 a barrel because Russia and India are shying away from buying it. So this is all-time low, I think. So that's how the situation came. In the early days of the war, there were a lot of discounts. The Indian OMC stepped in. And the best part was that, see, you can't ramp up from 0.2% to 24 or 39% unless the refinery configuration permits it. So without any much change of hardware, we could ramp up. This is also a very important point to understand, that we quickly went to that because we didn't have any changes in the hardware to be made in the refinery. The oil diet, as we call it, for the refinery was suitable. The Urals were suitable to us, and so we went up. And now,
ladies and gentlemen, just to clarify, Ural is basically the Russian oil is called as Ural in a jargon. So the Middle Eastern oil is referred as Brent.
No, Brent is UK.
UK scale, but largely dealt with the Middle East one.
See, okay, and, just to,
yeah, so
since he has gone into now,
yeah.
Theory, I'll give you a bit of that.
So this is very, we are short in time and we have to stay.
So, I'll cut the long story short. So, in the early days, we did benefit immensely from the Russian oil, and that's how the Russian oil went from 0.2% to as high as 39%.
So that has also changed the geopolitics because we have reduced, our dependency on the Middle Eastern oil. Here I bring, Mr. Dinkar Srivastava. Sir, you have dealt with, in your career, dealt with the Middle Eastern economies. You served in Saudi Arabia and Iran. If I could recollect, you were at helm of affairs when Iran decided to discontinue with the Asian premium. But other Middle Eastern countries still charge the Asian premium, and we tried to dislodge this premium by moving towards Russia. Now we have to go back to many of those players. Do you think we have the leverage? Do you think we still need the American backing so that they can push the Middle Eastern players? What is your thought process?
Well, let me begin by clarifying that the American backing is not to push us towards Middle East. Americans want us to buy American oil and gas. Let me begin by pointing out a difference between the first set of American policies in the Biden administration and what Trump administration is following, because this has a direct bearing on the oil prices and the availability. Janet Yellen, US Treasury Secretary, came up with the brilliant idea of putting a price cap, which would reduce the Russian oil revenue without affecting the global oil supply situation. So the underlying assumption was that you could continue to buy Russian oil. Subsequent criticism in recent months, which we heard from the US about Indian purchase, funding Ukraine war, is very unfair, because continued purchase of Russian oil was part of the US policy. Now, what has changed is, after the US sanctions, that is last month, the first set of the Janet Yellen policy did not reduce the volumes. Trump's policy targeting Lukoil and Rosneft has affected the volumes. And this is bound to have an effect on the price. In fact, immediately after 22nd October decision of the Trump administration, the oil prices went up by 5%. And they are still above the level before 22nd October. Now this effect of reducing supplies and consequent increase in price has been partly mitigated because there is a glut in the market as of now. How long will this glut effect remain? That remains to be seen. But what we have to look at is what are the alternate sources from which we can make up for the reduction in our purchases from Russia. One obvious area is US, and that is the focus of the American policy. But we have to bear in mind that the American oil production, which is 13.5 million barrel per day or something, highest in the world, there is actually going to be not going to be any increase to accommodate Indian purchases. In fact, there is going to be slight reduction because most of the, out of this 13 million barrel, 8 million barrel is shale oil. And of that, there are 3 fields, that is Permian, which is going to remain stable. The other 2, Bakken and Eagle Ford, there's actually going to be reduction. So even though US wants us to buy more, and we should buy more of US crude oil, there is a limit on how much US can provide to us. So we have to look at other options, and I would not like to increase our purchase of the Gulf oil for the simple reason, there are 2 reasons. The Trump administration's decision has affected the supply chain, but only partially. It's only India which has been targeted under the sanction. And as a result of the first round, the Janet Yellen policy, the Europeans had switched from Russian oil to Gulf. And they are going to remain put with that till there's no end to Ukraine war in sight. So going back to Gulf will not be easy. There will be some oil available because OPEC is unwinding the production cuts. So there will be something like 100,000 or 200,000 barrel available. The OPEC plus production cuts, I think there is still about 500,000 barrels remaining. So you can get some, but in order to escape from
if I could add a supplementary here, India is also seeking a lot of investments from Gulf countries. Saudi Arabia, UAE, Qatar, Qatar not to that extent, but they are also looking for, Indian shores for refining and storage of many of, their surplus oil. Do you think rather than getting into a supply-like arrangements or a trading relationship or transaction relationship, now it is an opportunity to deepen the relationship and set up, large refineries where, petrochemicals and modern products can be created, rather than, just, looking at a short-term relationship or transactional relationship. Mr. Srivastava, help us in understanding that what do you think is the right way?
I agree with you. If we should work on these countries to give us some investment in setting up petrochemical plants, not so much refinery. Yeah, I'll come to that later because, that's again subject to increasing environmental norms. And so refining for export may not be feasible in the long term, but we should welcome their investment in petrochemical plants because we have a deficit there. We should certainly welcome their investment in setting up storage. In fact, during my term as Indian ambassador to Iran, and I was ambassador during the sanction years, and we continued to buy Iranian crude, this idea came up then. So we should certainly work on it.
So, Mr. Vaidya, what is your view, when you were at the chairman's position at Indian Oil, there was a live proposal, I think from Saudi Aramco, that they wanted to set up a refinery in Maharashtra, but somehow, because of the environmental concerns and other things, that was shelved. Do you think now it is right time that we should look at many of these prospects, especially when these sovereign funds only have exposure of roughly around 500 millions in India? So this could be a yield co like a product that where how much is the throughput, how much is the consumption, and it's an easier project financially to handle rather than the infrastructure and other risk-oriented projects. So what is your thought process?
Actually, first and foremost, what you're referring to is the Ratnagiri refinery and petrochemicals project. It's not shelved. Earlier, we had thought of a mega refinery of 60 million tons, but then we thought it is better to have 20 million ton 3 refineries. And Saudi Aramco and ADNOC, they are our non-resident partners. And the 3 OMCs are the Indian partners. It's very much there, and it was not shelved due to environmental reasons. It was not shelved at all, I can say. We are only on the lookout for land, because a land parcel to the extent of 15,000 acres is a problem, and that is where it is being stuck. And I am sure even the government of Maharashtra is very keen, because it's one of the biggest investments ever that will come to that state. And so are the OMCs, because India needs a refining capacity of 310 million tons from currently 260 million tons by mid-2030s. So I think this refinery is very much on the cards, and I think it should come. Regarding your other part, that they are interested to invest, I think they are all looking to invest in India. Because first and foremost, they get this feeling of oil security, because in the days to come, the US and the European Union, the oil consumption will go down. Wherever the oil consumption will rise is in India and China. So to get the security of the crude oil supplies, they are also equally keen to put up these projects. So I think it's both the parties are willing, and once the land issue is resolved, I think it will come up.
So is there any other proposition other than Maharashtra which OMCs were keen to look at?
In fact, BPCL, HPCL, they both have different type projects other than the one in Maharashtra. So I think all the 3 OMCs are very actively looking for Middle East participation, because one of the main reasons why Middle East will continue to be one of our main suppliers is the distance part. See, freight plays a very big role in the crude oil supply chain. And the freight from the Middle East to the Indian West Coast is the least, the distance is the least. So I don't see Middle East going anywhere. We will continue to be buying from Middle East, and they will be our major supplier. This Russian for 30-40% was an aberration. This is not going to remain forever. Everybody knows it. Even if there is a peace brokered in the Russia-Ukraine war, I think this will again fizzle out. So Middle East will continue to be our major suppliers with Africa, West Africa. Russia now, since we have tasted Russian oil, will not go to zero. We'll have 10-20%. And of course, US. But US, the main problem is the freight. North America supplying crude to India is basically the freight which comes in the way. Otherwise, the crude is fine. So what I foresee is in the days to come, Middle East will be the major one. Russia will continue to be there, West Africa and US.
You touched upon the US freight, but availability of vessel is also a problem. Even from Middle East, if you have to source additional crude oil or LPG, vessel becomes a problem. Do you think that inward vehicles will be available, or more investments need to be done? What is your thought process on those type of things?
Okay. See, one of the main fallouts of this Russian crisis was that there was a huge increase in the dark fleet, as we call it, the shadow fleet. So the shadow fleet is basically today, as per estimates, nearly 1/5 of the world's fleet is shadow fleet. When I mean world's fleet, I mean of the oil carrying tankers. And not new investments have come in VLCCs, because there was a very stupid narrative in the 20s, early 20s, that we are seeing the end of oil.
Yeah.
So the investment in VLCCs have been very, very less. And even if I invest in VLCC today, it will take about 4 years for the thing to materialize. You won't believe, in the year 2023, only 1 new VLCC got added in the fleet of the world. So that was something absolutely. Now people are again investing back. In fact, you must have read, now India is also trying to invest into VLCCs, because everybody understands that the oil will be there, and to have a control on the VLCCs is having control on the logistics. So I think there should not be any problem of these vessels. Vessels are very much there, and the dark fleet is very much there, but then the dark fleet is having vessels of more than 15 to 20 years age. So they will be eventually phased out, but they can be used as floating storages. You might have read recently that a lot of countries are going for floating storages. So they may not be viable to traverse in the world, international waters, but they can be stored as a crude oil storage on the waters. So I think there should not be an issue of VLCCs.
Mr. Srivastava, you must have read a social media post of Mr. Hardeep Puri yesterday that India will be importing roughly around 10% of our LPG consumption from the American sources. If you can, again, draw your diplomat's hat, do you see that India's deadlock with US related to trade is heading toward resolving? Although Mr. Puri has given this thing clarification that this is not because of the tariff, but bilateral relationship that we are entering into this contract. But how do you read the situation? Are we heading towards resolving the deadlock, or what's your thought?
Let me clarify. I'm an outsider. I'm not part of the loop. I've retired. So I'll not make any comment on government policy, but I agree with the intent which the Honorable Minister expressed, that there should be an end to this friction, which is totally unnecessary, and purchase of LPG, it's a diversification from our traditional sources. And we can add to that, earlier Mr. Vaidya had mentioned that, Indian refineries have the capacity to process a range of crude. Now let me mention and he also mentioned the shipping costs. Let me mention that there's always a $3 to $4 differential between WTI, this is West Texas Intermediate, which is the American brand benchmark, and the Indian crude oil basket. In fact, today it is around $5. Now, this differential of $3 to $4 at least should take care of the increased cost in freight. But in any case, in order to take care of geopolitical uncertainties, we should be prepared to accept a certain price differential. The lowest cost barrel is not necessarily the lowest risk barrel. And this is the point I was making. I understand that we will continue to buy from Gulf. They will be a major supplier. But there's a Hormuz choke point. You have one geopolitical crisis in Europe. There was the other geopolitical crisis in Middle East. Gaza war continued for 2 years. We were fortunate it did not affect the oil price because it was in corner of the Middle East, which was not oil producing. But towards the end of the war, there was an Iran-Israel clash. Now, I hope that does not occur again, because if that happens, then all bets are off. The Hormuz carries 20% of world oil supply, and there's no replacement for that, even in the glut situation. So we should not increase our dependence on the Gulf oil. And unless you diversify, you will have no leverage to negotiate with them to take out the Asian premium. Thank you.
Mr. Vaidya, I'm just diverting from the conversation. 10, 15 years back, there was a lot of conversation on India finding its own shale gas at Raniganj block, but nothing moved forward. America built its fortune, now it's a net exporter of oil because of their shale. How do you evaluate India's shale exploration and that whole propositions, and suddenly it fizzled out? Do you think we have missed the bus, and perhaps we have to deal with all this situation because we didn't make any bounty of it?
Before I say that, I'll just clarify. The WTI is a crude. See, India is a diesel economy. The American crude is only good for more of gasoline. So WTI differential is basically the differential between high sulfur and low sulfur. India needs high sulfur crude from the Middle East because they give me diesel. Nearly 47% of Indian consumption is diesel, which is given very much by the Middle Eastern crude. So Middle Eastern crudes are the very good diet for the Indian refiners, and of course the distance advantage. Now coming down to your other question, I'll not go into the details because I'm not an upstream person. I'm not from the E&P sector. But I can tell you one thing, that how the other high importing countries have addressed this problem. Like Japan is importing 95% of crude. South Korea is 92%. China is 75%. And India, of course, is 88 to 89% as on date. We're importing about 240 million tons of crude per year, and about 27, 28 million tons of crude is the domestic crude, which is not increasing over a period of time. It has remained stagnant. In fact, we have to invest more to keep the figures alive. So what these three countries have done is they have gone for equity oil. That is buying the assets abroad. You won't believe, Japan today has got 40% of its total crude oil in equity oil. South Korea is about 25%, China is 27%. And in fact, Japan, they have got a policy, they have already a roadmap to go in for 60% of equity oil by 2040. So I think that is also one way. Instead of trying to find the oil in your backyard, which you may not be having, because I'm just guessing, this is my guess, it is better to have equity oil in other places. And today the world is in an excess oil scenario. Today, whatever happens, the band of volatility is the lowest in last 65 years. Volatility means whatever a big event happens, how much the band swings. It is only 18% now. Never has the world seen such a stable oil market.
Actually, when Vajpayee government was there, India also tried the same with BPRL and OVL. They went very aggressive. But suddenly, when Prime Minister Modi's regime came, they suddenly went slow, and suddenly we are seeing a lot of conversation going on that India needs to have cleaner assets. Then the focus was on clean tech, solar, wind, and other things. And suddenly, the fizzle out happened. So maybe we can bring Mr. Srivastava here, because so you can help us in understanding what went wrong in India's equity oil story. Suddenly we don't see that OVL acquiring a lot of assets, BPRL acquiring a lot of assets abroad. When Mr. Vaidya is saying that oil is in surplus, people want to sell their equities. So what is your reading into it?
Again, I won't know exactly what went into government's decision making, but let me mention that there's always this debate between investing in equity oil, which I had personally pushed very hard. And I may mention here that as ambassador to Libya, this is Gaddafi's Libya, during my term, Indian oil PSUs got 10 oil blocks. 5 went to Oil India IOCL consortium and 5 to OVL. So I personally fully support this idea which Mr. Vaidya mentioned, that in case your import dependency cannot come down, and because our basin may not be as prolific as we would have wished it to be, why not increase the percentage of equity oil? Because that gives you security, it brings down the prices. Because the cost of production overseas is much lower than the cost of production here. But of course, as I mentioned, there's a debate that equity oil versus, you can buy crude directly without investing. So I leave it at that.
So maybe that scam which hit OVL in 2008-9, that may have slowed down India's appetite to buy equities, and anyhow, there's no point in discussing all those old things.
I would like to mention one point on the same context. See, you can't reduce the importing percentage because India is a growing economy. Our oil consumption is going by 3.5%. Domestic find is not increasing at that level. But I can reduce the vulnerability associated with importing oil. And one of them is strategic storage. Japan has got 240 days of strategic storage. China has got 120, and Korea has 150 days. So I think this also takes away a big risk, because importing means it's a big risk, because especially in the current times, we don't have price volatility risk, because as I said, the prices are stable. But we have source volatility risk. This is a new thing that has come
India
up.
also has strategic storage. One in
I'm
Karnataka,
saying
there's Visakhapatnam.
I'm saying number of days.
Yeah, 80 days, yeah.
to 240.
Yeah, absolutely.
So I'm
absolutely.
saying that also needs
Point
to be
taken.
looked into. One is equity oil, one is your own strategic storage. And of course, we can go on exploring. But what happens, one important point is, during the time of low oil times, price-wise, the deep water finds have got a figure of $65 to $70 a barrel at times, sometimes $30 to $40. So you have to also see their payback in the times of these subdued oil prices.
Oil stories are very interesting stories to divulge in. It takes you very high into the geopolitics, how Trump and Putin are fighting amongst each other, and how India is dealing with. And the end use is that we will be using those diesels and petrol to go back to our homes. But it was really wonderful to have both of you gentlemen.
Can I just, but in 1-2 sentences, equity oil route, for us it may be new, but the West, the oil majors, that is a route they followed. Shell, BP, it was basically go and grab their assets overseas. And even though the age of fossil fuel may be coming to an end, that our import dependency is not going down. So I think equity oil.
So absolutely. Sir, point taken. The global geopolitics was changed because of the equity oil only. So, ladies and gentlemen, I need a very warm round of applause for both of these gentlemen. Thank you. Sonal, mic is yours.
Thank you for sharing your perspective on the importance of equity oil and also navigating oil market related disruptions. May I now call on stage Mr. Raj Chingappa, Group Editorial Director for Publishing at India Today, to present a token of appreciation to our guests.
रास्ता है वही शहर
तू कब आया अभी लाइफ से?
अरे वाह ताई, पहचान गई? शहर जाके आँख का ऑपरेशन करा लिया क्या?
शहर जाए मेरी जूती, मैंने यहीं अपने गांव में ही करवा लिया। वो जो सूरज है ना अपना, वो सब कर रहा है।
अरे
राकेश,
अरे वाह छोटी, ये स्कूल में सीखा?
इंटरनेट पे।
इंटरनेट?
हाँ, सूरज भैया है ना।
कौन है ये सूरज भैया?
आपको उनसे मिलना है क्या?
हाँ
चलो, वो रहे सूरज भैया।
हम सूरज से सिर्फ बिजली नहीं बनाते हैं, खुशहाली को देश के कोने कोने तक भी पहुंचाते हैं। अदानी, हम करके दिखाते हैं।
As India accelerates its renewable capacity, rare earth minerals have become central to technologies ranging from solar modules to batteries. Securing these minerals is essential to India's clean energy ambitions. For the presentation on fueling India's green transition, the rare earth mineral imperative, please welcome Mr. Roopwant Singh, Managing Director of Gujarat Mineral Development Corporation, to the stage. Welcome, sir.
Thank you so much for this opportunity. We're going to talk about something which is very fashionable now. Rare earth elements. This is the buzz, everybody is talking about it. Globally, you see a lot of positioning on this. But I am here to demystify the entire context that this brings along with it. I have a short presentation, 10-12 slides. We'll tell you where India is headed. I'll teach you some simple chemistry. Just 4 elements I'll teach you. Who we are and what we are up to and how this is going to give us strategic advantage as a nation. GMDC is a state government-owned PSU. Speaking in Government of India terms, it is a Navaratna. Along with what we do, this is a journey that we have begun. We plan to develop the first and only rare earth elements hub in the country. All of you have this. There are so many of these rare earths and they do so many things. But why it is strategically important is it will go towards making a permanent magnet. A regular magnet would be the size of this stage. Itna bada hoga. You use rare earths and it becomes this size. So that is the principal aim that rare earths serve. You Google it, you Pinterest it, it will show variety of applications, variety of minerals going at different places. Yes, it is there relevant, but this is what the future is hinged on. Permanent magnets, extremely compact magnet which is going to power the energy transition. This is my second exhibit. I was born in 1978. So in 80s and 90s, इससे पहले एक वॉकमैन होता था, याद है आपको? वॉकमैन किस किसने देखा है? कितने बड़े स्पीकर होते थे? और इनको देखिए. Just look at these. What made it possible? The same shrinking thing. Rare earths going into magnets, making permanent magnets, which are essentially very good magnets in a very compact size. Need I say this? We are the 4th largest economy, but we are headed somewhere. Yes, you know this. You know this also. But how do you get there? Future is hinged on energy transition. Energy transition is hinged on electric vehicles and wind turbines. Again, इतना बड़ा मैग्नेट लगाओगे तो गाड़ी चलेगी, बनेगी ही नहीं. It has to be extremely compact, again, people my age, remember the first wind turbine that you saw? Wherever it was, it had very low capacity and a huge size. Now do you see the size of the motor compressing? The poles becoming longer, the vanes becoming wider and longer. Why? Same thing. The thing which compresses the magnets, the matter, the motors shrink. ये है रेयर अर्थ का सीक्रेट सॉस जादू. साइंस स्ट्रीम किस किस ने पढ़ी है? अब मैं वो बात करूंगा कि साइंस स्ट्रीम पढ़ने की जरूरत नहीं थी. केमिस्ट्री तो सबने पढ़ी है. एक पीरियोडिक टेबल होता था, रिमेंबर? पीरियोडिक टेबल के नीचे 2 लाइनें होती थी, एंड यू वुड कर्स कि अगर इसमें किसी मास्टर ने मुझे पूछ लिया, ही डिजर्व्स टू बी शॉट. सो दोज लाइन्स आर रेलिवेंट नाउ. उसमें ऊपर वाली जो है ना, they are rare earths, and I am not going to speak about all of them. I am going to speak about only 4 of them. Please repeat with me. NdPr. What are they? Repeat after me. DyTb. DyTb. Which are these? I'll pick my phone again. To make a magnet this size become this size, you will probably need this much of NdPr and probably this much of this much of and this much of. That's it. This is my presentation. I'm not trying to belittle the thing. I'm just trying to make you razor sharp focused on what is going to solve the problem for us. These are unstable molecules. They clump together. They clump together with the radioactive ones also. So separating them is difficult. Putting them to use again is difficult. But they bring this phenomenal value. Whatever scenario you follow for the vehicles or the turbines, somewhere in 2 decades, we're almost there. थोड़ा ही फर्क है. There are others also. I am not making you repeat these. Which was the first one? ND, dy, that's it. Now, this is important. This is the nation's demand, the entire nation's demand for NdPr. And we are not speaking lakhs of tons or millions of tons. कितनी है ये? 1,000 tons only. So this is the demand. Again, by 2050, both scenarios try to converge. This is the entire nation's demand. What? कितने 1,000 हो रहा है? These are not huge numbers, but they are critical. They are so critical that they can dislodge us from our journey. GMDC, with the support of Government of India, is going to build the first rare earth elements processing hub based on the anchor asset again based in Gujarat, which is one of the best rare earth element mines in the world. We have the world's 8th best asset, which the government of India, through its vehicle in government of Gujarat, is going to help take us towards Atmanirbharta. It will be mined, it will be processed. More on this later. We come from Gujarat, so we have a phrase. Ahmedabad to Mumbai we call our golden corridor. All the growth and industry is concentrated along this axis. So this is on this axis. The mine and first level of processing is on this side. The second level of processing and the estate is on the other side. There are number of highways, expressways, railway lines, high speed. So this is the golden corridor. The point being, it is, now we didn't do anything. This probably we chose. Here God has been kind. These are big ambitious numbers. Played well, this is how big the nation can play. We are a state-owned enterprise. Many colleagues from PSU space are here. A few years ago, we started changing gears. Then we were valued at $250 million. Now we are valued at excess of $2 billion. Probably the world sees value in what we are doing. This is what we do. This is what we do at the moment, and this is going to fuel our growth. This is what our company is going to build its future on. Both these elements, these minerals are essential to energy transition. GMDC has the only upcoming new copper mine in India for the next decade. But दिन आज कॉपर का नहीं है, रेयर अर्थ का है. Remember that axis, friends? So the mining and the first level of processing will happen close to the mine. So anybody from iron ore 40-60% होना चाहिए ना ore में iron, यहाँ सारा 1.5% है. So a lot of rock has to be cut, reduce the volume so that it can be shipped to the Dahej chemical processing zone where separation and refining can take place. Here we are also the players, and our tech partners will take it further down to making a magnet and further downstream. It's good to speak about yourself in isolation, and we do it a lot in government. Apni peeth tab tali. So you have to contextualize the adventure that you are undertaking. So X, our big neighbor, there are only 2 more experiments like this underway. Linus and the Mountain Pass is a work in progress. Our journey is in 2 phases. We are in India, it's extremely cost efficient. So these are the only 3 experiments of its kind which are going to come up in the next decade. This is how our hub is going to be. Serial number 1 is us, the anchor asset, the separation plant. which will fuel further downstreaming for the hub. Why come to Gujarat? Do I need to read this out? We are on the Golden Corridor. This is one of the most open, progressive, industry-friendly states in the country. Who are we seeking to partner with? Yes, we need these people, but we need metal and alloy makers. We need electric motor manufacturers to take it downstream. But there is only one catch. Do it in India, do it for India, make the country self-sufficient. There are other rare earths also, lesser value, but not critical. Hence, I will limit myself to teaching you only about 4 gentlemen here. Nd, Dy, Nd, Dy, that's it. So, thankfully, India is blessed with these resources. Rare earths are not rare. They are everywhere. I sound like wo sasti shairi kar raha hu. They are everywhere. The concentrations are low. They need to be mined where concentrations are in an economic value. That is it. We need this because the country cannot move on crutches. The country's strategic vision and goals cannot be compromised. And we must salute the vision of the great leader of the country who has visions of Atmanirbharta on a wide spectrum and these strategic sectors also. Thank you so much.
So thank you, Mr. Singh, for that very comprehensive lesson on NDPR, for which we are very grateful. Now I'd like to call Suparna Kumar, Chief Operating Officer at India Today, to present a token of appreciation to Mr. Singh.
रास्ता है वही वही शहर।
राकेश, तू कब आया अभी लाइफ से?
अरे वाह ताई, पहचान गई। शहर जाके आँख का ऑपरेशन करा लिया क्या?
शहर जाए मेरी जूती, नहीं यहीं अपने गांव में ही करवा लिया। वो जो सूरज है ना अपना, वो सब कर रहा है।
अरे राकेश,
अरे राकेश,
अरे वाह छोटी, ये स्कूल में सीखा?
इंटरनेट पे।
इंटरनेट?
हाँ, सूरज भैया है ना।
कौन है ये सूरज भैया?
आपको उनसे मिलना है क्या?
हाँ
चलो, वो रहे सूरज भैया।
हम सूरज से सिर्फ बिजली नहीं बनाते हैं, खुशहाली को देश के कोने कोने तक भी पहुंचाते हैं। अदानी, हम करके दिखाते हैं।
India has already achieved major scale in solar, but the next chapter, reaching 500 gigawatts by 2030, will demand faster manufacturing, smarter financing, storage deployment, and grid readiness. This session examines the practical levers to accelerate its growth and the road ahead. Please welcome the session speakers, Mr. Srivatsan Iyer, Global CEO of Hero Future Energies, and Mr. Alexander Hogevin Rutter, Research Manager, Power Sector Lead at Third Derivative. Also requesting MG Arun, Managing Editor at India Today, to please come up on stage and moderate the discussion. Welcome, everyone.
Good morning, everyone. In fact, we are very nicely poised for this discussion. We started off with fossil fuels, then we moved into minerals, and now we are coming to something extremely exciting, and that is solar energy. Sonal has earlier in the day talked about the 500 gigawatt target that India has set, of which a major part is going to come from solar energy. In fact, talking to executives in the industry, they say that they expect some 300 gigawatts out of the 500 to come from solar energy by 2030. But that is going to be extremely challenging, and today we'll come to know as to why that is exciting, at the same time a very, very challenging proposition. And we have got Mr. Srivatsan Iyer, who is the Global CEO of Hero Future Energies, and I think we'll take that question to him first. We are already the third largest solar producer, and we have got 125 gigawatts as of now. While solar remains an extremely important component to reach our overall targets, it is going to be challenging at the same time, and we have been talking backstage about this also. Maybe if you could give us a lay down as to where we stand today, that could be a good opener, and then we can take it forward.
Absolutely. So thank you for having me. As you mentioned, if we were to meet our target of 500 gigawatts of clean energy by 2030, solar has to form a critical component of that. We are doing extremely well in that front. We've actually exceeded our intermediate targets already. Going forward, I think we require 2 to 3 discrete items to work flawlessly to reach our 500 gigawatt target. The first is for a domestic manufacturing value chain to establish itself. That way we can supply all of the components that we need to be able to meet, a solar target of, let's call it 300 or 350. And I think we're already well on our way. The second is, and we keep talking about this transmission infrastructure, right? And it's not that it's not in plan, it's not like it's not being played out, except that a solar plant from concept to execution is a 24-month process, whereas a transmission line from, let's call it the western or southern parts of India where solar resources are high, to the rest of India takes twice that amount of time and multiple times that amount of investment, right? So there's a timing mismatch. It's not a structural gap, it's more of a timing mismatch. And I believe the third piece that one needs to spend a little bit of time thinking about is we focus a lot on solar as being these mega projects. Clearly, we've all heard of Kavda, 30 gigawatts in one location. I think the power of solar is that it can be a distributed form of energy. And we haven't spent enough time, I believe, as a country thinking about how do we encourage distributed generation on a large scale, and how do you integrate it to the grid without causing problems to the grid. So it's easy to say put up rooftop solar in the house, right? If every house does that, however, if they start exporting to the grid at random, right, the grid hasn't been modernized to a level to handle multiple generation points. And we talk distributed solar, we're talking tens of millions of them. That needs to be given a little bit of thought to in terms of what technology upgrades do we need to our grids, and what regulatory and policy modifications need to be made for DISCOMs to allow distributed manufacturing to even export to the grid in times of excess supply. And lastly, we spend all of our time in the country, and indeed, let's say, too much time talking about the supply side. Not enough time on the demand side. India is one of the few countries in the world where tariff is fixed throughout the day. So there's no market-based incentive for anybody to modulate demand. Whereas prices in peak hours tend to be 5-10x that of off-peak hours. And that's going to continue to grow and cause problems to the country unless we also have market-based reforms to say, manage your demand so there's a little more uniformity through the 24 hours rather than everybody gets a flat tariff and we continue to have these peak demands in the mornings and evenings. That causes problems not only to the generators but to grid stability as well.
Okay. So you have set the stage very clearly. Maybe we'll come to the specifics of that. Now we'll get Mr. Alexander Hogewin-Rutter, who is a research manager at the Third Derivative. And you're doing a lot of work in terms of startups in the renewable sector is concerned. You're always on the lookout for opportunities. So maybe you could give us an idea of, how you look at India when it comes to the progress we have made so far. And are you optimistic that, we'll be able to reach this kind of a target that we have set by 2030?
So first I want to echo everything Sri said. I think he was spot on. I actually am optimistic we can reach the 500 gigawatt target. I just don't think the 500 gigawatt target is high enough. If you look at India's demand growth, I was just visiting my wife's relatives in Bihar. We're still getting power outages, right? So we need to actually accelerate our adoption, our demand side, particularly in countries, in states like Bihar and UP and Chhattisgarh, for example. To give an example, Australia, 40% of rooftops have solar. In India, it's less than 1%. So there's huge demand growth on that side. On the innovation side, I think as he mentioned, the module manufacturing, we're certainly getting there. I think innovation, there's a lot more we can do. I meet a lot of startups working on perovskites and other kind of novel technologies. I'd love to see kind of more support for those. We've got a company, for example, in our portfolio called RenCube, which does what's called optical trackers. So without kind of the mechanical systems, they can shift the solar to the morning and the evening peaks when it's much more needed. But as Sri said, there's no economic incentive for that right now, right? We need market-based systems that incentivize that evening and morning production. Similarly with storage, we're seeing a lot of storage tenders, and it's really fantastic to see. Later in the day we've got a session on storage, so I won't jump into that too much. I'm talking to this great company called Main Electric, which is doing iron flow batteries, right? So long duration energy storage, they can shift and really have Paka 24/7 power from solar, and also mitigates your transmission issue, right? Because now I can put 3,000 megawatts of solar on a 1,000 megawatt transmission line if I've got long duration energy storage to shift it, right? But again, we're still working on the prices. We need things like CFDs. We need things like least cost resource adequacy planning. We need the discoms to start comparing storage and solar and wind directly to thermal power on a cost, like to apples basis. We need to start seeing grid forming inverters so that solar can do its part to provide synthetic inertia and to provide support to the grid. So a lot of these pieces need to come together. But at the high level, I mean, we see folks like them doing a fantastic job building so much solar. We see the land, we see the state governments. I think 300 gigawatts is, as I said, if anything, we can blast right through and do even more.
Okay, so we'll come to those specifics. Before that, let me understand from Mr. Iyer. India already has got a very record low tariff, and we reached that at rupees 2 per kilowatt hour in 2020 when SCCI had gone for its auctions. Now the industry is standing at a different scenario where you have facing high module costs, and this is partly due to the anti-dumping duties on solar glass, and China's reduction in export rebates on solar modules. We have a huge dependence on China for that matter. So my question to you is, are low tariffs viable any longer? I mean, low tariffs are important because it entices the customer, but how does it impact the investors on the other side? Yeah. And what do you do about it?
Yeah, interesting question. So first is, one fact that we all need to get used to from now on is that solar modules are based on commodities. And like every other commodity, it's going to go through its ups and downs. So my background is in oil and gas and petrochemicals, and I was used to saying it's not $60 crude for 20 years. It's not. And unfortunately, the solar module pricing dynamics or cost dynamics go through exactly the same as any other commodity sector. In fact, only yesterday I read polysilicon prices have gone up 40%. And what most people tend to forget is between 21 and 23, solar polysilicon prices were almost 3x what they were today. We tend to always focus on the last 6 months and say, oh, module prices were so cheap. Yeah, but they were really expensive just before then. So for us as developers, we need to have a point of view on what do we think the price is going to be when we install it, because we fix the tariff 12 months before we even start the installation. There's been a lot of dynamics on, obviously, solar module pricing. If I had built based on a year's back pricing, I probably would have still got a tariff of ₹2.25 and still, made the investors happy. It's going to be difficult to do that now, obviously, with ALMM and ADD and so on and so forth. On the flip side, the new modules and the new technologies, the generation is higher because technology is improved, so that offsets part of the higher cost. And some of the other components are also starting to get a little cheaper, right? And so it's hard to look at just modules. Yeah, modules are 60%. Yeah, modules are about 60% of the cost of solar. However, I think expecting a long-term equilibrium tariff of less than $250, $260 is probably not a viable idea. So I think that's probably going to form the floor of where solar sits long-term. It's hard to go back to ₹99. Thanks. Hard to go back to the ₹99 tariff, which is actually a good thing because I think those were unreasonable in terms of investor expectations as well.
So what could be the solution? I mean, is the industry already taking it up with the government on this matter? Where have we reached?
I think government has limited role to play in this, obviously, because all we can ask for the government is a sense of certainty, policy certainty. What we don't want is for ADD to be X today and X plus 2 tomorrow and X times 3 months from now, which the government is not doing. If you can get certainty for 25 years, everything gets baked in. However, the volatility comes because we rely on commodities. So there's nothing the Indian government or any other government can do to polysilicon prices globally. That's one part of it. That's the cost part of it. The flip side that, again, is not discussed often enough is, I'm going to call it loosely, the lack of conduct among the private players in India who drive tariffs down to levels that are unsustainable for anybody, right? In fact, there's multiple examples in the solar space where tariffs didn't even justify the cost. And we are seeing that in recent battery bids around India for the last 6 months where the battery tariffs probably don't even cover the capex, right? So that's what I call conduct among the sector, where the private players, for whatever incentives they have, drive it down so that serious investors don't come in and serious players don't come in. And that actually hinders long-term investment because the investor community looks at that and says, how do I ever cover capital cost and a return? And so the conduct is something the Indian government can't regulate, obviously, but that will happen over time as, let's say, players tend to get disciplined. On the cost side, again, there's little the government can do other than offer a sense of certainty and consistency over time.
Yeah, I think I want to add a little bit to that. I mean, the module cost may be 60%, but the cell cost is about 30% of the cost of a project, right? And that's a commodity that's based on basically polysilicon. I think we keep waiting for prices to go down. They're not going to go down anymore, right? Or not, at least not substantially down. If solar is 2.5 and it's gone up from 2 to 2.5 because of the BCD and ALMM, and let's say storage is another 2, the adder, right? So solar plus storage firm is 4.5. We're building new coal plants at 7. So why are we asking solar storage, please get cheaper? 4.5 is not cheap enough. Please go to 4.3, please go to 4.2, right? We need to say to the DISCOM, rather than building new coal at 7, you can build this at 4.5. Let's start buying this. Similarly, we see the similar issue with rooftop. where the discoms say, oh, well, I can buy utility scale at 2.5, so I only want to pay 2.5 for rooftop. But of course, in the case of rooftop, I'm saving my transmission, I'm saving my distribution. So, maybe the discom should be willing to pay 3.2 or 3.5 for rooftop. Whereas most discoms, or a lot of discoms in the country, say, I'm not going to pay that much for surplus rooftop. So I think solar is cheap enough. Absolutely, these innovations, I mentioned a couple of our companies, maybe it can come down a little bit. But, inflation is 4% a year, just generally, right? So we should expect prices to go up 4%. If innovation decreases at 4%, then it will stay flat, right? So let's be happy with the price we have and say it's already cheaper than the alternatives. It's time to deploy now.
You're being very diplomatic. I mean, so you're happy with the present prices, but you wouldn't mind the prices if they go higher. I mean, at the end of the day.
I'm just saying the prices could go quite a bit higher and they'd still be cheaper than coal. So we need to stop comparing solar to some hopeful vision of the future where maybe it's slightly cheaper and start comparing it to pragmatically what are our alternatives today. I mean, look at gas, look at nuclear. I love hydro. I used to work for a hydro utility for 5 years, but India only has so much hydro potential. You look at the cost of nuclear, it's 7-8 rupees a kilowatt hour. You look at the cost of gas, it's 12-15 rupees a kilowatt hour. So we keep comparing solar to past solar and saying, okay, well, it's come down this much. Can it keep going down? Rather than comparing it to the alternatives.
So that the market forces decide. I want to come to a very important scheme, and Mr. Iyer, I want to take this question to you. Already some 14,000 crore has been allocated to manufacturers for the PLI scheme. And PLI scheme across the board, we have found it's been a mixed bag. How would you rate the success of the scheme specifically for the solar sector? Because we keep talking about creating a self-dependency for a whole lot of products, including renewables, and it's extremely important when we need to control the cost of our inputs. So, could throw some light on this.
Yeah, I think the PLI has been a success in India. Today, our module manufacturing capacity, nominal capacity, is about 100 gigawatts already. Significantly higher than what the demand is. Cell capacity is, I'd say again, nominal is about 10 to 15 gigawatts, expected to grow to 50. So I think what that scheme has really done is to incentivize people to invest in capacity. I think what's perhaps the next step that needs to be added on, as you talk to people who invest in cell capacity, is not enough thought and effort and investment in technology development. Every line that you put today is at risk of becoming obsolete within 24 months. And so to expect somebody to say, I want to put $50 million, $100 million, and 2 years from now it may be old-fashioned and not be able to meet the market needs is a huge risk. And that's what China has done, I'd say, admirably. And I'm talking in the global context, not just an Asian context, is not only have they scaled up capacity rapidly, more rapidly than any other country in the world, but they've scaled up technology development to meet that capacity scale up. They are always at the cutting edge of new technology, whether it's solar cells, or whether it's batteries, in terms of capacity and battery chemistries. And I think that's the next step for India to take. It's one thing to say, I'm going to import the technology and import the know-how and build it, but 24 months from now, you have to more or less set it aside and say, what's next? So I really hope the Indian government starts to focus on that in terms of private-public partnerships or, industry, academia, consortium to help develop that technology in-house as well, because that's really the key. It's not just adding capacity.
Would you like to add to that? Just wanted to understand, what are some of the hurdles in expanding, scaling up solar energy in this country from the vantage point that you are there, what more can we do?
Okay, these are two very different questions. So one, I think absolutely investing in R&D. I think supporting, I work with a lot of early stage folks who can get, 50 lakh, 25 lakh from these startup programs, which is fine if I want to build an app. But if I want to build a sodium ion battery manufacturing line or a perovskite manufacturing line, I need 20, 30, 40 crore. I need access to low cost debt. I need access to into land reforms, into all these things that we talk about in terms of manufacturing more generally. And I do think we need to be investing in ITs and ISCs, but also collaborating abroad. When China built this ecosystem, they had their scholars go to Australia, go to Germany, and learn about the technology, and then bring it back and scale it in China. How many Indian engineers are going to go study in China and learning from the Chinese manufacturing, right? A little bit, but we need a lot more. In terms of scaling, I think the biggest thing, as I said, is least cost resource adequacy planning. We need the discoms to start taking renewable energy seriously, and when they're evaluating the demand growth, saying what combination, and it's not solar alone, it's going to be wind. We've got a panel on wind and a panel on storage later today, so I don't want to go into that too much. But what combination of solar and wind and storage can reliably meet our demand? We need a lot more nuance on this thinking about grid operations. So, there's no primary reserve market in India. We have capped the market rate at 10. So market reforms to reward and incentivize ancillary services, to reward and incentivize synthetic inertia, to reward and incentivize solar farms to be good grid actors, which we're getting a little bit. We're starting to enforce the grid code at least, so that at least the under frequency tripping should be behind us, I hope. But the next level is talking about these things like primary reserves and grid inertia, which we're seeing in UK and we're seeing in Australia and we're seeing in other countries, where once they reach a level of solar penetration, we need to start expecting, and that might cost a little bit more. Maybe your solar project with a grid forming inverter costs 2.55 instead of 2.5. And that's okay. We need to be willing to pay that extra 5 paisa to have a resource that is reliable and supportive of the grid.
Okay. Mr. Iyer, I wanted to come to you on something that you have touched upon when you talked about earlier, and this is regarding the grid intake. There have been reports that, the power grid is struggling to actually...
down and use it only a third of the time, they'll kick me out of the room, right? Unfortunately, that's the situation we find ourselves in today. And the more solar we build, the worse the problem is going to get. From recovering an investment, and Alexander already mentioned, the more solar you put, the more stress you're going to place on the grid anyway. Fortunately, what we are...
right? So I think it's... we need more systems thinking. Right now, we're just looking at these projects in isolation. We're saying, that solar plant is causing the curtailment, rather than saying, what mix of options do I need? What planning does the DISCOM need to do? What planning do CNI customers need to do to create a mix or a basket of resources that meets my evening peak and provides a good level of reliability, and also is a good grid steward? And it's going to be battery storage, a lot of that. It's going to be some LDES. It's going to be some synchronous condensers, maybe. It's going to be more wind. We need way more wind. And it might be some solar thermal for our industrial heat. It's got to be a mix of things, and we need to look at it from the holistic systems perspective.
Okay. So before we end, we have 5 more minutes to go, and I just wanted to bring about a topic that has been very often discussed and which has really caught on also, is the rooftop solar scheme, which you briefly referred to. But there are reports of mixed success as far as that is concerned. The latest report says we have in July, as of July, we had only 13% of the targeted 1 crore solar rooftop installations under the PM Surya Ghar Yojana scheme has really been achieved. And only 14% of the allocated 65,700 crore has been released. So do you think that we need to have a relook at the way we implement the scheme, although it's a very, very exciting scheme?
Yeah, I think it's essential. I'm not going to say it's important. Actually, for India to reach its target and even to make it more efficient, I think rooftop solar has to be a critical component of how we move forward. 2 things need to happen in parallel with that. Now, clearly the policy is in place, the rules are in place. We need to figure out how DISCOMs in the grid deal with distributed generation, and how do they deal with power that can either be imported or exported from every individual installation. I think the rules there and the regulations and the policies need to be clarified. Second is technology to manage what we call the prosumer, right? How do you make sure that you don't cause problems to the DISCOM and to the grid to make it happen? And thirdly, again, as I think Alexander mentioned it, the pricing that the discoms pay for this during the daytime hours when there's net metering, they need some market mechanisms to say it's actually worth a lot more than you're willing to pay. And if you do that, then you'll see an increased interest from people as well to say, look, in that case, on an annual basis, I could be, I'd say, cost neutral, right? And we actually see that in places like California and Arizona, where in the US, where people are essentially on an annual basis cost zero, right? But because market mechanisms exist there to make it so. So I think if we can focus on these three, we'll be there. The CNI sector has done exceedingly well with rooftop solar, but even they face limits because of regulatory barriers in any given state. And if those are lifted, I think even they have a high incentive to move and increase their rooftop.
Could you please specify the regulatory hurdles when you talk, the approvals? What do you really mean?
It's in terms of how much they are allowed to put relative to their total demand, right? And there's very strict rules as to what % of rooftop they can have relative to their total load. If you were to, I'd say, make that a little more flexible or release some of those constraints, you'd start to see a lot of the CNI guys obviously install more rooftop. On the flip side, the CNI are the discoms' most valuable customers, right? So the discoms' financial incentive to let them lose is also a little, one has to look at that from the discoms' angle as well.
Mr. Hockey-Minrata, you have
I mean, the approval, certainly getting the NOC from the discom, I really liked an analysis recently that said, one of the reasons Australia has been so much more successful in the US is that US treats every solar rooftop like a utility asset. Australia treats every rooftop like an appliance. And I think that shift in the regulatory process, with the caveat that we do want smart inverters so that they're good grid actors, we do want proper price signals so that we're paying enough for solar to incentivize surplus, but not so much that the discom's taking a loss. I'd love to see, I mean, this is, and in India we've got the national versus state, electricity is a dual subject, so it's challenging. I'd love to see the center step in a little bit more and say, we're going to set a minimum national tariff floor, right? Like you saw in Vietnam, for example, where we will pay 3 rupees a kilowatt hour for every unit of excess produced. And then we will sort out through SECI or some other central entity how to sell it to the discom and how to purchase in the market. So there's things you can do, but at the end of the day, it's a state subject. So you have to go state by state and say, what is your process for doing an NOC? How can we simplify that? What is your limit and your cap? What is your net metering or your net billing tariff look like? And at some point, we need to solve it 29 times, unfortunately. We can't just solve it once.
So excellent. Thank you so much, gentlemen. A big round of applause for both the gentlemen out here. We have had a discussion on what exactly can be done. We are optimistic, but we also need to ensure that some of these gaps need to be filled. Thank you so much. Over to you, Son.
Thank you. Thank you for decoding the manufacturing, the policy and infra push to meet India's 2030 goals. May I now call Ranjit Sahai, Managing Editor at India Today, to present a token of appreciation.
रास्ता है वही शहर।
तू कब आया अभी लाइफ से?
अरे वाह ताई, पहचान गई? शहर जाके आँख का ऑपरेशन करा लिया क्या?
शहर जाए मेरी जूती, नहीं यहीं अपने गांव में ही करवा लिया। वो जो सूरज है ना अपना, वो सब कर रहा है।
अरे राकेश! अरे राकेश! अरे वाह छोटी, ये स्कूल में सीखा?
इंटरनेट पे।
इंटरनेट?
हाँ, सूरज भैया है ना?
कौन है ये सूरज भैया?
आपको उनसे मिलना है क्या?
हाँ?
चलो, वो रहे सूरज भैया।
हम सूरज से सिर्फ बिजली नहीं बनाते हैं, खुशहाली को देश के कोने कोने तक भी पहुंचाते हैं। अदानी, हम करके दिखाते हैं।
India's clean energy transition must not only be ambitious, but also financially sound and socially inclusive. For the session on Energy 2030, making India's clean revolution bankable and inclusive, please welcome on stage Vishali Nigam Sinha, co-founder and chairperson of sustainability at decarbonization solutions provider Renew. Welcome, Vishali. Yes, I'll also be moderating this session. Hi, Vishali. In the earlier sessions, we spoke of solar and, as a co-founder of a decarbonization company yourself, how do you view, where are we with respect to our renewable energy goals, by 2030, and do you think we can achieve them?
Yeah, hi. First of all, thank you for having me here. It's a full house, and in a session like this, it's always encouraging to see that. So just a couple of points. We are right. A couple of very hot buttons here have been the elections, UP elections, of course, and globally, of course, in Brazil, we have the COP going on. And today is actually the beginning of the political negotiations. So we are really at the cusp of what one can expect. And it's basically a stock take of how the world is doing. And just a little bit of backdrop. I think globally there has been a lot of hiccups in the international collaboration on climate. But one thing is clear, that somebody had to step up. And that's, I would say, India. I think India has done a fabulous job of ensuring that there is intent of policy, and more importantly, there is more action on the ground. So, just to give you a sense, when we started Renew, which is about a decade and a half ago, it sounds like a really long time, but we are fairly young. At that time, we were just at about 75 gigawatts. Yeah. Since then, we crossed 250 gigawatts, so we've tripled, yes. Right? And, and if we look at what we have to do year on year to achieve our 2070 goals, in terms of installed capacity, it is 50 gigawatts year on year, right? And so just to give the numbers, we started when we were at that time in 2010 at about 75 gigawatts. We made a commitment in 2015 at Paris, at the COP then, to deliver 175 gigawatts. And all of us in the sector, in the industry, were struggling to deliver 1 gigawatt. And you can imagine how daunting that task was at that time. And so what the government really did, and I must say our Prime Minister, Shri Narendra Modi, has been deeply committed to this sector, and we've seen it firsthand. Just to kind of, as it's a fireside chat, just to give you anecdotes, he'd come to inaugurate our first wind farm in Jasdan in Gujarat, and at that time, one could clearly say that he got the sector. And as we've seen globally also, you need leaders who are committed, who get the sector and can see that it is not really about infrastructure or numbers, it's really about people. And when you get that, then your commitment accelerates. India has done well, as I said. We are well on our way to achieve our target of 500 gigawatts. In fact, we have already achieved one of our targets 5 years ahead of our 2030 goal of over 50% through fossil free installation of fossil-free electricity. Okay. So that has been done. We are really moving ahead in terms of just ensuring that the 500 gigawatts basket is well diversified between wind, solar, manufacturing, storage system, which is very important for round the clock, green hydrogen, etc. as well, which will feed into, of course. Just one anecdote I want to share, that, at Renew, we've seen that we have grown with, enabling policies domestically. That helps the private sector to kind of contribute. Globally, if I look at 2020, we saw a world around 2020, 22, where everybody was coming together for international collaboration for climate-related transition. And we all had a very international mindset there. Whether it was for green hydrogen, there were a lot of conversations around partnerships with international players for the supply side and so on and so forth. There was optimism. But now, over the last couple of years, last year or so, we have become a little bit more inward focused because there are a lot more opportunities now within India. So to answer your question, that India has provided us with ample amount of opportunities, and that only happens when policies and executions work in tandem, and that's what's happening in India.
Okay, so while you spoke about leadership buy-in, policy, execution, another very important lever is finance, right? And green finance, if I'm not wrong, is still 10% of the total project funding. So how do you think can renewable energy, become bankable at scale?
Yeah, no, that's a great question, and I think it's really all about finance. Even if I, excuse me, go back to the COP discussion, it's really about financing. Can countries who need the financing, need the capital, really get it? Right now we are, I think, at about $10 to $12 trillion. We need about $25 to $30 trillion year on year for us to be able to, meet the execution requirements, right? Now, what's happening is, I think the government, again, I must give them credit, has stepped in and come up with a lot of enabling policies and programs where financing has made available, whether it's through IRIDA, whether it's through other schemes, and that's definitely helped the sector in a good way. I think companies like us have been quite innovative and have reached out to global investors to be able to come up with innovative products which address the issues of the cost of capital. We've come up with masala bonds and all sorts of permutations and combinations to ensure that we can, manage the risk associated with the fundraise, the debt fundraise. I think what we can do is that the multilateral institutions, the blended finance area, I think that's an area where we can get multilateral organizations and institutions to come in and help us with managing the risk so that we can increase the pool of capital which can be obtained. So these are some of the ways. Otherwise, I think at our own level, at a private sector level, good execution has helped us attract a lot of international capital on the equity side and on the debt side as well. And of course, it's also important because it's a very capital intensive business to ensure we maintain the balance. So the entire management has to be, I think, a bit of the government incentives, innovation by the private sector, financial institution, private finance stepping up a little bit more, perhaps the banks taking a little bit more risk, and of course multilateral institutions as well have a role to play.
Do you think that a green financial institution, maybe something like a green bank, would really help to meet these upcoming, like you mentioned, $25 to $30 trillion for execution requirement? Do you think like something like that would help?
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think we are living in a very as I said, globally fragmented, unpredictable world with a lot of geopolitical issues. And I think it's highly risky when you see countries come in and make ESG, sustainability, renewables a bad word. And you come up with innovations like green coal and so on and so forth, which is beyond comprehension, I think. So I feel that an institution which is focused on helping the sector and fund the sector and work on innovations which will enable the risk management associated with the, raising finance for the renewable energy sector, and broadly the space at large will definitely be of use. And I think it should be headquartered in a country like India, because really the action is happening here. We are the third fastest growing renewable energy I guess country committed to renewables. And so I guess we, where the problems are, there you find the solutions, and hence an institution like that will be useful to have.
And what do you think about, carbon markets is up and coming in the country, so is green bonds. But do you think that they are sufficiently liquid and transparent to even attract global investors?
Yeah. No, so, I won't use the word sufficient. I think, in the last COP, a lot of work has been done on clarity or for carbon markets. Even at the COP, we are seeing that, the kind of universal language for financing is adopted by countries. I think there was a huge initiative which has been adopted by many countries. And, so I think all of these initiatives, climate is not something we can do in a country all by itself, especially things like carbon markets. The supply is coming from global players and stakeholders, and solutions are being provided in different parts of the world. Often, many of the solutions are being provided in developing economies and so on and so forth. So I think going back to the idea, we do need a uniform code of financing to make it easy to understand, manage the risk, and to make all of these products comparable so that products can be understood and used. Otherwise, it gets too complicated.
Okay, so like a global benchmarks, thresholds.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, and when it comes to, like leveraging pension, insurance, sovereign wealth funds for clean infrastructure, what regulatory reforms do you think are required to really accelerate their adoption?
Right. Sure. So if you look at pension funds, etc., globally, if you look at them, and if you look at Renew, we've had investments. CPPIB is an investor in Renew, which is one of the largest pension funds. We have ADIA, which is also, a sovereign financial institution. So there is a lot of activity globally, and if I look at Renew itself, we've had investment from JERA, which is in Japan, CPPIB in the western part of the world, and of course ADIA in the Middle East, and then IFC, etc. So ADB, sorry, and so there is really a lot of interest by these institutions. I think it's also a reflection of the interest and the momentum the countries have built, which is also leading some of these institutions to take the plunge. And I think a lot of capital is flowing to India because I think these institutions are seeing the enabling environment as far as the policy framework is concerned. They are seeing a lot of execution and us being able to triple our performance over the last decade or so. And, the 50 gigawatts is year on year is quite a reality. We are already touching 40 gigawatts this year on year, as far as the capacity is concerned. And these are all, I would say, golden nuggets for investors, when they see action on the ground, efficiencies, innovation. I think capital flows automatically, whether it is sovereign, whether it is multilateral, or whether it's private capital.
Interesting. But having said, we are talking about finance policy, but when it comes to, India still has a very large number of communities that are dependent on coal and thermal energy. So when we are talking about energy transition, what does a just transition look like to you?
I know that's a great question, and I think India often gets stumped globally on this question, and I feel there's no reason for us to get stumped, because I think what we really have to look at is India's renewable energy trajectory. It has been stellar and outstanding.
Yes.
Okay, I don't think any other country in the world has tripled, on various fronts. I think the fact that we set up SECI, which is an agency which literally drove our trajectory from a transparency point of view, coordination point of view, getting things done, execution, ease of just growing the sector has been tremendous. So it's a reality. Our country has to ensure, and not only our country, but even countries in Africa, that energy security is a priority.
Right.
For us, right? And we cannot trade that with whether it's renewables or anything else. But the fact is, we are growing renewables at an exponential pace. We are going to be meeting our targets. 2030 targets, I think, will be met by India. Now, as far as managing coal is concerned, we have committed to peaking down, but perhaps not out as yet. I'm sure and confident at the right time that will happen, because we need to make sure that people have electricity and they cannot go without electricity. We also have to make sure that the narrative is set by countries of the global south who are taking lead, who are doing way more than countries who are going back on their commitments and are demanding us to do things which may not necessarily be in the interest of our country. So we in India are trying to balance what is required in India with our global commitments and being a proper, and I would say we are playing climate like we play cricket. So, you know, it is kosher and it is fair, and we'll definitely, I think we have to look at jobs. And so one of the things which is being done in our country is that, you know, the government, state governments are inviting, you know, companies to set up manufacturing facilities. Solar has seen a huge push, right, in areas where you've had, I would say, fossil industries. So hopefully we'll be able to minimize job loss, which happens as a result of closing down units, etc., as and when that happens. So I think there's a strategic, reflective strategy to ensure that we meet our 2070 goals. As they say, slow and steady wins the race, but we are not slow, we are fast, but rather steady. So, yeah.
Can you, you know, just for the sake of more clarity, you know, energy poverty is very real, right? So can you share like a interesting case study, a very positive anecdote on, you know, like on what a just transition or equitable transition looks like?
Sure, absolutely. So a couple of things, and this is obviously, as you can see, an area I'm really excited about, because I really do believe that energy transition really is about people. All of what's happening, whether it's COP, NDCs, what our governments are doing, it's really about people, the future of our country, the children, and so on and so forth, right? So we really need to ensure women are the biggest sort of, I would say, recipients negatively of climate impact, you know, whether it is migration, this, that, and all. So, you know, at Renew, we focus a lot on addressing the negative impact on the lives of women and children. So we are working on reskilling women, right? So one of the areas which we are working on is, you know, reskilling salt pan workers so that they can go and work as solar technicians in different parts of the world. We really, people often say in our sector there's not enough manpower, but I do believe there are enough women out there who can be reskilled and contribute. We are seeing it firsthand happening at Renew in our facilities. So I think that is one area where I think inclusive and, you know, and as far as just transition is concerned, we are working on a very comprehensive plan to ensure that the coal mine workers get reskilled to become, you know, get ready for the clean sector. And we have a program we are running in the eastern part of the country. As you know, that where the sun shines and the wind blows versus where you have coal, they are in different parts of our country. So we are reskilling couples so that if there is need for migration, couples can move together. And that is a program I'm extremely excited about, and it warms my heart to be able to see that women are leading the skilling and the husbands are following so that they can both move together to areas where jobs are there in abundance. And I think the government is doing a great job with respect to the whole skilling initiative, and we are working not only with the Skill Council, but some international partners to bring in technologies and skill the you know, indigenous people of India who are actually getting impacted by climate in you know, Gujarat, in Rajasthan, and as I said, in Jharkhand and other parts where there is need to reskill.
I would want to focus the last part of the conversation on ESG. I mean, that's like the biggest buzzword. But is it the buzzword? Because a lot of times with ESG that we have seen that it's become, sometimes, I mean, I hear that it's become too compliance driven when it should be, I mean, the whole idea is it should be outcomes driven, right? So, I mean, where do you see this shift? Is it really happening from like reporting to real outcomes?
You know, I chair the ESG sustainability function at Renew, and I just don't understand when people say that ESG is compliance driven and not outcome. You need compliance to get to outcomes, right? If you don't have, you need a driver for that, right? I think we're all in business. We all need things to feed into our bottom line. Yeah. And whether it is compliance, whether it is profitability, doesn't matter. it makes good business sense. And I can tell you firsthand, whether it is how you, if you care about how you do business, right? So when Sumant and I started this company, I think it was very important for us that what we did was important, but how we did business was very important. And if how you do business leads into your, sort of feeds into your bottom line, it's amazing. And so let me give you an example. I think on all fronts, right? We've just got a CSA score. India's got the highest ever, not India, Renew has got the highest score scored by any Indian utility, right? We are at a score of 82, 83. We're very proud of it. 3 years ago, we were at 46, okay? And so that's not a score. It's a transformation which has happened in our company with respect to how we use water, how we clean our panels, how we focus on our supply chain, how we are building capacity in our supply chain, safety, how do we do business, how do we run an inclusive organization where there are women who are also involved in leadership roles. We have a board at Renew, we have 40% diversity there, and all of these things matter to investors. And investors are the ones who provide you the capital. It matters to partners. So we have partners in companies like JERA, Mitsui, global equity partners I just mentioned. All of them have spent an enormous amount of time assessing our sustainability ESG performance, and for all our funding on the debt side also, how we do business in our site is an important part of the funds we get, right? And it also helps us with our rating and hence the cost of our capital. So if anybody says that ESG is just an acronym, I don't get it, and I'd love to spend time to understand why they're saying that.
But okay, so if you have to tell me like two things probably, because greenwashing is also very rampant. As journalists, I know it's such a tough task to identify the initiatives where real transition is happening. So if you have to tell us, like as general consumers, what should we know? How is real transition different from greenwashing? What would those 2 or 3 things to watch out for would be?
Sure, no, and see, at the end of the day, I think, if there is some amount of greenwashing, it depends on which sector you are, and it's more in others. We have no reason to do greenwashing because, we are an infra company, we don't have consumers. It really feeds into our 2 requirements, capital, partnerships, and this is driving that. So it's pretty slam dunk. I believe that companies, like IKEA as an example, if I could take globally, when they know their customers care about how they do business, I don't think they will do greenwashing. There could be some marketing enhancements, but I think how they do business, how they produce products, all of that is driven by an inherent way of doing things, right? And yes, of course, we have to be mindful. I can't, kind of say that if nobody will be doing greenwashing. Perhaps there are going to be, but there is a business case for ESG. There is a business case for sustainability. And, at the end of the day, it is a philosophy. I think sustainability is a philosophy. It is a value system. And it gets transferred, I think, from leadership, whether it is in a company, down to the site, as is in the case of Renew, from the leadership of a country, as it is in our case, like the Prime Minister is deeply committed, and therefore it's been a green revolution decade over the last 10 years. And we've attracted capital, we've attracted foreign partners. So I think philosophy leads to policies, which leads to action on the ground. And then greenwashing can take a backseat then, I feel. That's the way it works.
Okay, so thanks for this very positive note. I would like to now call Mr. Raj Chingappa, Group Editorial Director for Publishing, to please come on stage to present token of appreciation to our esteemed guest.
रास्ता है वही वही शहर
राकेश तू कब आया अभी लाइफ से?
अरे वाह ताई, पहचान गई?
शहर जाके आँख का ऑपरेशन करा लिया क्या?
बाहर जाए मेरी जूती, नहीं यहीं अपने गांव में ही करवा लिया। वो जो सूरज है ना अपना, वो सब कर रहा है।
अरे
राकेश!
अरे राकेश,
अरे वाह छोटी, ये स्कूल में सीखा?
इंटरनेट पे।
इंटरनेट?
हाँ, सूरज भैया है ना?
कौन है ये सूरज भैया?
आपको उनसे मिलना है क्या?
हाँ
चलो, वो रहे सूरज भैया।
हम सूरज से सिर्फ बिजली नहीं बनाते हैं, खुशहाली को देश के कोने कोने तक भी पहुंचाते हैं। अदानी, हम करके दिखाते हैं।
Wind energy is seeing renewed momentum through repowering, hybrid projects, and policy clarity. This session will examine the opportunities and obstacles in reclaiming wind as a major growth engine for India's renewable mix. For the panel discussion on wind energy, please welcome the session speakers on stage. Mr. J.P. Chalasani, CEO, Suzlon Group. Mr. Milind Kulkarni, CEO, Adani Wind. Mr. Varchavi Gagal, CEO, Datta Infra. Mr. Sanjeev Agarwal, CEO, Inox Wind, and Sujata UG, Vice President at Invest India. Please also welcome India Today's Deputy Editor Anilesh Mahajan to moderate the discussion.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Wind, probably wind started India's renewable energy story with the onset of this century. Right now, we are sitting at roughly 50 gigawatts of the installed capacity, some more gigawatts, if may add.
53.
53 to be very precise. And wind also set India's renewable energy in the manufacturing side, not only to complement the wind story in India, but also to complement the textile manufacturing and those type of industry in Tamil Nadu. So wind has very deep relationship with India. But suddenly we have seen in last decade that India's wind industry losing out to solar, and many of the government's initiatives and backing also went to set up those solar farms and innovative products which solar industry produced. But now we are also seeing that there could be a second coming with the hybrid coming forth and offshore becoming more viable. But that also need to be complemented with the acceleration of manufacturing. So ladies and gentlemen, we have three of India's largest manufacturers in this panel: Suzlon, Adani, and obviously Inox Wind. Then we also have with us Sujata UG. She is responsible at Invest India about renewable energy, and wind is her very dear subject. She's been traveling across India to not only look at the opportunities for global players to invest in India, but also to look at opportunities for exports. So we'll be hearing a lot of stories from her experiences. And we have Yashaswi Gagal, who is a startup, who is still figuring out where to put his bets more, solar, wind, as well as on hybrid. So maybe Mr. Chalasani, if I could start with you. You had been into energy sector for the time I remember of energy. You were part of Reliance earlier, dealing with their thermal power plants. Now you have transitioned into the cleaner energy. So how do you see the second coming forth? Especially when we are talking about a lot of innovation happening in the turbines and a lot of innovation happening in the offshore. What is the future you're looking at for the wind energy segment, sir?
Anyway, first time I'm hearing the second coming sort of wind. I thought wind was always there and will be there in future. So therefore, I'm a little confused on the second coming, but let me explain. This is a common question wherever we talk about solar taken over wind. Nothing can take over other segment. The moment you want to replace fossil fuel partially, if not fully, in the country, that's what we're trying to do. Obviously, you need round-the-clock power. That's what the fossil fuel does. It's a baseload operating stations. If you want to do baseload operations, unless you have solar plus wind plus storage, it's impossible to do it. Okay? We can talk about, we went ahead, of course, we chased the numbers in the country, and we went ahead and installing huge amount of solar capacity. Then now we are seeing backing down in the daytime. Okay, even in October, we had 12% backing down, before that 20% backing down. The tariffs coming down to in the exchange as low as 0, because you can't have a standalone solar, a standalone wind, or the standalone storage system. Because we have this goal of replacing the whole thing, and in fact, we want to do 45% of our generation coming from renewables by 2030. So all three will coexist. Okay? If you talk about number of megawatts what got added in the last few years, and say wind has taken a backseat, that's fine. That's because the easy way of doing business, quick capacity addition in solar. So therefore, it did happen. But then we are seeing that impact now. Okay, I think maybe that is the reason why you're calling it as a second coming, because everyone realized that you can't have pure solar or the pure wind. It has to come together. I'm pretty sure that moving ahead, even today we added 53 gigawatts, and each year we're improving. Last year, FY24, we did about 3 gigawatts. We crossed 4.5 last year. We will do 6 gigawatts this year. And then I'm sure that we'll reach 8 in FY26 and then reach about 10 in FY27. That's a large capacity addition for wind, because efforts required for doing, I always keep saying that 400 megawatts of wind is much, much more than 4,000 megawatts of Sasan project, which I did in my feature avatar. Okay? Therefore, it's a difficult to execute projects, but we cannot have the renewable energy coming and replacing fossil unless you have all three. So it is not at all wind versus solar. It is wind plus solar.
Mr. Agarwal, if I can come to you, Mr. Chalasani has already talked about that there is a brighter future for wind. But if we take a back seat, a lot of components and components of components are coming from various places, especially from China. And government is now working on clean tech manufacturing mission. How do you see, this play taking place? There are a lot of differentials that whether 40% components are indigenously manufactured or 60%, 70%. But we are still not clear that, what sort of, components India can manufacture and what India needs to put in more efforts by technology nationalism or whatever the play government wants to play. So help us in understanding and unlocking this thing.
Thank you. Let me answer this in a bit, but just want to add into what JP said. I think majority of us as a manufacturers have been investing in our shops for almost years together now, which is exactly the testimony to say that we see wind as always being part of renewable in India. When you said second coming, actually we all believe that it never went out. Yeah, so today each one of us are investing heavily in expanding our manufacturing facilities, bringing the best technology on manufacturing so as to see that we can take care of renewable strategy for India. So where is the issue between when we say we bring a lot of components from China? I think that is again a misnomer. With Government of India bringing this ALM, this has accelerated whatever someone was trying to do it in India. I think majority of us, I mean, if I talk about three of us, we almost do 70 to 80% of manufacturing within our own shops. All the blades, the category A material, which is nacelle and hub blades and towers, we all do it in India. It's only category 2 where, the Indian shops have still not got into that sizes of castings or gearbox, where the Government of India ALM, or probably the BESS which is coming in next year, would help rapidly expand this manufacturing. Lot many times we also do strategic buying from China, which doesn't mean that it has to be not available in India. It is sometimes competition, sometimes volume that you need to bring in to cater to your customer. So I would say the right investment on a category, on a equivalent but category B material of castings or gearbox would help speed this initiative. And ALM, which MNRE has brought in now, would help this to happen much faster.
Sujata, if I can come to you, you have been tracking this very closely. Things which Mr. Agarwal is saying that the components are largely the bigger components. They are largely made in India, but components of the components plus the category 2 components are the real the real problem. And all doors are opening up in China, and obviously you are helping the government to build the strategy. Help us in understanding where all you think that government needs to invest and put efforts to make Indian entrepreneurs manufacture many of these components.
Thank you for having me here. And it is true, like almost 60%, around 60+% is being locally manufactured, especially for wind. We have complete expertise in the value chain, and there's a lot of participation, and almost 2,500 plus MSMEs are involved in the wind energy supply chain. But what we also realize is when we are looking at the bill of material for wind sector, as rightly mentioned, major, huge, like a nacelle or a gearbox outer, those are being manufactured, but the smaller tier 2 products are across the bill of material. For example, when we are making a blade, carbon fiber is one of the element which goes into manufacturing those blades, but India does not either have a technology or a manufacturing unit currently in India. So we are majorly dependent on import. So what we are doing at Invest India is looking at the whole supply chain. And when we are talking about manufacturing in India for Make in India and also Make for the World initiative, we are looking at how can we enable even a carbon fiber industry to come here and thrive here. So we are engaging with multiple geopolitically aligned partners, like say for example, carbon fiber. We are working with Taiwanese companies and Japanese companies to see how they can come here and manufacture here, which will also supply to wind energy sector. So similarly, across value chain, what we are looking at is how do we indigenize more. We have a target of 85% by 2030. And that is where our focus is. And we've been, as you rightly mentioned, we've been traveling across the country looking at this supply chain specifically, understanding from all the OEMs, especially the European OEMs, which have set up shop to service the domestic industry, but currently almost servicing the export market 100%. They are not participating in the domestic industry. So we are trying to look at what are the challenges on the ground, how do we enable them across sectors and across their supply chain, and how do we enable through, I would say, competitive federalism is what is happening. So there are specialized renewable energy schemes which states are coming up with, and also with the PLI in the ambit for wind energy. We are hoping this will take off.
Milind, if I can come to you and tell us, between you and Mr. Chalasani and complemented by Mr. Agarwal, you drive the demand in India, especially for many of the entrepreneurs whom Sujata and her colleagues are trying to motivate to come into India or establish their shops in India. When you see the ambit, when you see the supply chain or developments, where do you think that they are lacking? And you still, Indian manufacturers have to go to Chinese factories to source many of these components. Where are they lacking there?
Thanks for calling me here. See, one important thing which you need to see presently is like the bigger megawatts are coming up, like 5 megawatt and all those platforms are coming up, where there is a supply chain available where we are having enough 10 gigawatt already supply chain is tied up in India. A few components like casting, forging, these are typically the component which we are getting from China. Otherwise, what is the most important strength is your local requirements and your volumes is going to play major role when you are calling for any suppliers. And where, as Adani, we are having the largest wind total, renewable park in Khavda, which is almost like 30 gigawatt one location, which shows very clear visibility of the volume for us, and which helps us to motivate these suppliers to come to India and start the manufacturing shop. And there are many things are happening from that direction. So LMM, of course, is helping a lot for motivating the manufacturer by showing the volume. And they are aggressively looking India as a big market. And I think there will be a lot of change soon. And even sub-suppliers also will be interested. Even, latest we have done the forging shaft, which is very, very, difficult to get it in India. But still we have placed the order and we are behind the, suppliers. Because the main issue, what we feel like, entering any new supplier, he is having a fear of the rejections. So we are with them and we are telling them, okay, you go ahead. If there is any technical challenges, if there is any issues for the rejection, so we will take care of that, but still you need to go ahead. So that type of support, if you give it to the suppliers will also aggressively look, this as a potential. So that's what we are trying to do. And I think this will definitely help, to entire wind industry.
Just to add here,
yeah, please.
Again, sorry to say it, it's a myth that we don't have the manufacturing capacity in India, both for major components or the major items or the components. Except for, as Sunita says, maybe some of the raw materials. Everything can be done here, including the castings and forgings, everything is possible. Okay. Today, one of our products which is sold for we sold about 8 gigawatts in the country, 90% is domestic. What is important for us to understand is that these small sector, these forgings and castings, they're loaded to the extent of 25-30% today, capacity-wise, because the wind components are engineered products. Okay? If there is a 3 megawatt turbine of Suzlon, 3 megawatt turbines of Siemens, 3 megawatt turbines of Vestas, each one needs independent design of the casting. Everything is different. So therefore, there is an effort required for you to develop that product for a specific customer. Unless you see that there is going to be a constant inflow of orders, then obviously you can't do it. What China is doing is because they create a huge amount of domestic demand. Yeah. Okay? They've done 50 gigawatts per year in the last 5 years. Now the current target from 26 to 30 is 120 gigawatts of wind every single year. When you create such strong local demand, then obviously you get to the scale, then you can make anything. But in India, we are not able to provide. See, we have 20 gigawatts of manufacturing capacity. We are actually producing about 4 gigawatts in a year. So I think that is what is the issue. How do we create that volume for our MSMEs, whether it's forging or the casting, on a sustainable basis? We can do. What LMM is going to do now is help that. But I think unlike solar, in the wind is the only area where we started manufacturing in India. And in fact, for you, many people may not know, the first wind manufacturing plant in China was set up by Suzlon. First wind manufacturing plant, there was no manufacturing plant in China when Suzlon set up. So therefore, I don't think we have an issue of manufacturing capacity in this thing. Is if you don't support that industry, cheaper imports will come in. That's what government is trying to do through LMM. It's not the capacity, it is not anything else, just sustainable demand to be created.
So in the second coming, you want more support from the government to create demand?
No, they've already decided. See, for example, till recently, whole country, including the government, thought that wind is anyway there for a long time. Manufacturing facilities are there, enabling environment is there. We don't need to do anything for wind. Therefore, all support system came for solar. We had LMM coming from solar, initially modules, then cell, then everything else has come. Then suddenly they realized that the wind manufacturers are vanishing from the scene in India. Indian manufacturers, completely out. You have 60-70% of the things are coming from import. And Europeans, as she says, that are set up here, but everything they're exporting. Nobody is able to survive. Then they realize that here we have the capacity we're not able to use. In solar, we're creating capacity. In wind, we have a capacity we're not able to unlock it. That's when now they're realizing, saying that, okay, we need to unlock the capacity what is already existing, therefore encourage more and more, and the cost will not increase as long as you give us sustainable volumes for domestic manufacturing. It is, solar was a different. You need to protect to get the industry up from the ground. But in wind, you need to protect from the cheaper imports and provide the volumes for the domestic manufacturers so that the cost will come down. That's all.
And the second way is, by innovation, right? By bringing in or incentivizing 5 to 7 megawatt turbines and those type of innovations so that, the lower wind can produce higher electricity.
This is again a myth. If you want, we can manufacture 10 megawatts capacity turbine in India today. But does India need it? No. Because the Indian wind speeds are different. We are completely different. Okay? What is important for us is cost per kilowatt hour. What is the cheapest cost? The moment cost per kilowatt hour goes up in our country, the demand for electricity dies. We all know that. Okay? So therefore, it is not the size. Depending upon the wind, the regime, what sort of a design you need to do it. The same 2 megawatt turbine you're keeping, for example, I don't like to talk about solar, but I'm just giving an example. 2 megawatt turbine started with 88 meters rotor dia. It went to 90 meters rotor dia. It went to 110 meters rotor dia. It is megawatts will remain the same. You keep increasing your rotor diameter, so more output will come in, more sites will become useful. Don't go by the megawatt rating for wind turbines. It is nothing to do with innovation. Today we can actually manufacture 10 megawatts turbine in India, but you can't set up anywhere.
Thank you. Thank
so
you.
Let me add. Yeah, just wanted to add. So look, he rightly said, whether we talk about 5x, 7x, 8x machines, I think technology is available with all the manufacturers. Why are we not? Why we not doing it? Why did it not moved in rapidly? One needs to look at there is an infrastructure issue as well in India. If you have to transport a blade of 80 meters, you would not see you would have to strengthen the roads. You will have to build the new bridges to bring it to those locations. And the locations are extremely, extremely remote and interior. I mean, the grains, one crane of 800 tons, if he has to move on a 40 trailers to reach to the location, it's a Herculean task. Yeah. So you need to look at the timelines that you need to execute a project, whether it makes viability for the IPPs or for a customer to get his returns, to invest into those steps. The second is the wind. Yeah, he rightly pointed. Today the locations that are available in these coastal states are probably B and C class wind. You do not get same output. Yeah, with those, I mean, you may increase the size of a turbine so as to take care of Mother Earth. Yeah, today land is precious. Nothing else but the land is precious. So getting a right land for that to build a turbine is a difficult task. So getting that land and putting that on a B or C class wind so as to get an efficiency is also a challenge. So I would say technology to produce in India, whether it is any X, 6X, 10X, is not an issue. It is more to do with, do you have a right infra, to build up at the location.
Yeah, one more point just to add. See, as the megawatt is the topic, yeah, definitely as, just I want to add, like rotor diameter, we need to increase. Then only you can, low wind sites we can capture it. Whatever sites available is low wind sites. And to capture that, if you need to go for 91 meter blade, 100 meter blade, so there is, a lot of things we need to decide. How we need to transport, how many places we need to put our manufacturing facility, how much we can go close to, the sites. So that is very important. We have done a lot of innovation in terms of the towers. Many people have worked out many type of towers, and where we have worked, similar type of working is required in the blade, like split type of blade, that type of design. If it is, innovative things can, there is a lot of things are happening. I don't say that is not happening, but it's not very successful on the split type of blade. If that type of technology will bring, then I think there will be, more advantage to bigger rotor rather than talking on the megawatt side. but it's more important to talk on the rotor diameter and get more and more energy from it.
Correct, sir. So in the classroom of big boys, let me bring a young entrepreneur. Yashasvi, we have been hearing a lot about the complexities, but we also understand that including the big players, they are facing a lot of transmission issues. There are choke points, there are certain policy bottlenecks. How are you, experiencing with many of these issues, and how do you deal with that situation?
See, as an IPP, Data Infra is currently building 970 megawatt, out of which close to 700 megawatt is wind. Now on the evacuation infrastructure, we are, the connectivity is a very serious problem right now that we face. The transmission line corridors which are getting built, they are delayed to strong timelines. And parallel to that, there has been a lot of hiccups that the IPPs are facing, especially with the REIAs on getting the PPA signed. But we are lucky enough, we have almost 400 megawatt which is under construction, which is pure wind. Yet, government is taking good steps in making the infrastructure much better, especially with the offshore transmission grid that they are planning in the Gulf of Mannar and Gulf of Khambat. That is almost 10 gigawatt of evacuation. So 5 years, I think, it will take to stabilize and enhance and to meet the 500 gigawatt of capacity that India is planning. And the scale is very much required. And the project of offshore that the country wants to do, I think it is a little bit far from realistic timelines. And adding up to the previous discussion which was happening, I was quite inquisitive to address also. Right now, I think a 4 megawatt turbine and a 5 megawatt turbine is something that is helping us particularly on the ROW front. We are not required to, there almost a requirement of 20% more land. To negate those risks, a 4 megawatt turbine and a 5 megawatt turbine is what is complementing our ecosystem right now.
Milind, if I could come, there is echo. Hello? Milind, if I can come to you, the point he has just left, that what is optimum for India? And I come back to the manufacturing side. There is also another debate that whether we should manufacture everything in India, or should we look at alliances where we can build a India plus many story? Because globally people are already talking about China plus one. And India is looking for many of the players in the ASEAN countries because they are also feeling a little bit uncomfortable with the Chinese hegemony. So do you think there is a scope for India plus many story where many of these players can duck into the Indian manufacturing supply chain? So I'll ask this question to both you and JP Chalasani, that what should be the India's right strategy when they'll be putting the manufacturing mission? So everything in India or India plus many story?
See, we are not only I think talking about only India. We are exporting also. So there's no we are definitely looking into many places, many components we are manufacturing and exporting, and which is really strength of India. And that we are doing it. There is no doubt on that point. Definitely there are certain areas where we need some tie-ups, where the volume is going to play a major role, where we can bring some of the players who can jointly do some kind of commitment from our side as a OEM for their planning for the investment. And there, I think we can take more lead and we can bring them on the India manufacturing side. So that kind of approach we can adopt very well.
So before I come to JPC, Sujata, if you want to add, because you are studying this, what is the correct strategy as per your, that, which will set India's wind energy for our next leap?
See, I think the ALMM and other initiatives, PLI and other, it's not only for Indian manufacturing and to ramp up our manufacturing capabilities, but also to ensure quality so that we plug into the global supply chain, right? because the price is not the only deciding factor, and that currently seems to be what has happened. So that's what the government is now looking at. So when all these initiatives are plugged into the Indian ecosystem, we welcome a lot of our mandate is to invite foreign investments into the country. So definitely it is not going to be whether India versus other countries. I think it can be definitely a collaboration with friendly countries, and India is now entering into multiple free trade agreements and bilateral agreements, the UK, the European Union, which is being currently negotiated. So there are multiple partnerships which are available, which we can leverage, and the industry can definitely leverage. And at Invest India, what we support predominantly is not only direct dollar investment into the Indian ecosystem, but also how do we enable technology collaboration so that there is a play for the foreign manufacturer or from a different country. They also get a pie in the Indian ecosystem, but also how we can strengthen their ecosystem, because when India comes into play, it is more of scale. So that means the prices are definitely going to be falling down, and that is going to benefit South-South cooperation, and also in terms of quality, ensuring that quality is being delivered. So we see a lot of opportunity in India plus many, not necessarily India, India plus many.
Okay, JPC.
Looking at the current geopolitical situation, so I feel that US base has to be in India. Even if you want to have a collaboration, investment can come in, but do it here. That's what ALMM says. It doesn't bar any foreign manufacturers not getting into India. It says, please manufacture here in India. Okay? But in the current geopolitical situation, I don't think, in looking at the future, if you don't secure yourself here in India, we will be in trouble. I shiver when I look at the way the BESS, which is a buzzword today, battery system, single source of supply. Single country is the source of supply for us. Such sort of supply concentration on one single country, you can imagine what sort of a delicate situation we are in. So I think I agree with Sujata partially, is that have collaborations, but please make them to come here, invest here, manufacture, set up here, so that we don't get into any other issues. Welcome to set up here, welcome to have a technology collaborations, but manufacture in India is what would be my view.
Mr. Agarwal, you have to work with the American players, European players, and now you're working for an Indian entrepreneur. So how do you see this scenario? Do you think manufacturing everything in India is possible, or like a GE, like a model, where they offset many of the manufacturing to reduce the cost? That still has some life.
Yeah. So let me put the fundamental here. I mean, these are all capital intensive items, and they have a life of at least 25 years. So which means any equipment that is installed in India has to be serviced and maintained for those 25 years. And if you do not have a supply chain which can cater to that service, and if you have to be dependent on outside world, you can imagine, what can happen. So I think we all completely agree with the government policy to say, please make it in India. Yeah, and you may have, if you do not have a technology, if you do not have a manufacturing capability, please bring it from outside, make them a partner. But not that you need to be dependent ages together to run with them. The partnership can run in different methods. It can be a one-time transfer, it can be a royalty, XYZ. But then once again, coming back, if you're seeing what's happening globally, just to give an instant, when India and Pakistan had they had a trouble for those 5 days, we were told every turbine which is on the border has to be shut down because there was a threat. So now, something like what happened in COVID, if the supply chain gets broken in China, what do you do? I mean, you can't have India talking about 500 gigawatts coming in from renewables, everything going down just because someone is not supplying. So definitely you need to have a supply chain. It should be self-sufficient to cater to the mandate that is given to all of us. In terms of bringing technology, again, where is the market? You look at onshore, where is the market? Other than the Asian countries, where else is the market? People in Europe are looking at offshore, but onshore is all India. So whether we like it or not, we would all spend time and money in bringing the latest technology. I can tell you Inox, we already have a 3X platform, 4X we will be launching it next year. We are upgrading our capacity to 4.5 gigawatts. So there is capacity and talents and technology available to upgrade India to those targets. It is It is outside world who's actually waiting to say how can they be part of it, either through a royalty, either through a technology basis. Otherwise, we are up the game.
Sir, in US, we have seen that after IRA squeeze done by Donald Trump regime, a lot of technologies, which are available in the laboratories, and they require to be scaled up, and India could be the perfect ground. Have you done the study that, especially three of you, that which all technologies can benefit India and can be brought? Perhaps, they will be at their cheapest low right now.
So let me start. I think majority of us today are very buoyant about onshore wind. Yeah, offshore is still something, which probably would need some hand-holding from outside world. I mean, Government of India has now given a mandate for a 1 gigawatt of offshore, but then we still do not have a data to substantiate whether where to put in. I mean, we talk about there is a capacity, but which is the right location today? How would the environmental play? How would you connect it to the grid? I think the offshore is something where we would need some hand-holding. That's my view. Hand-holding from the technological players.
JPC?
On offshore?
Basically on the IRA technologies which are now available in the Bay Area, do you think some of them can be brought to India, put to use?
I really don't know what's, obviously things would keep changing in future, but right today, if at all you can use is that how do you use maybe better weather forecasting technologies, which is very, very important for renewables. Because if you, when renewables is becoming the mainstay of the grid, if you are not able to predict what will you generate tomorrow, it's a problem. Okay, that's why the Government of India also is now putting the restrictions that bring it down to plus minus 15% from for wind. So those are available outside of yes. Bring those things. It will improve your predictability, improves your grid stability. Similarly, maybe some of the AI to use that. How do you improve the performance of your turbines, given turbines, and use technologies for online on cleaning your blades, various maintenance issues. But I don't think the fundamental technologies, but the technologies can help to harness more from what we are creating already. I think that would be really useful. Which is there are quite a few of bunch of startups at different places who are doing in all this. I think that is what is good to import for us.
Milind, I'll hand over this mic only with the condition that you be brief, because this time is up. And this color is becoming more red as the time goes by. Maybe, quickly if you can wind up.
No, see, just to add on that, as basic technology, we have everything available. So we all are on the same page that we are having. Yeah, on the other side, on the improvement side or on the component side, if there is any technology, tie-ups and all those things are required to be done, those only thing can, I think we can look. And offshore is something at present we are not focusing as thing. But onshore we have enough things to, available for us, and improvement definitely we can learn if there is any opportunity or if there is any technologies available which can bring more improvements that we can look into.
Thank you, Milind. Sorry, the time is up. I'm tempted to ask you guys more questions, but unfortunately we all are bound by time. Thank you. Thank you so much. Mic is yours.
Thank you. That was quite a deep dive into the wind energy sector. Now I would like to request Suparna Kumar, Chief Operating Officer at India Today, to come on stage and hand over a token of appreciation to our panelists.
रास्ता है वही वही शहर
राकेश तू कब आया अभी लाइफ से?
अरे वाह ताई पहचान गई। शहर जाके आँख का ऑपरेशन करा लिया क्या?
शहर जाए मेरी जूती, मैंने यहीं अपने गांव में ही करवा लिया। वो जो सूरज है ना अपना, वो सब कर रहा है।
अरे
राकेश, अरे राकेश,
अरे वाह छोटी, ये स्कूल में सीखा?
इंटरनेट पे।
इंटरनेट?
हाँ, सूरज भैया है ना?
कौन है ये सूरज भैया?
आपको उनसे मिलना है क्या?
हाँ
चलो, वो रहे सूरज भैया।
हम सूरज से सिर्फ बिजली नहीं बनाते हैं, खुशहाली को देश के कोने कोने तक भी पहुंचाते हैं। अदानी, हम करके दिखाते हैं।
its power and use it to its optimum capacity. Adani Wind was incorporated from this vision. As a subsidiary of Adani New Industries Limited, we are driven by the goal of transforming the way the world is powered. As part of the Adani Group, India's largest and fastest growing portfolio of diversified businesses across energy and utilities, transport and logistics, natural resources, and the consumer sectors, we aim to drive progress sustainably. With the technology partnership with W2E for turbine design and Windnovation for blade design, Adani Wind has introduced one of the most powerful onshore 5.2 megawatt wind turbine. Powerful enough to supply energy to more than 4,000 homes. With a rotor diameter of 160 meters and a swept area spanning 20,160 square meters, equivalent to 4 football fields, this turbine reaches heights of 200 to 220 meters, towering above even the Statue of Unity, the world's tallest statue. The 5.2 megawatt wind turbine has been acclaimed among the top 3 onshore turbines of the year award 2023. Adani Wind has augmented its product portfolio to cater low and moderate wind regimes. In collaboration with its technology partner, Windy, Adani Wind has launched 3.0 megawatt WTG with 147-meter rotor diameter and 3.3 megawatt WTG with 164-meter rotor diameter. The state-of-the-art integrated manufacturing hub for wind turbine generators is located in Mundra, Gujarat, with close proximity to Mundra port and access to state and national highways. The dedicated
Moment to thank our sponsors. The event is presented by Adani. The partners are Mahavitran, which is Maharashtra State Electricity Distribution, and VOC Port Authority. The associate sponsors are Datta Infra, Gujarat Mineral Development Corporation, REC Limited, Government of Uttarakhand, Rezonia, Hero Future Energies, and Bangalore Water Supply and Sewerage Board. With rising renewable penetration, India's transmission and distribution systems must become more resilient. This session explores the investments and the technologies needed to enable a smarter and more efficient grid. For our next session on transmission and distribution, Quest for Even Smarter Power Grids, please join me in welcoming our esteemed speakers to the stage. Mr. Arun Sharma, CEO of Rezonia. Welcome, sir. Mr. Sambitosh Mohapatra, Partner and Leader, Climate and Energy, PwC India. Mr. Naveen Srivastav, Director, Operations, PGCIL. And Mr. Harsh Shah, Managing Director, IndiGrid. Welcome, everyone. The session will be moderated by MG Arun, Managing Editor, India Today, and Abhishek Dastidar, Associate Editor. Requesting you to both come up on stage and steer the conversation. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's always challenging to have a session immediately after lunch and to be aware of what's happening. But I think this is a very important topic that we have taken up for this session, as well as we have got a stellar lineup of speakers. So let us plunge right into this. And let me pose my first question to Mr. Arun Sharma, who is here. He's the CEO of Rezonia. T&D is, of course, a segment, we have been talking about very often, and it has been riddled with a whole lot of issues. Maybe, we could just open up looking at, some of the major issues when it comes to the transmission and absorption of the energy. We had a previous session, where we debated on how you could have a better flexibility of the grid, to increase our offtake, because, we are planning a lot of renewables on the one side. So this is going to be an ever challenging problem. So maybe we can start off with that and we can come to some specific, your views on this.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, India Today. I think very pertinent question in today's time. How is transmission coping up with the renewable? Because there is a distinct time difference between both. A renewable comes up within 2 years' time, while the transmission will take a longer time to come up because of the linearity. Second is the transmission is at the core of energy transition. That's how I see it. Because all this started 10 years ago, 2015 Paris Accord, Paris Agreement. And at that point of time, it was assumed that all the technologies will actually pick up simultaneously. So there are certain technologies like the EVs, the grids, the renewable, solar plus wind, they have picked up really well. The other ones like the carbon capture and hydrogen are still too mature. Therefore, the onus of decarbonization will sit with these matured technologies, which is the renewable integration into grid and all that. And therefore, there is more responsibility on the people in the transmission sector to actually deliver this. India, all of us know, has taken up a target of 500 gigawatt by 2030. And we currently are at about 5 lakh circuit kilometers of transmission capacity in the country. It has to go up to 7 lakh, which means 2 lakh more to be added in next 5-6 years. Our average run rate has been about 20,000 circuit kilometer every year, which means we'll have to double up the capacities, which means the renewable will still face curtailment. There's installed capacity, they won't be able to dispatch the entire thing. So the pressure is on. There's absolutely no doubt. The pressure is on. But the sector, the way government has laid it out, the whole PPP model, whereby through a transparent bidding process, the private players can participate in this journey, which is really good. While there are challenges, but the overall ecosystem, the way the framework has been laid out, the way the CA, the bidding process coordinators, the MOP, all of them are coordinating the work. And you'll be surprised to know that 3 years ago, the country was doing 10,000 crores of bidding every year. It has increased to almost 1.4 lakh crore every year from now. It's a massive ramp up. And this will create its own challenges in terms of execution. So transition will have transmission as the center point. And I think many people say there is no transition without transmission. So transmission is sitting right in the middle of this. That's one. Enabling policies are there. And as we move forward, the challenges will continue to increase. So massive opportunity for transmission and, of course, the distribution sector.
Maybe we could just take the same question to Mr. Naveen Srivastava, because, we are talking about T&D here. And when it comes to transmission,
public sector perspective on this.
I agree with Rishmesh. One thing I can tell you let me tell you what transmission is a carrier which is connecting generations to the end customers. And the way the renewable is coming up, and in the sectors, maybe at Rajasthan, maybe at Gujarat, but the load at different places like Delhi or maybe at the Odisha region. So the transmission plays a major role. Now the point is how to get into that. We have to see that whatever we plan it should be operative. It should be smart grid. It should be resilient, not only for taking the power to the end consumer, but it has to be in the scenario which is inertia, which is changing up, because lot number of RE generations are coming up. Atmospheric conditions are getting changed up. So you has to have a adaptive and a absorptive smart grid, which has to be resilient also in all the sectors, whether it is infrastructure, communication, or maybe in the operation sector. Now, as far as public sector is concerned, it's already, that from the initial stage that Power Grid is building transmission infrastructure for the country, and that when the TBCB infrastructure has come, because it was a requirement of the day, because that number of infrastructure which is come up, unless these private sectors comes out, it will never be come up. And the way TBCB is coming up, Power Grid is continuously putting it that. And we see that almost 50% is, we are making it, and we are telling you that in the next, 4 to 5 years, we are going to invest more than 1,50,000 crores. The projects which we are having in our hand, HVDC, 765 or 400 kV systems. So these resilient-like structures, which is having flowers of different colors, maybe of 765 HVDC or 400 kV, this is coming up. This was going up from the last very years. But the other things which is getting up is, for the inertia, is STATCOMs. We have to see that facts are coming up. Synchronous condensers are coming up. We have to plan it in a way that the grid which is coming up, it should be resilient. It should be a very, very smart grid. And this is only possible. I tell you an example. When the renewable started and we started making our grid in Rajasthan, we had a problem in, operating it up. There was a large number of trippings occurs. Then immediately we thought of coming up with the synchronous, STATCOMs. And you see at present we are operating more than 10 numbers of STATCOMs, and others are in almost 7 are in progress. That has created a history in the Rajasthan area, and you find that availability, which is Power Grid is, 99.82, and Rajasthan area is also, we are making it is more than 99.8%. So in the public sector perspective, it is really that's the government money we are investing, and to bring this renewable generation to the real consumers at different places, transmission and the smart transmission plays a major role. Secondly, I want to tell you, whatever we are coming up, it should be with the innovations, with the world which is moving up. Let me tell you, we are coming up with the digital substations as well as digital transmission lines. Substation, world first 765 digital substation, process-based substation, we have made it in Navsari. Now it is in operation. It's the first in the world. Similarly, at 400 and 220 kV, we are already operating the process bus, which is at IAC 61850. Similarly, transmission line also, first pilot project we have done it. It is in the Tuticorin to Madurai, where we have already provided DLL, dynamic line loading, and it is in the experimental stage. But we are sure that when these technologies will come, it is possible that the lines and substations capacity will be utilized. Thank you.
Right. You've touched upon beautifully what public sector is doing, and given, I mean, it dovetails to the next question. Yes. Given that, I want to ask Mr. Shah, given that the public sector is doing so much and so futuristic, it's a two-part question. What does the private players, what do the private players bring to the table that the public sector entity, such a huge entity like PGCIL can't? And part two of the question is, are consumers benefiting from the competition, given that the number of players in the transmission game still very, very limited?
Can you repeat first question? Second question I couldn't.
No, it is for Mr. Shah actually. Yeah.
Thank you. I think your first question, it's about, first, let's appreciate the fact that 80% of India's grid infrastructure is built and owned by Power Grid. Right? So I think that remains the most pioneering organization that exists in the country. And kudos to them that we have one of the most reliable grids in the world. Having said so, over the last 10 years, as the focus on the grid increased and the number of investments that had to be increased, there are 2 points why or what private sector can actually bring to table. One is more number of hands. Right? We have, just like a banking sector, we have state banks and we have private banks. Right? So I think it's similar to that. The both players acting together gets more arms and legs working in building infrastructure for the country. So that's absolutely required, because leaving to one organization, any organization, it's not efficient. You will not be able to keep up pace with the infrastructure development. So that's one. Second, private sector, and not just private sector, just by nature of having competitive bidding, it just makes everyone a little more efficient. Right? I'm not saying two PSUs can't compete. They can also compete. But effectively, bringing competitive intensity in any sector has brought in a lot of efficiency in terms of time, cost, speed, innovation, variety of things. So I think these are the two important things to have private sector and competition. Having said so, as I said, Power Grid will remain the most important grid operator in the country, and we are all there to add our bit to ensure that as a country we make progress. So that's to answer your first question on what private sector brings to the table. The second one was on?
Second one, I think we talked, is the consumer benefiting from the competition if the players are so limited?
Yeah. See, I think you need to put limited in the context. Right. If you think about transmission as a sector, is approximately, give or take, 10% of the overall power sector. In relation to that, let's say there are 5 players or 6. In solar, there'll be 60. So I don't think there are less number of players. I can say there are more, but not less. But eventually the consumer is getting benefited just because of competition and lowering of tariff, speed of execution, if I can say that. But I think these are the two things for which the consumer is already getting benefited. Honestly, we as a country, and well, come to the second part, the consumer advantage comes in variety of forms. Right. It need not come only on per unit cost, especially in a reliability infrastructure like grid. And in general, our tendency, and therefore our politician, bureaucrats, and overall tendency is to be the L1, which has its own advantages. But in critical infrastructure, which are systemic in nature, while even in transmission is L1. But
also strategic.
Strategic as well. If there are mistakes, if there are inexperienced players coming into and building a one transmission line or a substation having a trip or a cyber attack can have a consequential impact on the half of the grid of the country. So it's unlike a small power plant which is failing, and that is also critical, but grid infrastructure is far more critical, and I would say it's just beyond price.
Okay. So that was a good kind of observation. I wanted to bring now a consultant into play, and we have got Mr. Sampitosh Mohapatra, who is partner and leader, climate and energy with PwC India. You have listened to these gentlemen, talk about some of the issues. Is it that, India has not been addressing some structural, real structural issues that need to be taken up are we looking at more of a piecemeal kind of approach when it comes to T&D?
So thanks India Today for this invite. Happy to share my thoughts here. So the question which you asked on L1, I think please go back to the time when the first TBCB was won by private sector. Subsequently, the bids which came from PGCIL were shocking, which means that they actually re-looked at their cost structures and they went below private sector also. So which means overall competitive intensity is good for the consumers. So that's established in the kind of things which are. Now, what I heard is, I think, more or less addressing the issues of the present. Okay? Let me just forecast India in 2035. India in 2035 would be having consumers having choice, which means that any particular supplier I want to draw power from, I should be able to get it. Competition on carriage, which means most efficient, agile, resilient infrastructure should be in play. Also protecting us from the climate events, because India has glaciers, coasts, deserts, right? So please understand, and the floods. Now, if I'm going to forecast for that, and that is what we tried to forecast when we were in 2005 for 2020, and then when I look back, I see some of these structural issues never got addressed. The maximum India has done on power reforms is from 98 to 2003, 2004. After that, the TBCBs came 2008, right? The competitive and power, transmission and all. But where we are struggling is on transmission, we are still there. But if I go down one layer onto the utilities, there's still distribution and retail supply is with entities which are, I will not say public sector, but yeah, it's all state-owned utilities. When I say public sector, assumption it's a CPSU, Central Public Sector Units, which are highly efficient and competing with private, which is not the case in the private utilities. The public utilities owned by the state. Do understand that at that point of time in 2035, I would want multiple players in a particular state also. The central governance has done well, but because power is a concurrent subject, we are really struggling on the last mile reforms. So for last 15 years, I have not seen that reforms happening. If you look at, even when Mr. Modi came, if you look at in 2014, most of his ideas were choice and competition. When he came to power, then he understood that the last mile citizens might be disadvantaged. So he launched the Saubhagya program. But now that all citizens are connected to the grid, I think we have to be ambitious to take the jump forward. And I am very heartened to know last 3 months in the PMO, they are thinking about a lot of these ideas of taking these state utilities, bringing in private sector, segregating content carriage. All these are again back on the table, which is quite exciting for me, because unless that happens, I don't think we'll be able to solve the end mile. The last bit I have is, yes, we talked about transmission, we talked about distribution. Critical in this is a consumer and behind the meter. Do understand in the next 10 years, every consumer might have actually a power plant on his rooftop, a EV charging station, battery systems to actually plow back energy back into the grid. Similar will be also a farmer who would have a solar powered pump, pumping in energy into the system. So that linear model of electrons going from a centralized generating dispatch to a consumer is not working out. Please understand there can be bilateral flow, which means our grid should be that much more. Okay. And I truly believed what I think all of them are saying is public sector, yes, double down, make it more efficient, but private sector, the more the merrier to bring in competition and choice.
That's a great insight. What I wanted, for the benefit of this room, can either Mr. Sharma or Mr. Srivastava, as a consumer, I want power, uninterrupted, reliable power to come to my house. Why should I care whether it is digitally smart, intelligent grid? Can any one of you explain, as in, what's in it for me and how does it help? What does it look like?
See, the scenario which is changing now, decarbonizations. So we are working in the energy sectors that all things are becoming electrical. We have already worked in the energy sectors. We are now, locomotives are coming as electrical. Other sectors also like steel, fertilizers, they all are coming in electrical. So I can tell you this industry is going to go very high. When we go to very high, our data systems becomes very, very high. I can tell you about Power Grid is around 2.5 terabyte data, and which is going to become 5 terabyte in the next 3 to 4 years. Wow. So that data which we are having, to control in manually, it is not possible. So digitalization is a very, very mandatory, which has to be brought in the grid. And how it is affecting the consumer is one of the factors that digitalization will really bring the adaptability, agility, as well as resilient to the consumer, because consumer want uninterrupted power and in the economic or economical. So that both the things can come out when the system, whole system of transmission becomes digital, and we are able to not only operate, analyze, also the communication, cybersecurity, everything, if it is digitalized, it's going to help the consumer.
That's it.
Mr. Sharma, you'd have a view on this, how to build those smart...
Like to add. I think I agree with my colleague from Power Grid. Digitization of the asset would always improve efficiency and effectiveness. As a consumer, what I need, I want reliable, quality, 24/7 power. And I think the renewable is now actually competing much, much better with the thermal coal-based capacities. 3 rupees is kind of renewable, 3.2, while the thermal is much higher. And the defining thing for quality would be transmission and distribution. And more data, more predictive things we can do on the network, and more metering, so that the whole system of cash generation, cash flows moves effectively, is something that the digitization can do much, very effectively.
Because Mr. Srivastava talked about data. What is the number you said, that the data you have terabyte? How much?
At present, around 2.2 terabyte data is coming up to. That's a very huge data.
Astronomical. With data comes the leveraging of AI. No discussion is complete today without AI being in the elephant in the room. I want to ask, with so much data and digitization in the grid, can AI-based demand forecasting and smart meters, can they help, and how?
Who's to answer? Me?
Yeah, you can take it, sir.
There is no doubt AI-based forecasting, already we are doing it. You see that REMCs are there, NTMCs are there, we are doing. And it is really, for the scheduling of power, it's affecting, it is going to help us a lot, because if you do it manually, and if it is doing AI-based, there is a drastic difference. AI, there are two types, imperative AI, generative and generative AI. The normal AI, we are already using it, and all the sectors, all the players are using it, we are doing it. We have already come out with the analysis, as well as health indexing, as well as an operation, it is going out. Now the generative AI which is coming up, there is a very good tools are coming up, and it is going to help you out in really managing the grid, operate the grid, as well as see that the grid is your availability and outage rates comes down. As far as smart meters are concerned, Of course, when you see, he was also telling about 2035, all the meters will be smart meters, every 15 minutes data or 30 minutes data if it is available. So you can plan it, the consumer can plan it, when he requires it, he is there. So there is no doubt AI will be playing a major role in forecasting as well as scheduling of power in this country.
In fact, maybe Mr. Mohapatra would want to add something to this. On this, and also I would like to know from you about, because we are never short of policies, we had 3 lakh crore revamped distribution scheme, which there is diverse opinion on that, so do schemes like this really help restructure the T&D system and address its ills, as we talked about?
So to the first question, I agree with Mr. Sharma and Srivastav. I think they've already covered it out, because what happens in AI is you get in that information, it is again fed back into the loop. Not only the equipment designs get improved, the reliability, everything improves. So I think they have covered that, so I would not have much to say, but just to say that at the end of the day, AI will also bring down the cost. I think the first question is, at the end of the day, whether citizens will be benefited significantly, because when the feedback loops, information goes back, you make more and more efficient machines. Because if you look at the loop, it's demand management, it's the energy efficiency, it's the energy transition, and then the carbon. So in all of these feedback loops, I think this would help. On the second question, so whether it is needed, yes, it is needed, given that, again, the power sector is at the brink of collapse. You look at the states, the kind of subsidies, unpaid, energy efficiency, inefficiencies which are there. So this 3 lakh crore will go in. Okay, that is needed. Whether it will go into the right areas, I am a skeptic. What it will do is it will try to manage the revenue losses to an extent, but again, in another 5 years, it will back to the same, unless the structural issues of private sector participation, unbundling are undertaken. I think PMO is very clear. I think there are 3 options given now, I understand, to the state utilities. Either you list it in 3 years, or you go 51%, get a private sector, or given 26%, but with private operator. Unless you are doing this, we will not move the needle. We have seen it in Sobhagya, RPDRP, APDRP, APDP earlier. It's only, I think you are postponing the inevitable. So that's my only thing. But hopefully this time they will link it to the whole package. Disbursement would be linked to the states undertaking the structural reforms. I think that's my optimism here.
So, Mr. Shah, what do you think, maybe 3 things that needs to be done? I mean, just to take on from where, Mr. Mohapatra has said, to improve our T&D.
Yeah, I think it's not, I think what he mentioned, it's not just about improved T&D, it's an integrated sector. So I would say, as he mentioned, separation of carriage and content, and especially at the last mile, there is tremendous amount of improvement that's happened at central, utilities, generation, but the last, which is sub-transmission and distribution at the consumer end, there is almost no development, I would say, that's taken place. And I think that's one area where there is tremendous opportunity and low-hanging fruits. To answer his earlier question also, I think we are not paying the real cost of power in India today. Right? We are all subsidized because the entities are making losses. If they were supposed to make profit at this inefficiency, our tariffs will go up massively. And then there'll be a problem of affordability. And that's when AI will come to bring it back down.
But after all this, even today in this day and age, the AT&C loss figures of India is in the double digits.
Exactly. Yeah. Exactly. So and to bring that down, there has to be more technological advancement. And that's where, while India's grid has remained, I would say, world class, the sub-transmission and distribution is, I would say, emerging market or frontier market. We are far behind the world. And that's where there is improvement possible. For example, if you could reduce your meter or bill by using the washing machine at night, you would, right? And that's why you'll need digital, that you can start it with an app and system will know that this is a consumer, you'll use it at night. So that's where the data and AI is going to make a big difference on the last mile. So that's the second bit. Third is, if I can say broadly, we need to, it is a regulated sector. We need to increase the regulatory capacity of the country, because just like courts, today's regulators are choked. Right? And I don't know if you know, last 2 years, 6 months before, APTEL did not function because we did not have nominee members appointed. Now, of a country of 150 crores, you could not find one APTEL member, and because of that, all your petitions and judicial orders took a year and a half. And if you imagine, entire power sector is dependent on that when the order comes, payment will be retrospective along with SBI plus 500 bips interest. Right? Who is paying this interest? Consumer is paying this interest. And this runs into thousands and thousands of crore just because you did not have an APTEL member. Now, again, I'm taking an example, but why do you need to have 2 bench and why can't you have 4? That is less than 0.1% of the cost of that we are dealing with. So building that capacity in the government system to deal with the size that we are talking about is absolutely essential. Otherwise, we'll do everything in the world and still remain where we are.
I think Mr. Sharma has something to add to this.
I think I echo what Harsh says, because as I said, from 10,000 crore of bidding to 1 lakh crore of bidding every year means the entire structure, every process has to upgrade itself. And CRC, APTEL, I think they are wonderful people there, but they're just overwhelmed with the amount of work that is coming their way. That's very important. And the other de-bottlenecking has to happen in such a way that the regulations have to lead to a economic restitution, I think, and minimization of the litigation, because you can't have an expandatory network. We spend 1 lakh crore every year. At the same time, we don't have a seamless movement on the regulatory. This will all happen because the regulations are dynamic. There could be a court order which directs a developer to pay a certain amount of compensation. Now that has to be funded from somewhere. It has to come from equity or it has to be funded by somebody. Unless there are orders backed up from CRC, you don't get funded for this. So there are many, many such things, small things, while the framework is good. And I've said this because this TBCB framework, which is tariff-based competitive bidding, which promotes public-private creation of an asset. Because once the asset is created, it's very difficult to disinvestment or bring equity partner or a private player. When you are creating an asset, that opposition is hardly there because there's no asset. Right. When the PPP creates an asset, it's much, much easier compared to an already functioning asset which has to be given to a private. Difficult, democracy difficult. Right. So I think transmission TBCB has shown the way. We may look at distribution infrastructure similarly on TBCB, maybe an alternate structure. The carriage can be a different carriage again altogether, because the amount of money that is going out there and it makes the entire setup, because the money gets collected only at the distribution and it gets paid to everybody else. Right. So we have to fix it.
That's an excellent insight. I would.
Just to please understand that the utility sector in India is 10 lakh crores. Yeah. Please list it. The kind of value which will be created in the markets is tremendous, one. Second, do understand that all these utilities' average age of employees is 47 to 48, which means the joblessness which is there in states, significant inclusive growth can happen if you can just unlock the value which is there in these utilities.
Okay, last word from Mr. Srivastava. We have run completely out of time.
If you can, we are out of time. One question I want to maybe start with Mr. Srivastava. After all this, would you like to stick your neck out and tell this room, when will India be power cut free? When will India be power cut free? Light chali gayi will vanish from people's vocabulary. Would you stick your neck out and say that?
I can tell you, this is a very dubious question, but I can tell you one thing. As far as the way the advancement in the industry is happening, there will be there will not be any interruptions. Demand and supply is on the par. You can see the grid operator, Grid India can tell you the right answer. But I'm telling you, at present, the demand and supply is matching. And second thing is which is coming out that we have to, you see that in the daytime you are selling the renewable generation in 10 paisa because it's a lot number of units are there, and the night time it's shifted to thermal. But BSS and the PSPs, the way it is coming up, I am not seeing anything there in the country. There will be a power cut.
Okay. Okay. On that note, let us thank you all the gentlemen for this wonderful session, and a big round of applause to the 4 gentlemen out here. Thank you.
Thank you for sharing various ways how we can modernize India's grids. May I now request MG to please present token of appreciation to our panelists.
रास्ता है वही वही शहर
राकेश तू कब आया अभी लाइफ से?
अरे वाह ताई, पहचान गई? शहर जाके आँख का ऑपरेशन करा लिया क्या?
शहर जाए मेरी जूती, मैंने यहीं अपने गांव में ही करवा लिया। वो जो सूरज है ना अपना, वो सब कर रहा है।
अरे राकेश!
अरे राकेश,
अरे वाह छोटी, ये स्कूल में सीखा?
इंटरनेट पे।
इंटरनेट?
हाँ, सूरज भैया है ना।
कौन है ये सूरज भैया?
आपको उनसे मिलना है क्या?
हाँ?
चलो, वो रहे सूरज भैया।
हम सूरज से सिर्फ बिजली नहीं बनाते हैं, खुशहाली को देश के कोने कोने तक भी पहुंचाते हैं। अदानी, हम करके दिखाते हैं।
Small modular reactors and next-gen nuclear technologies offer India a compact, safer path to clean baseload power. This panel will discuss the potential role of small nuclear systems in India's energy mix. Please welcome Mr. Alok Mishra, Country Director, Westington House, India. Mr. Ravi B. Grover, Member, Indian Atomic Energy Commission. Professor Rajiv Nayan, Nelson Mandela Center for Peace and Conflict Resolution, Jamia Millia Islamia. And Mr. V. Rajesh, Director of Technical at Nuclear Power Corporation of India, also requesting Raj Chingappa, Group Editorial Director, to come up on stage and moderate the discussion. Welcome, everyone.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to this very interesting session on nuclear energy. If you saw today's paper, particularly the Business Standard, it talked of a nuclear rebound that is happening across the world. We will discover whether it's happening in India, and particularly in one area, which is the small nuclear or small modular nuclear reactors, SMRs as they're called. Taking the size of our nuclear reactors, our largest, I think, is 1,000 megawatts. There are a lot more experts here to say that. And when we talk of small, we're talking of 200 megawatts. Just to put things in perspective, India's nuclear energy, despite the fact that it is one of the most important energy producing industries in terms of our decarbonized future, it only actually at the moment supplies 3% of our total electricity generation. I think they're close to 24 nuclear reactors functioning, around 8,700 megawatts, and 21 more are under construction, and that'll add another 15,300 megawatts. That's the broad figures, just laying it down. But I think one of the things that while we have a range of nuclear reactors, we have heavy water, light water, and now we're going to advanced breeder reactors, and hopefully that will come through, the fast breeder reactors and thorium-based reactors, which is our plan ahead. But in the meanwhile, there's been this very, very interesting development that's happened across the world, which is this, the demand for what is called the small modular nuclear reactor. They're much smaller in size, supposedly compact, factory built as compared to the others, flexible, low cost, that's the claim. And this is seen as the big frontier for nuclear energy. They promise faster deployment, possibly safety, I don't know, that's something that we need to look at. And India has taken this up very seriously. The government has actually announced something like 20,000 crore rupees to develop this new mission that they're talking about, the nuclear energy mission. And interestingly, the act is being modified to bring in private participation in a big way. Private participation in nuclear reactors was there, but it is coming in a big way, and that's one of the big modifications that's happening. And so there's also a move to deepen international partnerships on this front. With that background, we have very, very eminent speakers to discuss this. Let me very quickly, Dr. Ravi Grover, member India Atomic Energy Commission, one of the most experienced and versatile negotiators we've had. He, in fact, was one of the prime negotiators for India's US nuclear deal that happened a decade or two ago. We have Mr. V. Rajesh, Director Technical, Nuclear Power Corporation of India, who's going to be, I think, partly entrusted with this whole job. Mr. Alok Mishra, Country Director, Westinghouse India, and Professor Rajiv Nayan, Professor of at the Center for Peace and Conflict Resolution at JAMA Millia. So a very distinguished panel, but I'm going to come to you, Dr. Grover, on this particular question, because let's get to realism on this. And I think that's the crux. Does India's emerging SMR roadmap meaningfully fit into our energy planning? Are they cost effective? And what are the hard constraints, fuel supply, technology maturity, that could slow down our SMR deployment?
Thank you. First of all, thanks to India Today and you for giving me an opportunity to talk to this large audience who is interested in being present even after lunch. Well, I think we have to look at this question in the overall context of development of the country. India's Human Development Index, which represents development very well, it correlates very well with per capita energy consumption. India is a part of the grouping G20, where many countries have HDI above 0.9. If India wants to have an HDI of 0.9 or above, we need certain amount of energy, and this we can plot a graph between HDI versus per capita energy consumption of various countries and come to know about it. And we did that exercise, and we find that to have an HDI of 0.9, India will need something like 24,000 terawatt hour of energy per annum total. I'm talking this total energy expressed in electrical units, industry used for electrification, industry used in energy used in steel, in plastic, in fertilizers, in all industries together. Current value, which India is 7,500 or in that range. So we have to make an availability of energy has to go up by 3.2 times. And if you see CAGR of last 10 years, we have been growing at the rate of about 5% or so. And if we continue to grow at that rate, that particular CAGR, we'll be able to reach this number in about maybe 2070, 2080, around that time frame. But there's a catch. Decarbonization imperative tells us that we have to not only grow, we also have to decarbonize. That means energy mix has to change from the current fossil heavy to low carbon energy sources. And what are the low carbon energy sources? Solar, wind, nuclear, and hydro. All these produce only electricity. So we have to go in for electrification of end uses. Current electrification is 22.8%, and this has to go to something like 60%. So electricity has to grow up very much. Considering this large growth requirement in electricity, do we need the small reactors or do we need large reactors? This is a big question we have to answer. My answer will be that we should go for as large reactors as possible because they are cost effective. Lower the size, tariff goes up. Capital cost per megawatt goes up moment we have a small size reactor. So we should go for as large reactor size as possible, as feasible, so as we can provide electricity to the citizens of this country at affordable rate.
Can I just ask you one question on this? Is that when you say the cost of, take a look at the cost of a large reactor and a small reactor, how do they match up in terms of per megawatt, and how does it benefit the country if you go for the larger one?
In India, we have experience for 220 megawatt PSWRs and 700 megawatt PSWR. I request Rajesh to give those exact figures from NPCI.
Let's start. You sort of bounced the question off to Rajesh, which anyway I was going to ask him about this one. So let's get to that particular question. One of course is looking at the cost. How cost effective are these small nuclear reactors? Why don't, as Dr. Grover says, let's just build the big ones? Why do we need so much more power? How does this really help us? I think that's the big question that we need to look at. And of course, standardized designs. You have multiple reactors running around, and that's the same problem the Indian Air Force has. You have different fleets of different jets, and you have problems of maintenance as a result of that. So tell us firstly on the cost aspect.
Yeah, before the cost aspect.
Can you just speak closer to the mic?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for this. In fact, today's, this panel's headline was small is beautiful.
Yes.
Okay. But you should understand that beauty is only skin deep. Okay?
It's only skin deep.
Skin deep. Okay. So small modular reactors are not attractive as we see in the newspapers or in the news.
Right.
For an end user or whomsoever is interested in this buzzword of small reactor, his wishful thinking will be like everything should be factory built, like you were also initially telling. No site work, absolutely. And second thing is, there was an earlier proverb that fill it, shut it, and forget it. Like you put the fuel, it will keep on running for 5-10 years or something like that. Okay, these two things will remain only in paper, and it is theoretically also not possible. Now, practically, what a small modular reactor should be is that it should be what you call exclusion zone free. Means there should not be any accident, postulated accident, nothing should be there. And this theory to be put into a practical, it is far from, as on today, it is very distant. It is a distant dream. Now, as far as the, like Grover Sir was telling, our country requires both small modular reactors, probably once it is developed and achieved a maturity, but large reactors, NPCL is constructing as of now. And whatever recent completed units of 700 megawatt in Kakrabar and Rajasthan, it is of the order of 16 crore per megawatt. And the unit energy cost of Rajasthan 7 and 8, what we have commissioned is 4 rupees 83 paise or something like that. And probably the new ones which may start, it will be in the range of 20 crore per megawatt only. So this will be the cost aspect of this.
For the small?
For these 700 megawatt PSWRs.
And when you come to small?
And when you come to small model reactors, as of now, that part is not known. It will be definitely not that attractive. That's what I could perceive as of today.
So would you say twice the cost? Like you're saying 20 crores per megawatt? Would it be?
Even an estimate will be difficult to say as of today, because nothing is seen, only in drawing it is seen.
Okay, I'm going to take that to our Westinghouse representative here. And Alok, would you come into this one? You've been trying to get your projects off. There's a lot of delays. There are political issues. There's social issues in getting projects up in this country. Public protests, concerns about safety. Apart from that, getting the appetite might have been lessened. What has your experience been? And do you see SMRs as any sort of relief to this technology that is bringing, or are we mixing things up in this?
Well, good afternoon, everyone. And thanks to the India Today to giving me this wonderful opportunity to be here and present my thoughts. You know, we talk a lot about SMR, and probably in the year 2012, I did a global trip to sell an SMR. Okay?
2012.
Various countries.
Yes, okay.
And there were no takers. At that point of time, the SMR was an integral PWR. And there were just no takers. Many of the utilities came forward and asked me, Alok, what happens? Is a compact one. If something wrong goes on, it is compact, the tolerances are very high, and they very tight, and maintenance could be an issue, and maybe the reactor has to be written off if something cannot be fixed. So none of these utilities were coming forward, and Westinghouse, though is started the nuclear power business in the world, the first nuclear reactors at Shippingport was in 1957, and the first nuclear submarine by Westinghouse was in 1954. And as you know that we don't operate reactors, we build the reactors for the utilities. And then we had our head scratching kind of things, and then we thought what to do. Then we thought probably we have an AP1000 reactors, which is fully modular. We thought why not to scale down the AP1000s to AP300 and try to see that if we could have takers for that. And our current generations of SMR is an SMR AP300 design, which produces about 330 megawatt of electricity and a net of about 300 megawatts. The beauty of these reactors is that it is a load-following reactors with flexi-power operations. Our ramp-up and ramp-down rates are about 5% per minute. Apart from that, the reactor is being designed to cohabit with other industries. Of course, the regulators has to take the final call, but that's the aspirations of the designer. The AP300 will have the same supply chain that of the AP1000s. It will be smaller, cute little one, easier to be built and handled because the size is small. We expect our AP300 probably could be built in about 36 months and could provide flexi power operations and complement the renewables to a great extent.
Alok, has a plant come up and functional? Has anyone really bought it, or what is the?
There's an interesting question. As you all know that, and already Dr. Grover has already mentioned, and I also must emphasize that these large reactors offer significant advantages and are essential for us achieving economy of scales. We should set up large reactors where we could potentially. However, small reactors and the micro reactors aim to disrupt the status quo of the nuclear industries. And probably they will be built later in this decade. The current focus has shifted towards small reactors, and private capital would drive the constructions of new plants because these are all small ticket items. These smaller modular units serve as a lower risk, small ticket investment, faster constructions, and load follow characteristics to complement renewables, making them particularly attractive for mobilizing private capitals in the nuclear sectors. When we talk about...
I'm going to come back to you. I just want to give Rajiv a chance to weigh on to, he's been anxiously wanting to get it. I thought I'll ask you the geopolitical question, but what were you sort of, this thing? I mean, one of the things they talked about was that this could be a great export product if we develop, and we have already nicknamed ours as the Bharat SMR. I think that's under development under the atomic energy body, but what is your sense of this whole thing? Do you see potential, or are we going up the wrong alley in this one?
No, I will not say. I'll agree with Dr. Grover, but it's a new baby, and it has excited the world. Like when this concept was discussed a few years ago, we all were skeptical. We were living in the nuclear skeptical age, especially after Fukushima, and this was somehow halted the nuclear renaissance which we had talked about. But over the years, it appears resolving many of the knotty issues. More and more countries are joining, and they are rethinking about all the complex issues which were thrown out, which are being thrown out now, and which may come in the way, because it is hardly a couple of reactors have come into operation. So this technology has to mature, but many more projects are on, and they are really generating interest in many newcomers, or you can say newly aspirant nuclear countries. So this is one part. So I agree with Dr. Grover that this is a vast landmass. So what is the use of a small and modular reactor? But since technology is coming, we have planned, as you rightly mentioned, we have planned to invest 20,000 crore rupees in this field, and export business will be there. And there are many areas which are being talked about. I heard about artificial intelligence in the last session. It is highly energy consuming industry. So in the United States, which had got problem, still has got problem, is thinking about this kind of technology. Can one complex may be fueled, or you can say, or powered by this kind of reactor? Canada is already experimenting with the mining sector. We already know that this could be useful for remote areas, smaller islands, which everybody is talking about that. So I think there is no harm in using, and we have got experience. We have already showed or demonstrated our capability in 700 megawatt, and we just talked that soon our fast breeder reactor will be operational and critical.
Hopefully.
Mars, they are very hopeful.
Fingers crossed. Yes.
And so we can use our technology maturity, and it is just expansion of earlier generation, where light water reactors or others, so we can use it.
We've got about 12 minutes, so I just want to speed up the discussions. Dr. Grover, you wanted to say something on that, and I'm also going to ask you one more additional point. Space has opened up considerably to private sector. Nuclear has, in the sense reactors are being built, many of the parts of the reactors are being built, but it continues to be owned by the public sector. Do you think it's time now, just as in space, where today I can own a rocket, build a rocket, own a satellite, launch a satellite, is it time now for us to move on that direction in nuclear? And because small nuclear reactors actually are demanding private investment, is that a great incentive for them to come in? What is your sense of that? And whatever you wanted to say.
In response to what is being said is that when engineers initially talked about small and modular small reactors, the idea was to bring in totally new advanced technologies, which can be implemented only in smaller sizes. One example of that is molten salt reactors, a technology which was initially tried in the US in 1970s, and later on it was given up by them because of reasons which are not exactly technical. China has picked up that technology again, and they have set up a 2 megawatt research reactor already, which became critical last year, and this year again it was in news because of conversion of thorium to uranium-233 and moving forward. Similar system has been designed in Europe. Similar system has Canada also is thinking in terms of this technology. So this is a technology where you can make 50 megawatt units, 100 megawatt units, use thorium and proceed further. And BARC also has a 2 megawatt design on the drawing board, which will be constructed at the Vizag campus of BARC. This is a technology for SMRs going forward. This is just one example. In general, about SMRs, though I said that economy of size demands large reactors, but again, as we have seen technology hype curves, which were first postulated in maybe 1994-95, every technology, and when new technology comes up, expectations go very high.
You said a hype curve. That's
Hype
the word.
curve.
Okay.
I think it was known as Gartner's hype curves.
Okay.
And it has critics, it has also adherents.
Right.
Hype is such that expectation go very high. It reaches top of expectation, then the reality sinks in. We go to trough of disillusionment.
Where have we reached on the SMR?
And we are at the moment at height of expectations. Trough of disillusionment, then you start going up and some realistic level sets in. That is what will happen to SMRs also. There will be a realistic level where currently we are saying it will do every possible thing.
Right.
It will do certain things, and those certain things which it can do, we have to harness them. But very small reactors like micro reactors or reactors less than 100 megawatt, they are, one doesn't expect them to be economically viable. But when you come to the range of 300, 500 range, the way 490 megawatt Rolls-Royce is or 300 megawatt Westinghouse is, there is a possibility that at some stage they will become economically viable and they can be proceeded further. Coming to private sector participation, the current situation in India is that as far as the supply chain is concerned, everything is done by private sector. Fuel is fabricated by nuclear fuel complex and heavy water is produced by heavy water board, both of which are government establishments. But otherwise, complete manufacturing chain is with the private sector. Now the government is thinking of ramping up nuclear generation. So the plan is, okay, we can bring in private sector, they can bring in capital and construct reactor probably faster. And this is something we'll have to wait how the amendment comes up. This is a work in progress, and maybe it will take some time before us to really see. But while I say this, I like to add that in countries, many countries like France, China, Russia, nuclear is with the public sector and it is flourishing there. So we have both examples. In USA, it is in the private sector. In China, Russia, and France, it is in the public sector. China, to ensure competition, there are two nuclear companies, both in the both are PSUs. There's a competition between them, and
so
they are
it's
able
largely
to move
public
forward.
sector development that you're
Yes,
saying.
yes.
Now, Rajesh, I want to bring you into this thing. One of the issues is safety. Right? When we talk of nuclear, we're always thinking about safety. You know, you're always in the back of your mind. You have Fukushima's there, and earlier we've seen other problems that's there. But fortunately, India's in terms of that hasn't really. Its track record has been good. If you take a look at small modular reactors, and if it gets into the private sector also, that's the other point. I'm not saying that private sector is inefficient on these, but that's a concern both from the security and the safety point of view. How safe are these small reactors, and what is the degree of difficulty you have when you start reducing the size versus a large reactor and its ability to prevent any accidents, unwanted accidents from happening?
See, extraordinary design has to go into the small modular reactors to make it the so-called concept of accident-free concept or zero exclusion zone. And for this, you have to have robust mechanisms, which is not at put into place so far. You know, what we use in strategic like submarines or other things may not be useful over here because there the design philosophy may be different as per that. But now, in India, regulation also has to develop. In fact, universally also regulation has to develop as with respect to the small modular reactors. which is not matured as on today. So large reactors, all technologies NPCL is having, boiling water reactor in Tarapur 1-2, light water reactor in Kodangulam, and PSWRs, it is fully indigenous. All 700 megawatt is fully indigenous.
No, my question is very specific.
Yeah.
Is it a much more difficult thing to maintain safety in a small reactor? Easier to handle a bigger reactor? Or, is the size doesn't make a difference at all?
See, size may not make a difference at all. Once it is having a robust design.
Right.
Size doesn't make a difference.
Okay. Yes, you wanted a quick one. And then I'm coming to your look.
Add something that safety we have to consider, but we also have to consider security. Physical security of nuclear materials and facilities. We cannot scatter our nuclear assets all around the country. When we have small reactors, we have to have several of them at the same location. So this becomes very important. We know, I think, maybe Rajiv can talk more about the geopolitical situation in the country. You cannot scatter nuclear assets everywhere around. We have seen just what happened a few days back.
Correct.
People are saying that you remove exclusion radius altogether. Currently, it is 1 kilometer, make it 0. I think our security agencies will never allow us to do that. Okay. That is determined by security agencies, not by on technical grounds.
All right. I'm going to get Alok into this. Alok, do you see the Indian nuclear market mature? We were talking of exports. Do you see Westinghouse seeing India as a big area for you all to develop and therefore begin to export to countries like Africa and other kind of things, nuclear power facilities? Do you see a potential for your company to use India as a staging ground for a lot of these things?
Well, let me try to put it in a different context. Let us see what are the things which are at good state in India. We have an reasonably impeccable records of efficient operations of the nuclear power plants.
True.
Fantastic.
All credit to NPC
and which is
the atomic energy. Yeah.
And which is definitely, and which is not in good state. Is essentially to quick capacity additions of these plants. So these are the two things. And India is a mature country. If you look at historically, most of the countries which got into nuclear power, they started with research reactors, essentially to understand the process and methods and procedures how to handle radioactivity. We also start that way.
We will not talk of the other story we did, but that's okay. Right.
So that is how
great dual use for any of these things.
We graduated for the power reactor programs.
Right.
And we are doing extremely well.
So do you see Westinghouse use...
Let me get in there.
I'm just worried about the time.
And the fantastic part is that we have an active supply chain. Many of the countries for nuclear do not have an active supply chain. Westinghouse wants to leverage on the Indians' talent pool and the capabilities over here. And we are trying to select potential suppliers who could be our part of our global supply chain. And we also have an SMR AP300 technologies. We are making in consortium paid partners who could be, the technology could be accessible to them. It will be a kind of a transfer of technology to them. So to this august audience, I will say that if anybody of the companies or a group of companies forming an Indian consortium would like to join Westinghouse, probably that chapter is open for SMR AP300.
That's a great offer. To you, Rajiv, the last...
What I want to say that the issue raised by Dr. Grover about nuclear security business. In fact, when this idea was being discussed initially about 10 years ago, when it really started getting momentum, and people started, then this issue really came up. You are having higher cost on security for lower electricity or power generation or nuclear energy generation. So this was a fact. Then came the issue, or many gave several solutions. And one of the solution was, you talked about 3 years or 4 years of loading period. But technologies are getting modified or getting improved, and then you can load it for 30 years. Once you load it for 30 years, then this materials transportation problem is taken care of. Then problem is of physical protection. Several interesting and funny ideas are also being discussed that, okay, whenever we find at this place, this siting is dangerous, then we can lift, and because it is a modular reactor, we can shift somewhere else. But this is a real challenge.
Right.
Security is a challenge, and this will be cost. So now we'll have to calculate the benefit of it, and if really exceeds the cost exceeds the benefit, of course it will be a problem. But if really it doesn't, and the way things are improving, I am slightly optimistic about it. And I have to disagree with my guru here. And I think we should bet our whatever on a smaller modular reactor. I will put my bet on that.
Okay, I'm going to take a poll on this one, since he is willing to put his neck out. Raju is willing to. Dr. Grover, where would you put yourself on small modular nuclear reactors?
I will say that, again, I'll go by what I said earlier. Currently, there is too much of hype. We'll go down to some state of disillusionment, and somewhere it will settle. Where exactly it will settle, it will definitely not be at the level of the current hype. Somewhere in between, that we have to see in the future as to how technology develops.
Rajesh?
India DA, Department of Atomic Energy, is developing 5 small modular reactors as per the budget announcement. And we are into that business. Okay, along with large capacity reactors, we are into SMRs also. We will go along with the need of the hour.
And Alok, you think you'll strike a deal in the next 2 years on this or not? How optimistic?
Well, if you look at the Westinghouse, currently the landscape for the small modular reactor is too crowded. Eventually, probably there will be very few will be at the finishing line.
Excellent.
But Westinghouse has got AP1000, which produces 1200 megawatts, fully modular. SMR AP300. We also have a micro reactors, which produces about 5 megawatt of electricity. Refilling cycle is about 8 to 10 years. Works on the open air Brayton cycles. You do not need any on-site water resource requirements. The installation time
You're a really good salesman for Westinghouse, I must tell you.
Installation time is 30. I just want to expand the horizon for the audience.
Okay.
You do not want to remain in the well and think that this is all the universe is.
Right.
So that's what my objectives. I think if I could educate people over here, that will be my accomplishment.
And I'm sure all of them listened to what you said. We saw a very realistic presentation here, where we said that the hype curve would begin to rationalize itself. There is enthusiasm for it, but we need to moderate that, as I'm trying to do in this discussion. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give them a very, very warm round of applause for this very fascinating discussion on nuclear. Thank you so much.
Thank you everyone. Raj, I would like to request you to now please present a token of appreciation to our panelists.
राकेश, तू कब आया अभी लाइफ से?
अरे वाह।
रास्ता है वही शहर।
राकेश, तू कब आया अभी लाइफ से?
अरे वाह ताई, पहचान गई? शहर जाके आँख का ऑपरेशन करा लिया क्या?
शहर जाए मेरी जूती, मैंने यहीं अपने गांव में ही करवा लिया। वो जो सूरज है ना अपना, वो सब कर रहा है।
अरे राकेश!
अरे राकेश!
अरे वाह छोटी, ये स्कूल में सीखा?
इंटरनेट पे।
इंटरनेट?
हाँ, सूरज भैया है ना?
कौन है ये सूरज भैया?
आपको उनसे मिलना है क्या?
हाँ?
चलो, वो रहे सूरज भैया।
हम सूरज से सिर्फ बिजली नहीं बनाते हैं, खुशहाली को देश के कोने कोने तक भी पहुंचाते हैं। अदानी, हम करके दिखाते हैं।
For the session, Powering the Future, Accelerating India's Energy Transition Through Storage, please welcome Mr. Ajay Shankar, former Commerce Secretary, Senior Research Fellow, TERI, Rahul Valavalkar, Founder, Netra, Hiren Shah, Founder and CEO, Replus. May I request all the session speakers to please come on stage, and Mr. Tobias Winter, Director, Indo-German Energy Forum. Moderating this session is Anilesh Mahajan, Deputy Editor at India Today. Over to you, Anilesh.
So let's begin the day-long conversation on energy, that how energy can be generated. Now we are resting that how this energy can be stored. So stored and utilized when actually we require. And obviously there is a price to it. Actually there is a technology to it. And there is an ecosystem to it. So ladies and gentlemen, we will be discussing the whole ecosystem, how to build the storage capacity in India, and how to utilize storage so that our energy consumption can be more efficient and cost effective. So we have with us Mr. Ajay Shankar, who has done a lot of work, not only as an academician now with TERI, but prior to that, when he was Commerce Secretary, he was pushing a lot of policies. After, sir, almost more than a decade now, that India has been discussing the storage story. Now we're actually seeing the storage tenders coming out. Yesterday, Gujarat came out with a lightning pricing, which I think none of us expected that it will go to that low. And certainly it is going, the solar way, that reverse bidding is actually bringing the prices down. Ajay sir, using your seniority, we want to understand from you. You have seen this baby grow. Where do you see, India's storage story going? And especially, when a lot of technologies across the world, we already have Tobes to talk about the European story here. So tell us which way India's storage movement going?
Before talking of storage, I would make one general point that renewable energy, which is solar and wind, is inflexible in generation. And therefore, storage is the other side of the coin of renewable energy, wind and storage. So the world has been very slow in discovering the importance of storage. And that is best illustrated by Germany, which for some years has actually paid consumers to consume more electricity because they didn't create enough storage capacity. Now, we in India are a little ahead of the curve, though we could have been further ahead. And we need to create storage along with renewables and to see the two together give us electricity round the clock. Because now we are reaching a stage where we should look at round the clock green electricity. Now there is very positive news on storage. The first positive news is that globally the prices have come down to levels which even 5 years back were unimaginable. So whether you take battery storage systems, whether you take concentrated solar thermal, which we still haven't tried out in India, whether you take pump storage, solar plus these storage options give you electricity at a rate which is decisively lower than electricity from a new thermal power plant. Now this was unimaginable even 4 years back. So we in TERI did a study, picked up a day's curve in Delhi and said that supposing you were to follow the exact demand curve and use renewable plus storage and compare it with solar, new thermal loses by at least 50 to 80% a unit. So it doesn't make any commercial sense to build up new thermal power plants in this country now, thanks to the success of storage. Now this is not widely understood, not widely appreciated, but hopefully policy will shift in that direction. The other is, can we build enough storage in the time available? Now the response to tenders is so enthusiastic that I don't see why anybody should have any doubt about the capacity of the private sector in India to build all the storage that is required to be able to use all the renewable capacity that is coming up. So today planning for bidding has to be for storage and renewable together. And storage has to be enough to meet round-the-clock demand. So I think the time has moved on where we could look at 2 hours RTC supply round green power. We can look at round-the-clock, real-time basis green electricity at a cost-competitive manner. And one key point which also needs to be emphasized is that Indian industry is also ahead of the curve. Europe has introduced the CBAM mechanism, so the sooner an Indian industrial plant can claim that they are using real-time green electricity, they would be the greenest producer in the world. And that's a huge potential. And thanks to the open access system, the transmission systems created and the regulatory framework in position, any number of industrial units can in the next couple of years hope to get green electricity round the clock. The other day I was at an event in this, and a new startup has tied up with Hindalco for 100 megawatts of green electricity in a new contract at a price which is cheaper than that from a new captive thermal power plant. So the market is moving very fast, and I see India becoming a global leader in storage, a global leader in the transition to green electricity systems.
Rahul, you know, I have been seeing your journey for more than a decade now, and you are one of the most strongest voice behind storage story in India. We have, but you know, this story can't succeed without, you know, startups. Yes. And we are suddenly seeing, you know, the big projects coming forth, and these are beyond startup limits. How do you see Indian startup ecosystem, you know, coping up to this? Because they will have to do a lot of innovation to basically, you know, chart this curve. So how do you see that ecosystem developing here?
Sure. No, so we are right now in sort of maybe a golden period for energy storage around the globe. And particularly if you see in India now with the kind of demand which is getting picked up, both for e-mobility as well as now for stationary storage, I think there is a tremendous opportunity for startups to play a key role in this space. And we have here Hiren with RE Plus as a seasoned startup founder with us. One thing which is required from the policymaker side is that while we are getting this lot of these large tenders which are like a gigawatt hour scale at an individual location, we also need to be looking at more distributed applications of storage which are at maybe 5 megawatt hour, 10 megawatt hour, and identify how you can create a market for that as well. If that happens, then that will provide actually a lot more stable opportunities for startups to grow instead of directly getting thrown in these reverse bid auctions where the only thing which people are asking is kitne mein dete ho, because storage is something where although reduction in the capital price is important, but at the same time, having worked for last 20 plus years in the sector, storage has lot of different performance parameters which will ultimately determine the levelized cost of the storage, and that's the aspect which right now is getting ignored, where unless you are actually installing, operating those storage projects, most of the tender participants right now may not be even realizing where is the differentiation. For startups, I see there are many startups who are actually coming with deep background. They are really spending time in trying to figure out some differentiation on the performance side. But again, on the market side, we need to create an opportunity for that differentiation to be valued. And it should not be only the race to the lowest L1 pricing, price discovery.
Yeah, thank you, Rahul. May I jump to Tobias before I come to Hiren you, because I want to understand, you know, the technology play, because a lot of the conversation which Ajay and Rahul were doing, you know, it is dependent on a lot of innovation which is happening largely in Europe, and especially in Germany. How are you funneling those innovation towards India? And what is the play which many of these, you know, innovators see when they see, you know, the stories which are emerging out of India? So Tobias, to help us in understanding that how German innovators are seeing, you know, developments here in India, especially on the storage side.
Thank you very much, and namaskar everyone. I'd say in the first place, India is seen as a champion to diversify global supply chains. And irrespective of whatever technology, no? So Germany and certainly Europe is interested to not just depend on the big dragon, and is happy if the big elephant steps into the room. And certainly Indo-German cooperation is kind of like supporting this narrative. But please allow me to actually draw a bigger picture. So if we talk about battery storage, how many gigawatt hours globally are going to be deployed in the year 2025? Any idea? I think we have most of us electricity persons amongst us. How many gigawatt hours, any idea, being deployed in 2025? Battery storage? 1,500 gigawatt hours.
Wow.
But 80% is for EVs. 20% is main market stationary storage, as you said. And if we just look into the stationary storage, we just need to see how much solar and how much wind is being put up. Sir has mentioned it. Any idea how much solar is going to be installed in the year 2025? I saw the managing director of National Solar Energy Federation of India here, but he just left the room, so it's easier for me to ask you. Any guess how many gigawatt will be installed? In India, you have an idea, right? It's going to be a record year of what? 25 to 30 gigawatt maybe this year?
Yeah.
Globally, any idea?
So if we multiply with 5?
700 gigawatt.
Oh, wow.
Only this year. Only this year. And then wind, any idea?
So don't even look at me. Huh?
No, it's not as much, but wind becomes incredibly more important now, because whenever the sun is not shining, hopefully a lot of wind is blowing, but it's going to be around 140 gigawatt. But now the important number, what kind of gigawatt in battery storage has been already installed? So I was talking about gigawatt hours, but let's talk about gigawatt, because in India we want to meet the peak demand in the morning and in the evening, so that we can actually make use of the sun during the day, store it into the batteries, and then release the power maybe in the evening peak, and then during the night, we may charge it with wind, but maybe also in the beginning at least with some coal, I have to admit. But then having 2 cycles per day, right? With 2 cycles per day, we can already reduce the cost. So coming back to battery storage capacity, any idea how much battery storage capacity will be installed in the year 2025? So we have 690 to 700 gigawatt solar. We have 100, what did I say, 70? 140, yeah, 140 gigawatt of wind. And it's going to be 92 gigawatt of battery storage with a capacity of around 250 gigawatt hours. So average is 2.5 hours battery storage. And this is 25. This is today. And we see that within the next 10 years, the average duration of the storage is shifting towards 4 hours. But coming back to your question, yes, certainly when you look at Germany, you ask for technology and you ask for technology transfer. But I think most important to realize is that stationary energy storage mainly is going to be LFP, maybe more than 80%, and till 35, sodium ion is, as per projections by BNEF, going to be around 10% of the market, and then 10% other, no? So yes, the future niche market where India could actually leapfrog and look into would be, for example, sodium ion technology. But before I talk too much, let me please emphasize that I think a lot we can also learn on how to deploy energy storage from Germany. So I don't know if you have heard about residential virtual power plants. There is a company, for example, called Sonnen in Germany, which interconnects through the internet 150,000 home storages and is trading that electricity at the electricity exchange. So these kind of business models, if this comes up in India, that would be awesome. Thank you.
Thank you, Tobes, and thank you, Professor Tobes, for the town hall on energy. Hiren, now I come to you. He has already told us a bit about the German technology and the scale globally, which renewable energy is going through. I remember we were having the conversation about this conclave when you were on board on Emirates flight coming from Dubai. So we were already playing with the energy and the storage bit. Help us in understanding when, entrepreneurs like you look at technology. There is a futuristic trajectory which is moving. and there is a lot of innovation which is happening across the world. How do you select energy storage technology, especially for your Indian projects? So, and where all do you see that best of the best technologies are available, which can be easily indigenized and manufactured in India?
Right. Thank you, Anilesh, and good evening, everyone. So I think Tobias has already set the expectations very, very high. So I will try to match up with him. So having said that, for companies like us, of course, this market is shifting and it's very, very dynamic. But if I have to look at the long term and the short term, I can put, battery energy storage into 3 buckets. And one is going to be the 2-hour backup, which is the average right now, globally also worldwide, and shifting towards 4 hours. But also a large play is going to happen in long duration storage technology. So then people will talk about 6 hours, 8 hours, 10 hours of backup. So if I have to divide this whole pie going forward, 10 years from now, we will be looking at, at least still 70% of the chunk will still come from 2-hour and 4-hour backup. 30% will go into the long duration storage applications. Now, Indian grid is slightly different and it's a little complex as compared to many other grids in the world. And here, having said that, we have our own different challenges of geography, the way the generation patterns vary from the peninsular area to go through the interiors, the central part and the north part of India, the combinations of solar and wind. So what I see is there is definitely going to be a shift in the policies as far as the country is concerned. Earlier, we are focusing only on the generation because there is a demand-supply gap. But as we move ahead, surely we are moving more and more towards power quality. And before this panel, I heard one question that when will be the Indian grid, interruption free? So when we move in that direction, that means a lot of dynamics will change, ramping up, ramping down, DSM, solving the problems of, the concentration of transmission and distribution stations. So there are many things that we need to clear up as we move in that direction. So in short, what I say is ramp up, ramp down DSM, declogging the transmission and distribution stations, going to be the primary and the most important topic to be cleared. And then followed by storage with 2 cycles per day, then solar with storage, 4 hours backup, 1 cycle a day, followed by the long duration. This is how the trajectory looks like. Companies like us, we are coping up because, of course, LFP is LFP, but there are different types of LFPs within LFPs. So there are different cells, different cell chemistries, combinations inside, anode, cathode combination. As a group, we are a part of LNJ Bhilwara Group. I'm happy to share that we are not only working on the, battery energy storage manufacturing from cell to pack and pack to containers, but we are also participating in this market by manufacturing graphite anodes for different types of cells which are going to be required in the future. So we have invested in anode plant, 20 gigawatt hour capacity at this point of time. Going forward, probably, the manufacturing that we have in RE Plus can also be scaled up, and at certain point of time, we'll also look at cell manufacturing. So this is how, we are preparing ourselves. And having said that, sir, 83 gigawatt hour of tenders have been awarded so far in the last 1.5 years in India. And there are another 150 gigawatt hour of tender which are going to be awarded in the next 1 year. So that is the traction that we are looking at. And I'm sure next 2 decades, storage going to be the trendsetter in the energy market.
And Rahul, if I add to what Tobias said and what Hiren is saying, there are 3 trains which are running in parallel. One is innovation, which is happening across the world. Second, India's quest for cheaper storage thing. And third, we are also getting into a manufacturing mission mode, where we want to manufacture most of the components here in India. And all these 3 trains need to run in parallel so that India can achieve its storage story. So how do you see Indian entrepreneurs, gearing up for this? Or do you see that, we will have to go with the solar story where, most of the deployment was dependent on the Chinese components. And then we later on got into the manufacturing side. So what is your thought process on this?
No, so I think in storage, we are definitely learning from the solar experience. In fact, in my previous role as India Energy Storage Alliance, we started talking about battery manufacturing and looking at cell manufacturing way back in 2015-16. Unfortunately, at that time, there was not enough conviction about the demand really scaling up. Only after around 2019, 2020, with the EV market picking up, the conviction started happening. And from this point of view, again, I would like to give credit to the Production Link Incentive Program, which as a scheme, again, there are two opinions about is it a successful or not, but having worked behind the scene with number of companies who were considering investing in energy storage but then wanted to wait, I would say that as far as I'm concerned, the PLI has achieved its goal as far as the battery manufacturing is concerned, that it actually channelized more than 10 large corporate groups to start seriously considering about lithium-ion cell manufacturing in India, as well as look at alternate technologies. And apart from those 10 companies who are now looking at setting up gigafactories, almost around 20 plus companies have started investing into the component side of it, looking at not just India as a market, but also, as Tobias mentioned, looking at India's role in a global supply chain for supplying some of these components for global manufacturers as well. Obviously, these things do not happen overnight. So many people have been waiting as soon as the PLI was announced. So when is the cell manufacturing going to start? Even at that point, we knew that it's going to take at least 3 years for any company to set up the cell manufacturing, and then possibly another 12 to 18 months for stabilizing the production process. So we are in that stage. I think within next 12 to 18 months are really critical for us. Right now, there are 3 companies, including Ola, Nash Energy and Exide, which are already have their factories ready and they are stabilizing their production. And there are other 6-7 companies will start their production within next 12 to 18 months. Now, one aspect where there we need to again be a little bit cautious in India is that right now the global prices have crashed. And that's a part where we need to make sure that we don't keep on reacting to quarter pricing trends to decide what we are going to do in manufacturing, in supply chain. This is a commitment what we need to provide for long term, and that's where we are really excited for the work which you and your team have done doing, looking at the Bharat Climate Forum and a complete clean tech manufacturing. And this is the area where again we should not be looking at each aspect related to solar manufacturing, battery manufacturing or EV manufacturing in isolation, because that is one challenge which we have, where the classic story about elephant and 5 blind men. If everyone keeps on looking at every component just from their own individual profit or loss side, then we will never become a global manufacturing giant, which is an ambition for India. And many partners like Germany are also looking at India for achieving that. So that's a part. I'm very thankful that right from the Prime Minister's office, Niti Aayog, as well as various concerned ministries have realized this. And if next 5 years, if we can have a sustained policy environment where we don't keep on doing flip-flops, I think we will climb up the ladder very fast.
Mr. Shankar, if you can help us, there have been a lot of talks on, what is the right kind of technology, where price and utility and efficiency, they all come together. So there have been now conversations on solid-based battery storage, graphite storage, lithium-ion-based storage. So what is the storage solution for India, especially when we talk about the hybrid and grid-related storage capacities?
I would like to answer the question in the following manner. First of all, I think the scaling up of storage that is required is gigantic. So ideally, if in a year you invite bids for 2,000 megawatts of renewable, you should be inviting bids for at least 2,000 megawatts of storage. Now, we are nowhere near that. But I'm confident those bids are invited, the market will respond. The second point I'd like to make is that we have to have a differentiated approach. So if we are looking at battery storage, technologies are evolving so rapidly, sodium ion is there, others are there. So the bid should be agnostic as far as technology is concerned, and let the price determine which technology succeeds. But in parallel, we need a lot of bids for pump storage on rivers, pump storage off rivers. Both these are easy to be self-reliant in manufacturing because these are mature technologies. Then concentrated solar thermal is something we haven't started as yet. We are late. The price achieved in Dubai is 7 cents per unit. It's competitive because it stores energy and gives you electricity. You don't need to give it electricity to store. And the potential is enormous because wherever a large solar project can come up, a concentrated solar thermal project can come up. So I would hope that government will start inviting bids for that soon. Then the point which was made earlier is very important, that we need storage at all levels. So we need lots of storage in large projects. We need lots of small-scale storage because the transmission system needs some storage for reliability. The distribution system needs storage for reliability. And as the decentralized solar takes off with PM rooftop solar program, then I think we will need a lot of storage in rural areas. It's quite possible that I have a little hut in the village. I'm out the whole day. I don't consume any electricity. The solar panel generates. So when that solar panel flows out, the local DISCOM may need to find storage capacities locally. So we need storage of all shapes and sizes and all technologies. And it's not the right stage to think that only battery storage will do, or pump storage will do, or off-river pump storage will do, or CSP will do. Given the scale of our needs, we need to run in every direction because, as I said, the bids out for storage every year should now equal the bids out for renewable energy. And that's a gigantic scaling up that is required.
Thomas, when you talk to, you have understood with this conversation also that, India is a very price-sensitive market. We may provide the scale, but we are very, very sensitive to the pricing. So when the German innovators, talk to you that we want to explore Indian market, and do you give this caution that, Indian market has this unique feature that, they are very price-sensitive, and sometimes because of this price sensitivity, we may not opt for the top-of-the-line technology. So that guy may be having a top-of-the-line technology, but still, because of the price sensitivity, will opt for maybe a tier 2 or tier 3 level of technology. So how do you deal with your friends in Germany when they want to, explore Indian market? So.
Yeah, thank you very much for this question. So I would answer this in, let's say, 2 directions. First direction would be to answer with what our honorable ambassador always says, make it in India, but make it on German machines. And maybe with German know-how. And I think there you would already achieve tremendous cost reduction. No? So Germany doesn't make a secret out of positioning India and having India as a global manufacturing hub because Germany doesn't want to depend on the big dragon only, no? And the same story could be applied to battery storage. So yes, certainly, India also has some leverage in kind of like, having domestic content rules if it's related to, let's say, government money, no? VGF provided by through SECI or whosoever. So these kind of measures are there, no? So yeah, definitely we know that it will be difficult to export batteries from Germany to India. So make it in India, but make it on German machines. The second advice that we actually get from the experts is that we feel that Indians are sometimes confused and scared that the battery story could become the same as the solar story in the beginning, where you get too much dependent on the batteries. But there's a big, 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 big difference. And the difference is that once you have imported the batteries, no doubt, the goal has to be as much as possible local manufacturing and building up the capacities in India. But there is still a lot of resistance to imports of battery cells in India because sometimes you feel like, okay, first we'll create a market, we create a manufacturing, and then the market will come. Sort of a bit communist approach. But the other way around is also important. Create the market first, and then let the manufacturing also come. And the advantage of importing batteries is actually that you can use them how often? How many cycles is state of the art? Any idea? I mean, you're experts in energy. How often a common LFP battery can be charged and discharged today? There is companies giving warranties, right? 10 years on a battery. And cycles, so charging, discharging, there is companies giving warranties on how many charges and discharges? 8,000. 8,000 cycles. Warranty is already given today. You know how many years this is if you charge the battery once and discharge it once a day? And then cycles, actually we are talking about now the latest, 12,000 cycles. 12,000 cycles. This is 30 years of charging the battery and discharging it on a daily basis. And this is just first use. Still, how much percentage capacity a battery still have after those 12,000 cycles? Any idea what the manufacturer? He's saying 70 to 80%. So 12,000 times reusing the battery, then still having 80% of the capacity left. So you use it, what, 10 to 30 years? Then second life. What is second life? Second life could be, for example, distribution grid boosters, no? For example, in Germany, 400 kilowatt superchargers for our EVs, but our distribution grid actually is also not able to handle, let's say, 4 megawatt at one point where there is 10 chargers, right? So we put old batteries there, because with 70% there's still enough, no? So second life. So first life, second life, then maybe third life. So you use this battery basically, if you're smart, for 40 years plus, and then you recycle it. Guess what? What is the percentage of recycling already achieved with the patents existing globally?
More than 99%.
More than 99%. 40 years of LFP use, and then you recycle it. It's called global mining. What is the status quo of India right now? India is importing a lot of fossil fuels. How much are you actually paying to countries you often even don't like? $200 billion every year. $200 billion, more than $200 billion every year is going outside the country. And how often is this fossil fuel being used? 12,000 cycles, 40 years? Not even once, because it's thermal, right? So you have 40% thermal loss at least. So you use it half or 60%. So for me, seeing the tremendous potential of India in terms of solar energy, and basically India has baseload solar. Please be aware that in Europe we need long-term storage, because January, February, November, December, we have hardly any solar generation. So compared to the worst day with the best day of solar generation, we have a variation factor of 50. You know what is the comparison of the worst day of solar generation compared to the best day of solar generation in India? What is the factor? 2. Factor 2. So basically, somewhere in India, the sun is always shining, no? And that brings me to that second point again. We just need to overcome the night and the morning. We don't need long-term storage. We basically need 2 to 4, 5, 6 hours storage in India. And India can then become the global manufacturing hub with green electricity, as Sir has mentioned, CBAM and so on. Not only for solar panels, not only for batteries, for any products in this world. Yeah? Thank you.
Thank you, Tobias. So the applause could be louder. We all had nice lunch. And Tobias has just confirmed that he is a professor of renewable energy and give us the whole umbrella of the global storage side. Thank you, Tobias, for this. Hirin, unfortunately, you are the next one. Now he is giving us, the global understanding and scale that India is in a very sweet spot. But still, our story is very slow to take off. Do you have any recommendation for the government, to accelerate this?
Thank you. This is a very important question. And I would just like to say that we have our learnings from the solar, because we have 15 years of, the solar curve. And in this, we went very slow in the beginning, and we had an exponential ramp up. And now today we have ALM and PLI schemes and stuff like that. The good part is, from this learning, if we are able to apply for the battery energy storage, there are three, because time's up, so there are three major important points which I would like to highlight. The first, we have to be very clear on the regulations and the kind of, the standards that we are going to follow when we talk about battery energy storage. Second is the infrastructure, because here is one very big major hurdle and bottleneck which we find. The testing labs, the testing agencies, the certification agencies, especially when we talk about the containerized systems at the high voltage level, high current level. So we need to have more infrastructure to give momentum for this whole growth story. Third and the most important thing is skill development. I think we lack a lot in this third area, especially for the battery energy storage, because it's a energy storage and lithium-ion batteries can be used for EV as well as for ESS, as we all know. And what I see, the way we have positioned ourselves in the market, the EV can give you a baseline for your manufacturing facility, because it's a regular requirement which is coming for production. ESS can be up and down because projects may come, projects may slow down. And then, so we have to build up on that. And there we need to have a lot of people who know, have the skills, know the, who are experts basically in different domains and different areas, because it's a very wide subject. It's not just about what is inside the cell. Inside the cell is basically chemical reactions. But when it comes to outside, there is electricity, there's voltage, current, IR. When you go to a system level, there is high power, high voltage systems. When you actually use it, all these things together, then you have some energy management system, you have a battery management system. When you collect all of this together, then there is data management. So you have machine learning and you have data from IoT, and then using all of this together, you can definitely make very smart algorithms and programs, taking it to AI, where things can run automatically. So when one asset is lying somewhere in the central part of India, and there is a deficit of power in another part of India, automatically, if everything is connected, you can discharge the battery and use it where it is required. So these are the things which we need to build up, and that's where we need to go.
Rahul, I have seen your days with darker hair, and when you were very frustrated, yaar kuch nahi ho raha in storage, and now something is moving. So now the something is moving and things are taking shape. So help us, in actually listing 2-3 things which government need to push, so that this acceleration and we can match up to the global trajectory. So help us in understanding that.
Sure. So government, as well as I would say that groups like India Today need to help on one area, because you raised this question about India being a very price sensitive market. So one thing I would like to say it is that price is issue only in absence of value. So that's a part where we need to understand that we are not talking about energy storage just as a commodity where we are just looking at buying the cheapest batteries. But if you start paying attention to the different applications, what value storage is bringing to different customers, then there is a very wide range of value which is being there, right? Someone who is still using diesel generator for resorts or something, actually the value of the energy storage what is bringing to is actually more than even 20 rupees, 25 rupees per kilowatt hour. It is not 2 rupees. if someone is as a commercial industrial customer who is buying power from a discom at 12 rupee, 14 rupee per kilowatt hour plus paying demand charges, the value for customer is a lot more. So we don't need to worry about this aspect where we are only looking at lowest price and India becoming just a mass market for cheap batteries. Actually, there is a opportunity for looking at range of different solutions, and if we pay attention on that, I think there is going to be tremendous opportunity for innovation across various startup categories. And given the diversity and the size of India's market, it's very hard for anyone else to beat it. So I would say that both on government side as well as on the industry and from the media side, we need to make sure that we are communicating this value and not getting into this race to 1 rupee solar plus storage, which a lot of
Rahul,
time
we
gets
say
attention.
whatever industry says. We don't build up the story.
No, so that's where you need to help bring that clarity that when we talk about that 1 rupee solar power at some remote location, that's not the price which most of the customers are paying, right? Most of the consumers are paying minimum 6 rupee, but in many cases, many states, even 12 rupee, 15 rupee. So that's where let's try to get away from this narrative about just lowest tender and just celebrating that and try to start focusing on value. Because the biggest risk what we have right now for this sector is safety. And this is the area which keeps me sleepless at some nights, because having done work for last decade to create this market, the only thing which can derail the growth is if we have any major accidents. And this is something which is not just in fiction. This has happened in Korea, this has happened in Australia, this has happened in US. So we need to make sure that as an industry, we are not just looking at buying cheapest battery, cheapest solution, but we are providing enough margins for everyone to actually learn, deploy right solution, and pay attention to safety.
Thank you, Rahul. Ajay ji, last words of wisdom before we wind up the conversation.
The last word would be that we need to pursue two somewhat contradictory objectives. One is a very competitive supply side market across the entire range, and the only way to do it is to invite lots of tenders, because the private sector responds very well. So just scale up bids for all kinds of things. But in parallel, we need to see that every promising technology gets a space, even if there is a price difference. So if concentrated solar thermal, which uses mirrors, which can be made in India, has a huge future, we should invite bids and be willing to pay a slightly higher price. Similarly, if long-term pump storage has a slightly higher price, we should aim to develop our entire pump storage potential in the country. Then there is a parallel stream of manufacturing. Now that is much tougher. It needs a very nuanced policy. We have seen some success in PLI, but at the end of the day, we as a nation should be prepared to pay a slightly higher price to get domestic value addition going for a short while. And in a competitive market, we will achieve global prices, global lowest prices, but there is a transition where we should be willing to pay a slightly higher price. And that's what I'm hearing from industry time and again.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. So with a warmer round of applause, we acknowledge the wisdom which these 3 or 4 gentlemen has given us. With this, we thank you, Rahul. Thank you, Ajay Shankar. Thank you, Hiranji. Thank you, Tobias. Thanks for your wonderful town halls. Thank you very much. Sonal.
May I now request Ranjit Sahai, Managing Editor at India Today, to come up on stage to present token of appreciation to our panelists.
रास्ता है वही शहर।
राकेश, तू कब आया अभी लाइफ से?
अरे वाह ताई, पहचान गई? शहर जाके आँख का ऑपरेशन करा लिया क्या?
शहर जाए मेरी जूती, मैंने यहीं अपने गांव में ही करवा लिया। वो जो सूरज है ना अपना, वो सब कर रहा है।
अरे राकेश!
अरे राकेश!
अरे वाह छोटी, ये स्कूल में सीखा?
इंटरनेट पे।
इंटरनेट?
हाँ, सूरज भैया है ना?
कौन है ये सूरज भैया?
आपको उनसे मिलना है क्या?
हाँ,
चलो वो रहे सूरज
ये
भैया
रोशनी का सफर
हम सूरज से सिर्फ बिजली नहीं बनाते हैं, खुशहाली को देश के कोने कोने तक भी पहुंचाते हैं। अदानी, हम करके दिखाते हैं।
India's startup ecosystem is delivering leaps in clean tech innovation, from new battery chemistries to distributed generation and carbon solutions. For the session, Powering Innovation, How India's Energy Startups Are Shaping a Greener Future, please welcome Tanya Singhal, founder, Solar Arise, on stage. I would also like to invite Mr. Subramaniam Pulipaka, CEO, National Solar Energy Federation. Also requesting Anilesh Mahajan, Deputy Editor at India Today, to please come back on stage and moderate the session. Anilesh, the floor is yours.
I have to divulge a secret, what I and Dr. Julia was talking. The conversation was that there is a very low participation of women in the hall. Why I am making this statement is this, because Tanya gave me feedback when we had last Energy Summit, there was no female speakers. So this time around we made sure that Tanya comes forth. Vaishali came in the morning. Unfortunately, energy sector has less female participation, and which is and Sujata, in one of the sessions. So this time around we did slightly better. I hope you will forgive me, Tanya, this time. Tanya, now let's come to the business. India's renewable energy has already seen one circle of the entrepreneurs becoming the real players, and they are now getting into manufacturing, diversifying into a lot of spaces. Vaishali was here in the morning. So renewable, Renew is perfect example of how a startup can mature into a real player and mature player, and now they are actually developing an ecosystem where a lot of young entrepreneurs are trying their hands into various technologies. You come as a second generation entrepreneur. Second generation in the sense, sector's second generation. When sector got mature, cycle got over, you came into the second cycle. By that time, globally ecosystem had developed. Financial markets became very used to, because I still remember in 2010, I used to have conversation with Sumant saying that banks don't differentiate between conventional energy vis-a-vis renewable energy. Now we are all seeing products like MIGA coming forth, World Bank coming forth, giving differential products. Then Indian banks are also differentiating. Their guarantees are different. So banks have also matured. But still there are pain points. When we talk about the finance side, finance is still complicated. Last month, World Bank at their annual meeting, they had a conversation on, how to bring in the blended finance into the global, renewable ecosystem. Then we are also talking about International Solar Alliance, talking about how to, how to accelerate renewable demand from various geographies where scale is very small. But Indian entrepreneur system does need a lot of support, not only from government but also from many of these institutions. How do you see, you have already completed one circle, you have already sold one of your business successfully, but you are continuing into the clean and renewable space. So how do you see, this space taking shape, in next 4 to 5 years? And what cautions do you see that the ecosystem need to make sure that, the journey is smooth?
Got it. Thank you, Annalisha. And very good evening to all of you. Before I answer your question, just to be sure we're all here, a simple raise of hands, how many of you today believe that solar is cheaper than coal? Okay, so I see almost 100% of the room, hand is open. Let me go back to 2010. If I would have said at that time, when coal was at 2.5 rupees and solar was at 18 rupees, that you'll be sitting in 2025 and renewable or solar will be cheaper than coal, how many of you at that time would have said that, yes, this is possible? Well, I see 10% of the hands up. And that's exactly the history which is repeating again. The infant of renewable has grown, has proven that with time and efficiency, you can scale up, frugally innovate, and bring the cost curve down to have power at sub-cheap coal prices. The same question is being now asked to storage, to green hydrogen, to EVs, to EV financing, and it's like the history repeating itself. And that's the learning that the next generation entrepreneurs need to make. The first and the foremost core thesis is frugal innovations and patience, right? This is a cycle. Unfortunately, in a world of 10-minute delivery, everybody thinks that, oh, in 2 to 3 years, this should get done. And that's the mindset with which a lot of VCs sometimes come into picture. But climate tech as a solution typically is a cycle which takes 7 to 10 years. And once you're cognitive of that, and you explain that to your investors or to people who are coming on board with you, the situation changes. So there is a need of what we call patient capital. A capital which is not expecting returns very early on, is ready to stay with you for the course of the journey, because they understand the innovation cycles take time. I'll take a simple example, and a lot of you would have seen that. 2013, one of the solar plants I built, I would say it was almost like the Taj Mahal. The inverter rooms were air conditioned. We had hard paved road in the plants. And
Taj Mahal doesn't have air conditioning.
I know, but it was like just the best out there. And as you did this, you realize that no, you don't need it. You can have completely air-cooled inverters lying outside. You don't even need to pave your roads around. And that frugal innovation got built into this ecosystem slowly and gradually. And sometimes people say, oh, the panel prices fell down, China happened. But I say India happened. The engineering innovation came to it. The same set of cycles you are now seeing in the new tech that is coming on, right? Whether this is battery, whether it's green hydrogen, it's about solving for frugal innovation, and accepting that change will take time. So that's where the patience comes in. Let's also talk about a second core aspect that is important, which is what we call as blended capital. Today, we are at a legacy place where you can actually structure finance in a way that what you have is a first loss capital available, which can be anything like a catalytic finance or a development agency, the likes of the World Bank or the ISA, who come in and say that I will underwrite and take the first hit if something does not go right in your project. Which that means is now you have created a room for much larger amount of VC or private equity capital to come in, because they have a security that if something goes wrong, there is a first hit capital available, and I am then the second player. So this is the blended finance structure that is now coming in. It is supported by DFIs, it is supported by philanthropic organizations, and it's also supported a large part by what incentives the governments have been giving. You know, we talk about the FAME 2 scheme, we talk about the PLI scheme. You saw in solar how the VGF scheme did a large board by bringing the tariff down to 4.43 at a time when actually prevalent tariffs were 8 to 10 rupees. So that core need of blended finance is what you need to now redeploy and re-put in all the new upcoming solar technologies. So the core learnings I feel is frugal innovation, having interesting financing structures which are both patient and blended in nature, and accepting and realizing that this is a game of persistence, that you have to be in it, keep innovating, and eventually lead the curve there.
So let's bring Subbu into a conversation. Subbu, the term she is using, patient capital, but for capitalists, it's a high risk capital. And the largest risk which many of these funds see is India's policy and regulations. And third is, the infrastructure, transmission and other things. We still face, the policy and regulation roadblocks. You have been working with the government on various fronts. What is the thought like? And secondly, also help us in understanding, have state improved their, efficiency, states?
I mean, both are very tough questions to answer in such a short time, but maybe let me give you some context. Today, we've heard in the previous panel, Mr. Winter also elaborated very passionately about what is to be done with storage. India has seen, maybe after our independence, our power markets have been almost constant until the renewable energy revolution started. And if everything goes well, in the next 6 years, we will add more renewables than what we have added in our total generation in the last 70 years of our independence. So that is the scale at which we are operating. And our renewable energy in itself, we have now graduated from a very nascent, teething problem-oriented state to a more matured market. Today, India is the third largest market in the world. We are only trailing the Americans and the Chinese. And if things don't go well in US, like they are not going well, we might become number 2 very soon. So our market has evolved, our policy making has evolved, so did our regulatory framework. It is without a doubt the matter of the fact still remains that our initial regulations and policies have evolved by the way we looked at conventional. In the same prism we've looked renewables. Today we don't either have the luxury or we are not at that stage to ignore the gigantic growth of renewables in our country. So that is the context I wanted to give. Policy and regulatory wise, I think we have today settled down. We do have a visibility. We know what we're going to do in the next 5 years. We know what are our priorities in generation, what we're going to do in transmission, what is the thing that we're going to add in storage, where are we going in manufacturing. So maybe in our endeavor to arrive at a stable policy and regulatory framework, we might have had our own problems in the last 4 or 5 years, but starting 2023, 2024, I personally see the visibility for investors, the risk capital and the patient capital, which Tanya was also alluding to. Today, that kind of visibility is there. On the second aspect of your question, what is the role of states? Again, pardon me for going back to the analogy of 2 phases of our journey. In the initial days of our renewable journey, the center was at the center of energy transition. There was no doubt. Today, very, very fortunately, the states have become the center of energy transition. 3 driving factors. First, of course, we had ISTS waiver, we had more centralized policy, more centralized regulations that were thrust upon or have been advised upon states, and early movers took advantage. Whoever joined recently understood, I should have taken a more advantage of it before. The second part is today, and it is very unique to our country, as we are speaking here today, COP negotiations are going on the other side of our world. We are the only country where climate change is a bipartisan issue. It is accepted by both sides, it is validated by both sides, and both of them agree renewable energy is a solution. So we have never faced any anti-renewable energy so far at state level, and states have realized that this is their best bet at combating the future harmful effects of climate change. Third, and the most important, which was resonating in the room since morning, cost factor. India has shown to the world what will happen if you accompany a very comprehensive, integrated approach in policy with scale. Barring our neighboring country, we are the only country in the world which has shown to the world what can be done and the manner in which it can be done. So these three factors are now increasing states' involvement in renewables, and in storage, of course, most of it has been said before, but storage has also actually woken up some states. Today the VGF, the viability gap funding for storage, is directly going to states, and whatever figures were quoted, those figures were quoted at state bid level. Imagine for a renewable energy, IPP bids at state discom level, what was the situation 7-8 years ago or 11 years ago. So this is actually a testament to the maturity at which we have arrived. We do have, as a country, we have a 2047 goal of Viksit Bharat as a developed nation. I think in renewables and electricity, we are already a developed nation. We only have today first world problems. With all other teething problems no longer.
When Subbu, I said that policy and regulation stuff, so 2-3 things came to my mind. Obviously, I will ask this same question to the minister as well, but I'm just trying to validate my hypothesis. See, for last 1 year, for the first time in Prime Minister Modi's regime, we are seeing 2 ministers. One is governing power, largely transmission, and secondly is the MNRE. And in last 1 year, we have seen a lot of confrontations on transmission side. And then there are constraints. Then they suddenly come up with the diktat that they are cancelling many of the things. Then, there are issues related to the wheeling charges. Wind has already gone through that pain. So this must be worrying investors as well as the startups, because many big players still can maneuver. They can offset and they can even delay the projects. Because I had a conversation with a very large player. So he was saying that even if they cancel, this is something around 20-25 crores hit, I'll manage. But 25 crores for a startup is a big money. So does these type of developments, worry the Indian startups that now maybe the fault lines are emerging? And especially when, there is another factor that Indian thermal is, utilized at 70 or 60 to 70 PLF, and their investments are also stuck. And Power Ministry's, main mandate is to manage them rather than the renewables. So does these type of conversation worry Indian startups?
I mean, you have put me at a very tight spot just before Honorable Minister speaks, but maybe he will be answering on behalf of government, and I don't elude my comments that. But two parts of your question.
I expect you to talk on the behalf of entrepreneurs.
I will. That's exactly what I'm going to do. See, the bifurcation of having 2 ministers can be seen in one way as that we now have a dedicated minister for renewable energy, which means it is a testament to government support for renewable energy. This is one way of it. I mean, I'm always a glass half full guy, but I strongly believe on the other part that you mentioned, whatever has been going on in the news with respect to pending PPAs and all, there is a lot more than what meets the eye here. See, pending PPAs, cancellation and all, I would not like to get into more details because the process, what are the conditions, they're all already predefined. Whatever has come out in the news, I would personally strongly, vehemently oppose the way it was reported. The transmission versus generation, whatever the catch-up game is, what you say is a setback, I would term it as a recalibration. Because, see, we have a trajectory of 2030 target. We also have a trajectory of year-wise target. We also have a trajectory of transmission target. There are some instances where in between 1 or 2 years, while we must have achieved the bidding target, we must have fallen short on the transmission target, and that is evidently visible. So whatever quantum that needs to catch up, eventually 1 year later when we both sit, we'll have a very big laugh about what was happening today and what will happen then. But coming back to your most important question on entrepreneurs and the perception they have. And you were right when you said this is a new generation or second generation of entrepreneurs. So if I can put it, the first generation of RE entrepreneurs in our country were generation entrepreneurs. The second generation need not be generation. They have distribution, storage, transmission, operation, maintenance, manufacturing. That is where there is scope. Today, when the country is installing, by the time we complete this conversation, we would have installed 45 megawatt. In the last 30 minutes, we installed 45 megawatt. That is the pace at which we are installing. But we need to operate, maintain, and ensure every megawatt is converted into megawatt hour. That is a huge opportunity for startups. Modules, materials. Our neighboring countries, including Germany, are today working on materials that can give us 1.3 to 1.5 times more power from the same area. So these are the places where I definitely think entrepreneurs should come forward. We just, the last thing I wanted to say before I conclude is the National Institute of Solar Energy and NSCFI, we just set up our incubation center on these new age technologies for renewable energy, so that we are able to convey a message to the entrepreneurs that these are all the areas where you still have scope. And these are, I'm not saying they are not risky, but the risk is worth taking.
So I'll just add to what Subbu said, a simple small point. The power of AI in today's world in climate tech is stemming a lot of the entrepreneurial ventures. For a simple fact that now you can create an operational efficiency layer on top of the asset layers that are already sitting in a very capital intensive manner. Right? A lot of the times entrepreneurs used to stay away from the industry because they used to say, oh, this is a very high capital demand industry. And that is changing. You know, from saying, oh, I will think about grid digitization, to say, I will define systems to when to store energy, when to release, how can I trade so that I get the best of daytime power, how do I ensure operational efficiencies, how do I take storage as a distributed solution, how do I make EV possible in terms of charging infrastructure. Like AI can integrate all of these different things and bring an operational efficiency layer, scheduling, forecasting, to the degree of saying predictive maintenance. Everything can be done through that lens, and that's where a big entrepreneur wave is coming. You know, I always see that solar followed what we call an S curve, right? First, entrepreneurs came in, took the bets, got the risk out of the system, proved that the business model exists, there is a value prop here. And once that was established is when large corporates, conglomerates, and even global players came in. That exact field is now being replicated. And that's what the second level entrepreneurs are learning. To say, what innovation can I do in a more technical world of AI that can build a layer on this, that I use this S-curve technology and get the backing of other players after my innovation is done.
Okay, and I get your point, but you know, there is a one thread which I wanted to pull from his conversation is the recalibration part. So you had been, you know, one of the entrepreneurs. When such recalibration happens, what goes through entrepreneur's mind?
I mean,
let Tanya.
So when you say recalibration, you mean in terms of the tariffs or?
Recalibration in terms of what we were talking about policy, that which way India should move, and suddenly you see the PPS getting cancelled, transmission becoming difficult.
So first and foremost, there is so much backslash, but the reality is in India, till now, not a single PPA that has been signed has not been paid for. Right? There was a lot of times debate on saying, oh, you're signing 15 rupees, 13 rupees, 10 rupees PPA, will they ever be paid for, right? So that's a hard fact that needs to be accepted. What is not happening is that you have bid something and that is not getting signed, right? That creates emotional insecurity, which is where new markets are featuring up. The whole CNI market, the whole daytime trading power market, the whole market of saying, can I store and create 24-hour power solutions that can then completely take you off the grid through microgrids or power the whole system on its own. So it's all about innovating in the constraints of where you are. Earlier, first the constraints were that you didn't have the economic viability, so you needed support. Now you have that. So now with that economic viability, what different models can you build is the next level of question.
Subbu, many of the players who come to you for guidance today, they are young as, Tanya, who wants to get into, this space. So what are the caution notes you give them that, look for these fault lines and then only get into the business? Because many of the players comes to us, they see, the states coming forth with a lot of projects, they want to get in there, but they are not equipped enough, and they are generally diversifying their funds from their either parents' businesses, or they are passionate about renewables but don't have the understanding. So how do you build the conversation with them? Tell them that okay, these all are the fault lines. Don't go by what is glittering. Look for these fault lines in the tenders, business models, and look for these technologies to amplify many of the technologies which she has already listed. So how do you deal with it?
I mean, my top priority advice would be to actually understand the entire landscape, because very often, including our conversation, we restrict the total scale of renewable energy, the prospects of entrepreneurship in renewable energy to installation itself. We are not able to look beyond it. I mean, that of course has its own context and why we have been looking at it since last 2-3 decades. But I would definitely suggest them to look at the entire landscape, because today generation is not the only part of the entire story anymore. Generation is part of it, but there are more valuable aspects where an entrepreneur can add value. The second part is stick to basics, because India today needs homegrown technology that drives our energy transition. We, for a long period of time, we have always been followers in technology. What we did in automobiles, what we have done in pharma, what we have done in IT, the time has come for us to do now in energy transition, especially renewable energy. Any technology oriented startup in renewables today, if India is actually like a pilot playing ground for them. If you're able to test it out and if you're able to prove in India, you can prove at anywhere in the world, and I'm sure Tanya will definitely endorse what I said.
Exactly, the S-curve.
And the last point is, we should be in a position to actually judge the depth of our market by ignoring the noise and only concentrating on the substantial part that comes out. Because very often they're not like, if we forget to see the bigger picture and we ascribe our ideas, or we frame our ideas based on some of the aberrations that are projected or the noise that comes onto you, it might be demoralizing for entrepreneurs. So they should stick to the basics and figure out your own niche or your own genre in that. I myself have started my career as an entrepreneur in solar. When our tariffs were 8-9 rupees, I was selling monitoring devices and plants. Today, of course, that is a different story today. But the moment you're able to figure out your value add in a market which is as price sensitive and competitive as India, and you're able to deliver that value, I'm 100% sure we'll have more unicorns in our service sector in renewables than ever before.
India's solar story is very similar to India's mobile story, but only difference is that efficiency is much higher in the solar side vis-a-vis the telecom story. But it is wonderful talking to both of you, full of energy, full of new ideas, and obviously you gave us very stimulating thoughts. Thank you, Tanya. Thank you, Subbu. Thanks for joining us.
For the session, now I would like to invite MG Arun, Managing Director, Managing Editor at India Today magazine, to please come on stage and present token of appreciation to our guests.
रास्ता है वही वही शहर
राकेश तू कब आया अभी लाइफ से?
अरे वाह ताई, पहचान गई? शहर जाके आँख का ऑपरेशन करा लिया क्या?
शहर जाए मेरी जूती, मैंने यहीं अपने गांव में ही करवा लिया। वो जो सूरज है ना अपना, वो सब कर रहा है।
अरे राकेश! अरे राकेश! अरे वाह छोटी, ये स्कूल में सीखा?
इंटरनेट पे।
इंटरनेट?
हाँ, सूरज भैया है ना।
कौन है ये सूरज भैया?
आपको उनसे मिलना है क्या?
हाँ?
चलो, वो रहे सूरज भैया।
हम सूरज से सिर्फ बिजली नहीं बनाते हैं, खुशहाली को देश के कोने कोने तक भी पहुंचाते हैं। अदानी, हम करके दिखाते हैं।
Requesting everyone to please stay in the hall. The minister is going to be here anytime now. Ladies and gentlemen, it's now time for the star session of the day. A lot has been spoken about ambitious renewable and manufacturing targets as part of climate and energy strategy. The keynote session will explore the policy roadmap, implementation priorities, and international cooperation needed to meet those goals. The minister is almost here. Can I request everyone, all the people at the back, to please come and take the seats up front? Ladies and gentlemen, we are happy to have the Honorable Union Minister for New and Renewable Energy, Consumer Affairs, Food and Public Distribution, Mr. Prahlad Joshi with us. Let's give him a warm round of applause, everyone. Also requesting India Today's Group Editorial Director for Publishing, Mr. Raj Chingappa, and Deputy Editor Anilesh Mahajan to escort the Minister to the stage and lead the discussion.
I think I'm not changing because TV cameras would be focusing on you. TV. Ladies and gentlemen, good evening, and for this grand finale, we have the Union Minister, Mr. Prahlad Joshi, who has taken time out from his busy schedule. Not only does he belong to my home state, but is one of the most respected ministers, apart from a real political strategist. We saw that in operation whenever an election is there, and we have the pleasure. But now he's the Minister for New and Non-Renewable, renewable energy, not... that is another ministry for renewable energy. And certainly it's a very tough task ahead for that. There have been tremendous amount of progress that has happened in the last decade or so. But just to give you a little overview of it, if there are 476 gigawatts of total installed capacity in this country, roughly thermal is about 50%, and a lot of you all are experts here, so you know that. And that's about 219 gigawatts of coal. That's so almost 49 to 50% still come from at the moment, from fossil fuels. But we are seeing a big change that's happened in the last decade or so. As I was mentioning, we have seen solar surge from just 2.8 gigawatts in 2014 to nearly 111 gigawatts now. Wind has crossed 51 gigawatts. Large hydro stands at 48 gigawatts. Bioenergy, 12 gigawatts. And nuclear, we just had a big session at 8.8 gigawatts. So that tells you a tremendous story that we've been able to meet our targets when it comes to 50% on non-fossil fuels that's there. But I think one of the big problems that we need to discuss is the fact that a lot of these, when we look at electricity, still only 22 to 23% of that comes from, non-fossil fuels. You're still highly dependent on fossil fuels to generate electricity. And therefore, let's start with that discussion. As what do you see as, in terms of the challenges that you all are facing? Both, you gave a great emphasis on solar energy and rooftop solar energy. Where do you see bridging that gap to ensure that we are able to meet the targets up to 2070 that we want to do, 2030, of course, the immediate target?
See, one is, as of now, today, total installed capacity, it is 500.
Right.
That is whatever you quoted, that is the figure, I think, previous figure, I meant 4 or 5 months back figure, that is now 500. Out of that, nearly about 257 gigawatt is from the renewable energy, and nearly about 26% through renewable energy, where total, whatever the generation is happening, out of that, whatever is fed to the electricity, exact power, it is 26%, nearly about 74% is through fossil sources.
Right.
Having agreed that, but the way in which we are going, almost 247 gigawatt, now bid has been, either it is in implementation stage or bid have been called, and smoothly it is going on. And as far as price is also concerned, I am quite confident, because as far as daytime energy is concerned, if you purely go on solar, it is 2 rupees 20 paisa, 2 rupees 30 paisa, 2 rupees 40 paisa per unit. And when it comes to the stability and regular supply, means after solar hour supply, hybrid mode, including battery storage, it is coming up to, recently with battery storage in Madhya Pradesh, it has come to around 2 rupees 70 paisa. So naturally, when the cost matters, people are, investment will also come. And also I'm quite hopeful that this is going to happen. The major problem what you discussed is, more than anything else, is one is right of way.
Right.
Second one is land. We are discussing with the states, particularly with the chief ministers and our officials, including secretary. They go and meet chief secretaries. They will have meeting regularly. And whatever the issues are coming up, we are resolving it on priority basis. And I am very, very confident that things are really doing well. And manufacturing capacity in India has also surged, as far as our manufacturing, as far as module, wafer, ingot, all those concerned. So I am quite confident about it.
Anilesh?
Sir, as you have started talking about the manufacturing, Madam Nirmala Sitharaman in her budget speech talked about National Mission for Manufacturing, and she emphasized that there is a special emphasis on clean tech manufacturing. So that gave a lot of confidence to Indian manufacturers that India will be dishing out a roadmap, and by Independence Day we have already seen one draft coming out. So when can we expect the real policy to come forth, and what sort of game changers you are bringing into that blueprint?
No, one is, as last budget, when Honorable Finance Minister has announced, that is under consultation now. And consultation, India is a very huge country, having so much of population, so much of states, various political parties. The consultation is on. At the same time, our manufacturing thrust, it is already there. As far as, if you look at it, module manufacturing, we have already crossed nearly about 123 gigawatt. As on date, our module manufacturing capacity is 123 gigawatt. And cell as such, it is 27 gigawatt, which was almost 10 years, 11 years back. ये तो हिंदी में बोलते हैं ना, ना के बराबर. ये ना के बराबर था. Today, because of PLI, today, because of the overall support from the Government of India, whether it is through PLI or through the policy, structural policy reforms, overall 123 gigawatt of the module manufacturing, 27 gigawatt of cell, And last year I had announced about the ALMM policy regarding the cells, which you know, and that is going on well now. And before 2028, we are trajectories announced about the ALMM, about the ingot and wafer. So I am, whatever the policy that is being announced for the manufacturing, that is being well carried out, and at the same time consultation in the public domain, it is on now.
Sir, if can I just add to this one? Talking about the non-fossil fuel target that we have set, 500 gigawatts by 2030. Current capacity, as we discussed, is about 250 gigawatts. So if we take the next, you're looking at an average about 550 gigawatts capacity that you have to add every year starting from now to meet that target that's there. Given that the current thing is about 20 to 30 gigawatts per year, and if you look at some of the problems, grid constraints, storage delays, land bottlenecks, worsening transmission congestion, how are you planning to overcome these so that you are able to meet that target that you have set?
No, if I can tell you, green energy corridor, which phase 1, which has been done, nearly about 8,000, about 8 states it has been covered, and it is in green corridor, energy corridor 2, also it is progressing well, and we are coming with the green energy corridor 3 also. Transmission, as far as we are continuously in touch, we have a transmission division in the department also. We are continuously working with the Ministry of Power and the State Energy Department. By that, it is progressing. Otherwise, so much of that now been done so far. And energy storage is the new normal today. That's what it is coming up in the entire world. And we are also doing so many schemes, so many VGF, and many things have come out. PLI has come out. And that's why overall, when firm and confirm and firm dispatch, when we do it, then people will naturally, it is because it is more important at the initial level. It's an initial remark itself, I said, it is quite affordable comparatively. See, if you want, I'm not telling that we don't need it all through fossil fuel, but if you compare the prices between the fossil fuel and the renewable energy, as on date, if you compare it 10 years back, it was altogether different. It was 12 rupees per unit in 2011 and 12. Today it is 2 rupees 20 paisa. And if you add even energy, storage energy, wind energy, all put together, that is really very cost. No, one is overall environment, emission, keeping the earth safe to the next generation. Along with that, what is the people who are in the commercial transaction, who are in the manufacturing? I'm not talking only about the manufacturing of the modules, ingot, wafer, turbine. Other manufacturing, overall देश में जो manufacturing होता है, उनको भी power जो होता है, economic power चाहिए. In fact, in a very layman term, if I can say, cheap power चाहिए. That cheap power comes out of the renewable energy. Of course, because of grid stability, other things, there are issues, but for that only we are bringing out the hybrid model. What is the hybrid model? Hybrid model is storage, wind, pump storage. These are all the policy matters which have come out. Right. And because of that, today, and already Ministry of CA has envisaged that we need around 65 gigawatt, around 60 gigawatt of the storage power in coming few years. Okay, that also we are planning. Out of that, 13.5 gigawatt hour PLI we are giving for the battery storage. These are all the things which are really doing well, and industry is also quite enthusiastic. Otherwise, see, as far as the fossil fuel is concerned, I was coal minister also, which you know very, very well.
Yes.
When I was handling coal, people, there also, they used to, and today overall coal production has increased. We need, even today we need fossil fuel also. But more than that, within almost 10 years of Prime Minister Modi government, why it is so much it has grown? The only reason is, as it is, as you know, I have repeatedly, I want to tell you, environment, emission, all those, along with that, it is the cost. So when people like, people who are in industry, people who are in the manufacturing industry, अगर उनको power इसमें costly है तो nobody will invest. Why they are investing? Investment, देखिए, जो passionate है, environment के लिए passionate है, जो environmentist रहता है, सब चीज़ के लिए इधर उधर तो झगड़ा तो चलता ही रहता है, लेकिन ये पैशनेटली काम करना तो अलग है, लेकिन इंडस्ट्री जो काम करता है along with passion, definitely people who are in the business, they look at their affordability. This is most affordable. That's why it is good in the interest of their overall production cost also.
Sir, there are two questions which I want to ask. One is, which you were referring to. This is for the first time in Prime Minister Modi's arena that we are seeing the power minister and MNRE minister. They are two different ministers. And in last 1 year, we have also seen that a lot of confrontation happened between your two ministries related to transmission. They suddenly, they've taken away the wheeling charges from the, which were waived off from the wind. And most of the wind, players started lobbying.
So what they have taken back?
So wheeling charges, which were waived off earlier. So now they have to pay. So now they have to pay to get out of, basically to evacuate their electricity. Earlier it was waived off. So that made...
No, you are talking of ISTS?
No, sir. I am talking of, yes, ISDS, sir.
No, ISTS, that was a program up to a certain period. I think it was up to 2026. So it is now tapering down. It is not all of a sudden, it is not withdrawn. It was a policy decision which was taken when that regarding transmission, ISTS means interstate transmission, it waived off the jo bhi charge hai, that is waived off. For that, there was a time period. वो टाइम पीरियड अभी खत्म हो गया. नाउ फर्स्ट ईयर 25% it will be reduced, second year 25% it will be reduced, I means 50%, third year it will be 75%, fourth year it will become zero. Otherwise, as it is, as per the policy it has been done, we have discussed, myself and Manohar Lal, with all senior officers we discussed, and that is decided. Unilaterally they have not decided. And as far as transmission is concerned, as far as transmission network is concerned, as I said, Green Energy Corridor, we are investing thousands of crores and they are implementing it. We are daily coordinating. On weekly basis, we are having meeting and we have our own division as far as transmission division, Green Energy Transmission Division we have. And also for trajectory for the overall policy for the 500 gigawatt evacuation, it is already out, it is already in the public domain. And that is being mutually accepted. So in Modi government, it never happens. If at all there are issues, we will sit and talk together. See, in previous days, I have seen as an MP, coal ministry used to say we have coal. And power ministry used to say they don't have coal. And ultimately, they used to say, ultimately together, they used to say, railway, there is no transportation facility in the railways. ऐसे हम एक के ऊपर आरोप करने का सवाल ही नहीं. एक हमारा whole of the approach government है, that will always continue. And myself and power minister regularly we are meeting only because that thrust has to be given to the renewable energy. This is what I believe. This is what is my trust. That Prime Minister wanted that इसमें और ज़्यादा ग्रोथ होना चाहिए. इसके कारण ये मिनिस्ट्री अलग अलग मिनिस्टर को बनाया है, लेकिन सरकार एक है, अप्रोच एक है.
I want to bring in a thing that you have championed, Minister, since you've taken charge, which is the PM Surya Ghar program. and the fact that a lot of domestic consumers have taken to it. Of course, now comes the issues when it comes to metering and others, in terms of net metering, harmonization, some of the big issues that's there, the inconsistencies across states. How are you sorting those programs out? Because there needs to be a more uniform national net metering framework, right, to streamline solar development. This, in the morning when we had a solar session, one of the things people were saying there'll be millions of houses. They need to network with the grid and then calculate what is it. So how are you all trying to rationalize and harmonize that?
No, majority of the states, now there is no, whatever the permission or license, clearances, all that is waived off in the majority of the state. वो इंस्पेक्शन करने के लिए जाते थे, उसका जो चार्जेस था वो भी वेव ऑफ हो गया. और मेजर स्टेट जो है नेट मीटरिंग पॉलिसी ऑफ द गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया इशूड बाय द पावर मिनिस्ट्री, इट इज एक्सेप्टेड. So net metering is happening everywhere.
For harmonization of the rates also, you've been able to harmonize it? And
No, it is up to the state government. Harmonization of the net metering cost you are talking.
Right.
That is now, of course, it is a federal structure. State have to decide it. State are deciding it. And अगर वो ठीक नहीं करते तो जनता देख लेंगे, क्योंकि हम we cannot mandate everything. हम ये जाके अगर आप समझिए, अगर if I go and tell Karnataka government आप इतना ही प्राइस में आप नेट मीटरिंग करो, they will not accept because political parties are different. But as far as wherever there are NDA government, by and large, it is quite affordable, quite reasonable. And some of the state there are complaints, there are even allegations also. So in some of the state, matter is also pending in the court. But we are mainly concerned about the net metering issue. That is happening everywhere. And because of that, PM Surya Ghar is doing very well. I think in last 2 years, not 2 years, 1.5, from June, actually implementation started in last June, that is 2024 June, and now it is nearly about 23 lakh installations have happened.
Let's give them a warm round of applause for 2.3 million installations.
And there are some issues regarding, see, installation is 3 kilowatt, where we are giving the central financial assistance. So for 1 kilowatt, 2 kilowatt, where real small consumers, or you can say poor consumers, poor people, when they want to take it, in some of the cases where there is a free power is available, in some state they are not showing interest. But at the same time, I have told many energy ministers who are meeting me regularly, आपका जो free का problem है, discom को पैसा नहीं देते हैं, discoms have become weak. This PM Surya Ghar is the best alternative for that, because once for all, if you invest and give them, we are giving around 78,000 rupees for 3 kilowatt. If they give another 30,000-40,000 rupees, it is almost 80%, 75%. There will be overall assistance for, and apart from that, concessional bank finance is available. 25-30 years तक आपको उसके बारे में देखने का भी ज़रूरत नहीं है. As it is, electricity generate होता रहेगा, और आपको डिस्कॉम को जो पैसा देना होता है ना, वो नहीं होगा. That is number one. Number two, another question recently it is being asked, of course you have not raised, but I am telling because you may next ask it, कि क्या होता है जहाँ छत नहीं है, जहाँ रूफ नहीं है, उधर क्या करेंगे? इसलिए हमने यूटिलिटी लेड मॉडल का एक ऐसे शुरुआत में मेरे पास 2-3 मुख्यमंत्री आए थे, वो उसमें गुजरात के मुख्यमंत्री भी थे, आंध्रा के मुख्यमंत्री भी, ओडिशा के मुख्यमंत्री थे, राजस्थान के मुख्यमंत्री थे. All together, we have now come out with a solution of the utility led model. Utility led model में combined together, if I have in one locality, if I have a better space on my roof, for 3-4 houses together we can connect and give it. By that I think many of them, through this can be done through the DISCOM also, this can be done through the state also, and private DISCOM also. By that I am quite hopeful in another 6 or 7 months, it will cross 50 lakhs as far as I estimate. Wow. And that will add 30 gigawatt of the power. So that is really a game changer. I'm very, very happy about the conceptualization of this scheme by the Honorable Prime Minister, because before I could take over, this scheme was conceptualized, but Prime Minister gave me the target that in coming 2 years, this 1 crore has to be achieved. For that, this utility-led model under the guidance of Prime Minister, we have done it. And individual houses, we have achieved nearly about 23 lakhs. That is also very rapidly it is going, and people are understanding what is the importance of, because they are not only, it is not only free power, they are earning also. See, for example, of course, I have, without taking subsidy, I have installed solar after I took this responsibility of this ministry. So I am earning in my house in my constituency, I am earning now. So this is a...
You're direct beneficiary.
I am direct beneficiary. A win-win situation for everybody, for DISCOM, and for the people at large.
Sir, no conversation in present time completes anywhere across the world without reference to Donald Trump and the tariff which he has levied. So one of the tariffs are also on the renewable energy products which many of the Indian players used to export to the US. And they have also stopped the fresh projects. So there is a demand squeeze which we are seeing in the US. How do you see, Government of India helping many of the Indian exporters, who are exporting a lot of components and modules to the North American jurisdictions? What is your thought process? And second question to this is that he is also squeezing money which used to come through Bretton Woods institutions like World Bank and other. So World Bank has also stopped innovating, many of their financial products. So do you see this impacting India's renewable energy story?
No, I don't think on that line, but as far as export is concerned, since ISA International Solar Alliance is doing a wonderful job in, and there are member countries, more than 134 countries, and out of that many countries, some financial assistance also given by the ISA, and they themselves, they are trying to adopt the Indian model. And for example, the small island states, all small island states together, I think they are 11 or so, all put together, they are combinedly pooling the whatever needed solar modules, all put together, they are they have decided to pool it and to install the panel there. So many such countries where this is happening.
So will they be supplied from India or across the world? Because last conversation which I had with DG ISA, so he is also planning to bring China into as a member of ISA, which will be defeating the purpose.
We want that every UN member should become the ISA member. This is what we expect.
Even China, sir?
No, every member. China is also a member of UN. There is no issue in that. But as far as concerned, whoever wants to become the member, who want to take the membership, it is voluntary. So it is open for that. So we don't have any problem. But as far as our capacity is concerned, there are many other countries where, because they are saying, for example, I will tell you, EU entire commissioner, they have visited here. Prime Minister was kind enough to send them to my office, that is Renewable Energy Office. And Prime Minister directed me and guided me to give a presentation to them. The people who saw the presentation, they were really astonished because in last 10 years or so, at that time it was nearly about 250 gigawatt. Today it is 257 gigawatt now, renewable energy. And they were not able to overall imagine what India has done. So repeatedly they were asking, when digital thing happened, they were all asking, it is really happening, it is really happening. So they asked in this, as far as renewable energy is concerned, itna ho gaya hai, it has happened really. Then I said, you can go and visit. They have visited many places. So even when the International Solar Alliance Assembly huwa, when people had come from all over the country here, more than 35 ministers they had come. They have visited here the DISCOM of the Delhi. They are really impressed because there is energy storage also, there are solar energies also, renewable wind energies also, everything together, how it is being managed, that has been seen by them. So now people want to follow the Indian model under the leadership of Prime Minister. And there are many scope because of our manufacturing capacity as far as module is concerned, it is 123 gigawatt. But our target up to 2030 is 500 gigawatt. Means apart from whatever 247 or 250 gigawatt we are using in India, we should see the market for that also. We should explore the market for that also. There is good market for India because our overall manufacturing cost is very, very, our cost of the overall module and cell, whatever is going, it has already come 27 gigawatt. All those things I am quite confident it will be quite competitive in the world and there will be a good market for us.
So you talked about prime...
One second. We're almost out of time. So, and the minister has requested because he has to leave early, but I'm just going to ask you a solar question again because the big China word came out and one of the big issues is that there's a lot of imported upstream components for solar, whether it is cells, wafers, you mentioned ingots and the other kinds of things. These continue to remain high. So what additional policy levers are under consideration by you to accelerate the domestic backward integration on this one?
No, as far as module is concerned, I have already told, and backward integration, now cell is 27 gigawatt, modules, ingot and wafers, that we have announced, and even polysilicon trajectory, I have said in the ministry that trajectory, because we have silica, we have to go for the polysilicon. For that also, I have told them to work out and announce the trajectory. Up to 2028, this wafer and ingots, we are coming out with a central financial assistance scheme, and whatever the target, at least 15 gigawatt of ingot and wafer, that will come out. And already people are working on that. Many big manufacturers, many industries of the country, they have already started working out on that. And integrated supply chain, integrated manufacturing chain, it has started the work. And already we have got 2 gigawatt of ingots now. Now wafers will also come, ingots in a big way they are going to come, because when 10 years back, was there module? No. 10 years back, was there cell? There was no. Today it has come. So same thing, it is also going to come, and we are supporting. And only because of the PLI, even today, as far as module and cell is concerned, module, cell, ingots, altogether 48 gigawatt of the total integrated supply chain is in the pipeline.
Final question, Anilesh.
Okay, Sir, Prime Minister at Glasgow event of ISA talked about one sun, one world, one grid. At that time it seems very, very ambitious, but we have already seen India, Sri Lanka connecting. Then we have also seen that Morocco is connecting with Europe. When can actually, this whole world can become a grid? So your ministry is working, I believe, on interconnectors with...
One sun, one grid, one world, that is whatever the Prime Minister has given the call and also target, that is being already with the good secretariat in the International Solar Alliance also, that is we have started it. It is being study is going on between Middle East and Europe and Japan. Many such countries it is going on, and according to me it is very, very quite well, and study is going on very well, and we will see whatever Prime Minister has said that has come true, this will also come true.
So is there any timeline?
No. Okay.
Is there a timeline to it?
A timeline, because there are many countries involved. I am not able to tell you the timeline, but we are continuously monitoring that.
One final thing for our people at large, citizens. What is the big message you would like to give them from your side? You are in one of the most important ministries for the future of the country, for the future of our children, the Green Ministry. What is the big message you'd like to give them?
Big message is that there is a very good scope, because power demand, because India wants to become the manufacturing hub. That is what the Prime Minister has given the call, and Prime Minister's ambitious goal is to India should become the manufacturing hub. When you want to become the manufacturing hub, then one of the important need is the power. Not political power. Political power will be with us for many years. I'm
and
quite
BJP
confident.
you're saying.
I'm quite confident on that. But electric power is needed. Energy is needed. For that energy, renewable energy is the best alternative. And not only the best alternative, as far as investor is concerned, it will have best returns. Without any fear in the mind, you can invest in this. And you will earn the money also, you will save the earth also. That is my request and message to the entire people, industry, and whoever are sitting there.
Let's give the Union Minister, Mr. Prahlad Joshi, a very warm round of applause. Even louder than that. You have spoken passionately about this. You are the great green champion. We wish you all the best, Minister. Thank you very much for coming to this conclave. Thank you.
Joshi, for taking time out of your busy schedule to be with us here today and for sharing an actionable roadmap to scale India's renewable ambitions. Now, I would like to invite Mr. Manoj Sharma, CEO for India Today Publishing, to join us on stage to present token of appreciation to the esteemed Union Minister. Thank you, Mr. Joshi, for your presence. We are very grateful for the time you took out for this conclave. Ladies and gentlemen, let's have a warm round of applause for Mr. Joshi. And with that, we conclude the India Today Energy Summit 2025. We look forward to welcoming you again next year. Once again, I would like to take a moment to thank our sponsors. It's presented by Adani. Partners are Mahavitran, Maharashtra State Electricity Distribution, and VOC Port Authority. Associate sponsors are Datta Infra, Gujarat Mineral Development Corporation, REC Limited, Government of Uttarakhand, Rezonia, Hero Future Energies, Bangalore Water Supply and Sewerage Board, KSEB, and ANERT. Please join us for tea being served outside the hall. Have a wonderful evening, everyone.